Chapter 1. Night Madness. In the dim bedroom, the soft light from the nightlight on the bedside table falls on the naked man and woman in bed. The man's broad back envelopes the woman, who is blushing and moaning softly. 2 hours later, the man gets out of bed to make a phone call. Soon afterwards, someone brings in a brand new custom-made suit. He puts it on and turns to leave, glancing back at the naked woman in bed. He frowned, grabbed the sheet on the bed and threw it over. As he was about to leave again, his hand was suddenly grabbed, and a soft but stubborn voice said, "You can't go." Louis Chen turned around and saw a cold and handsome face. He had just been too busy to notice her appearance. However, even if she was pretty, it didn't matter much to him. He had merely bought her virginity. Louis Chen's decision to buy Jiang Yanyan's virginity was thanks to his uncle. Lu Xingyang had drugged his glass of wine and stuffed the woman he had prepared beforehand into his room. Louis Chen, infuriated, threw the woman out of the window and exiled his uncle to Africa. However, Lu Xingyang had dosed the woman with too much medicine, and Louis Chen could not bear it, and his life was even in danger. In a moment of extreme urgency, Grandpa found a junior college student and stuffed him into his room, telling him that it was his first night and that it was clean and safe. After a storm of passion, Louis Chen pulled up his pants and was about to leave, but someone grabbed him. He looked back, his eyes cold as he looked at her. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yanyan's face was blushing with shyness, her eyes helpless. "You can't go, I want to marry you." "Marry?" Louis Chen's eyebrows tightened, his lips parted slightly, dreaming. He is the young master of the Lu family, the head of the Lu group. How can he just marry someone? Jiang Yanyan didn't dare to look up. The man's aura was too strong, and his eyes were very cold. But she still gathered her courage and said, "My grandmother said that I can't just be with someone, and if we are together, we have to get married." Jiang Yanyan had lived with her grandmother since she was young and listened to her very much. Her grandmother said that girls have to cherish themselves and can't just sleep with someone, and if they do, they have to get married. Now, she slept with a man without knowing it, and the first thing that came to her mind was marriage. Louis Chen sneered, "Don't you know how you got into my bed?" He just bought her virginity, and she's dreaming of marrying him. Jiang Yanyan's head was spinning. What happened yesterday was so strange that she still hadn't figured it out. At that time, she was studying in the classroom when her mother called to say that something had happened at home and she had to hurry back. She hurried home, and her mother handed her a bottle of drink and said with a depressed look, "Drink some water first, and I'll tell you after you've finished." She took the water without hesitation and took 2 sips. As soon as she finished drinking, she felt heavy-headed and sleepy. Her mother was talking beside her, but she could hardly hear her. Lu Chunyi said, "Actually, Mom doesn't want to do this either, but your brother is already of marriageable age, and the in-laws want a 200,000 yuan bride price. Your father and I really can't afford it, so we have no choice. Now that society is different from the past, no one will want you just because you slept with someone. You are educated and cultured, and you can marry into a good family in the future. In fact, what she really wants is to get a good price for you, and then buy her son a bigger house." Jiang Yanyan was about to fall asleep, and she heard a little bit in a daze. Now that Louis Chen questioned her, she remembered what happened yesterday. Her eyes suddenly dimmed, and her heart felt as if it had been torn apart. Louis Chen turned and left, and Jiang Yanyan watched his departing back as her hatred rose little by little. She didn't hate the man who took her virginity, but she hated Lu Chunyi. In the world, which mother would be so heartless as to betray her daughter's first night? After leaving the hotel, Louis Chen went straight to his car. Chief Special Assistant Hai Tao had been waiting in the Maybach for 4 hours, and kept muttering to himself, "The CEO was really something, able to go for more than 4 hours, while he was done in 20 minutes. Seeing the CEO arrive, he quickly handed him his phone. "Chief Lu, you have a call from home, it's been ringing 3 or 4 times. Louis Chen took the phone and looked at it. It was his grandfather's number. He returned the call, and it was answered quickly. A strong but slightly hoarse voice came over the phone, "Shinner, how is it?" "It's okay, it's over." Louis Chen's voice was low. "And the child?" The old man asked further. "He is still at the hotel, he should not have left yet." The old man let out a sigh of relief, and instructed someone to keep an eye on her, to make sure nothing happened. "You go over there in the morning." "Go over there?" Louis Chen asked in surprise. "Is there anything else? Has the transaction not already been completed?" The old man's voice trembled. "She is the child I have been looking for more than 10 years. Louis Chen. So, tomorrow morning you take her to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married. You can't just let it end like this. Grandpa. Louis Chen's voice had obviously raised a few decibels. You must marry her, otherwise. The old man didn't say the rest, but Louis Chen knew that the position of president of the Liu family would not be his. Grandpa, I don't even know her, let alone her temperament and her family. Her family is indeed not good, but I have already investigated the child, and she is excellent in both character and studies, proactive, and as you know, she is also quite good looking. Grandpa Liu had investigated Jiang Yanyan's situation in great detail. Not only was the child smart and articulate, she was also very filial and had been an academic standout from elementary school to university. Grandpa Liu likes her a lot. However, Grandpa Liu said, you can temporarily keep her and her family from knowing your identity. I'll give you 2 years. If you still don't like her after 2 years, it's not too late to get a divorce then. Grandpa Liu was very confident that his grandson would like the girl, and he hung up the phone without waiting for his grandson to speak. Louis Chen felt heavy-hearted, but he still ordered someone to stand guard in front of the hotel. After Louis Chen left, Jiang Yanyan was at a loss. She had given away her virginity in a daze, and she didn't even know how much money she had made. She gritted her teeth and couldn't swallow her anger no matter what. She got up from the bed, picked up her clothes from the ground, and just as she was about to wear them, she realized that they had been torn to pieces and the buttons had all come off. This showed how crazy the man had been last night, and how much he had wanted to devour her. As soon as she turned around, she felt a tearing pain in her lower body. Her skin was naturally tender, and since it was her first time, and the man was like a beast, it was easy to imagine how much pain she was in. With great pain, she returned to the bed, only to find a brand new set of clothes placed on the bedside table. They were pink and tender, just her size. She smiled, feeling a little better, and picked up the clothes to put them on, when the phone rang by the bed. Chapter 2, Getting Married. Jiang Yanyan answered the phone, her voice hoarse. Hello? Hello, deep voice came from the other end of the line. It's me, Louis Chen. Who's Louis Chen? She didn't know him at all. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Louis Chen explained further, the person you were just with. Jiang Yanyan gritted her teeth. She looked down and felt even more pain there. She cursed him in her heart, Mr. Liu, is there anything else? See you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember to bring your ID card and household register. Jiang Yanyan was at a loss. Just now, he had rejected her without any room for maneuver, as if he were the president of a wealthy family and she was simply too good for him. Now, why had he suddenly agreed? Mr. Liu, it's fine if you don't want to. This kind of thing requires mutual consent, and it can't be forced. Louis Chen, she can't force him, but his grandfather can. The Liu family is the top wealthy family in Nanjing City and owns the strongest company in Nanjing City. A year ago, his grandfather gave up the position of president to him. Now the chair hasn't even warmed up yet, and he can't lose it because of her. I'll wait for you there early. Louis Chen didn't say another word and hung up the phone directly. Jiang Yanyan held the phone and felt like she was dreaming. She was both excited and apprehensive. She was excited because she was getting married. Although she didn't know the man, he agreed to marry her as soon as they got together, which showed that he was quite responsible. Most importantly, he was very handsome. Although the lighting was very dark at the time, she could feel that he was the handsomest man she had ever seen. Jiang Yanyan was a face-obsessed person, and this suited her very well. She was apprehensive because she didn't know him at all. What if he was a domestic abuser or had bad habits? With a worried and uneasy heart, she spent the night at the hotel. Early the next morning, she took a taxi home. She didn't go back to her parents' place, but returned to her grandmother's place. She had lived with her grandmother since she was young, and her household registration was also on her grandmother's household registration book. Pushing open the dilapidated door, a ray of light shone in. Her grandmother had not yet woken up, and she needed to take the opportunity to steal the household registration book. After searching the living room for a long time, she couldn't find it, and then remembered that the household registration book was in the cabinet by her grandmother's bed. She tiptoed back to her grandmother's bedroom, but as soon as she opened the cupboard, her grandmother woke up. The elderly woman looked at her kindly and asked, "Why are you back so early? Is there something wrong?" Jiang Yanyan laughed nervously and said, "Yes, there is something wrong." Her grandmother frowned and said unhappily, "What's so important that you're missing classes? How are you going to do well in the exams in the future?" Although grandma can't read or write, she is very strict with her children. She can't be late for no reason, and she can't miss school. Although Jiang Yanyan is a junior in college, her grandmother still has very strict expectations of her. Don't worry, Grandma, I'll only be a little while, and then I'll go right back. But, can you give me your household registration book? Grandma sat up in bed and rubbed her temples, which were full of white hair. What do you need the household registration book for? Jiang Yanyan pressed her chest and forced down her pounding heart. I want to take the college entrance exam, don't I? You need the household registration book to register at this time. She was an honest child who had never lied before, and this was the first time she had lied, so she felt a little guilty. She prayed that her grandmother would quickly get the household registration book out, otherwise she would be found out in a moment. Perhaps her prayers had worked, because her grandmother really did open the cupboard without thinking, took out the household register and handed it to her. Take it, and bring it back after the weekend. Don't keep running back and forth, it'll delay your studies. Okay, Grandma. Jiang Yanyan was so happy that she almost jumped up. Considering the pain in her lower body, she held back. She stuffed the household register into her school bag, waved goodbye to her grandmother, and said, Grandma, I'm going to school now, I'll be there in a while, I'll only be late for one class at most. Okay, hurry up and go. Be careful on the way. Okay, I know. She answered with a long trailing tone. Every time she left the house, her grandmother always told her to be careful on the way. Although she had heard it until her ears were numb, it still made her heart feel warm. 10 o'clock in the morning, in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. A black business car was parked on the side of the road, and not far from it, a limited edition Rolls-Royce was also parked on the side of the road. Jiang Yanyan got off the bus and came to the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. She looked around, but didn't see the person she was looking for. At that moment, a tall man with handsome features got out of the business car. He walked straight up to Jiang Yanyan and asked in a cold tone, Jiang Yanyan? Jiang Yanyan couldn't help but take a step back. The man's aura was so strong, it was like the cold wind from the North Pole, making people tremble. Yes, yes. She answered with a forced smile. Let's go. After saying that, he walked on without looking back. His legs were long and he walked fast, and before long, a long distance opened up between the two of them. Jiang Yanyan didn't care. After all, the two didn't know each other, and she was the one who proposed marriage. It was already very good that he agreed to her. What more did she want? A bicycle. However, the old man sitting in the Rolls-Royce didn't think so. He frowned and said unhappily, This kid has gone too far, dumping my little darling that far away. I'll definitely give him a good beating when I see him again. The two were here to get married, and anyone who didn't know any better would think they were here to get a divorce. Butler Uncle Lee said, Sir, don't be angry. The young master has never been in love before, and he doesn't know how to cherish a woman. After they get married, they'll slowly get a feel for it. Everything has to have a process. Hearing Uncle Lee's words, the old man's anger subsided a little. He looked up at Jiang Yanyan. The tall, thin girl looked more and more comfortable the more he looked at her, and the more precious she seemed. He liked her from the bottom of his heart. He hoped that they would still be together 2 years from now. Louis Chen and Jiang Yanyan walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau, one after the other. To her shock, there was no one in the Civil Affairs Bureau except for the staff. Was today not a good day? She was about to ask, when the staff member greeted them with a smile, welcoming them and asking for their ID cards and household registration books. Jiang Yanyan smiled and took out her household registration book and ID card from her bag and handed them to the staff member. Louis Chen also took out his ID card and household registration book. Chapter 3, Breakup. During the photo session, the two sat together, but there was still room for another person between them. The staff member gave a wry smile and said to Mr. Liu, Could you lean in a little towards Ms. Zhang? The distance between them was too wide, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to capture Louis Chen's face in the photo. Louis Chen leaned a little closer to Jiang Yanyan with a blank expression on his face. The distance was a little smaller, but there was still a big gap. Miss Jiang, can you lean your head towards Mr. Liu? It will look more intimate this way. Intimate? Jiang Yanyan looked at Louis Chen in shock. The latter was cold as ice, with almost no change in expression on his face. Jiang Yanyan smiled awkwardly and leaned her head towards Louis Chen. After the photo session was over, the two quickly obtained their marriage certificate. Jiang Yanyan looked at the freshly issued marriage certificate and carefully put it in her bag. Louis Chen quickly left the Civil Affairs Bureau after obtaining the marriage certificate without even saying goodbye. Jiang Yanyan watched him get into a business car without looking back, not even realizing her presence, let alone offering to give her a ride. However, she didn't expect him to do so either. The person sitting in the Rolls-Royce Limited Edition really wanted to send her off. However, they had not formally met yet, and he was afraid of acting rashly and scaring her, thinking that he was a bad old man. The old man watched Jiang Yanyan get on a bus before leaving with peace of mind. Time passed quickly, and before long the weekend arrived. These past few days, Jiang Yanyan had been holding her breath. She was going to go back and have a fight with her mother, and break off with her from then on. What kind of mother betrays her daughter's first night? What kind of strange mother is she? I don't want such a mother. Anyway, she has already taken the money, so she will just regard it as compensation for all the hard work she has done over the years. Early in the morning, she took the bus home. As soon as she entered the house, she saw that there were big and small gifts all over the house. Lu Chunyi was beaming from ear to ear. Her son is getting engaged, and she will soon be a grandmother. The more she thinks about it, the happier she gets. Turning her head, she sees Jiang Yanyan, and her smile immediately drops. What are you back for? Jiang Yanyan was already angry, but now she is even more annoyed. How come I can't come back? This is my home, where else would I go if I didn't come back? Besides, you sold my body and made so much money, so I can't come back and get a share? A share? Lu Chunyi is furious. Don't even think about it. I raised you for so many years, and you cost me so much money. All you did was sleep with a man for a night, and now you want money? Have you no conscience? Conscience? Mom, do you have a conscience? Ask your conscience if it was that simple to sleep with someone. You betrayed my body, my only first time. In the world, what other mother would do such a thing? Jiang Yanyan is a sharp-tongued woman, and she doesn't give an inch to her mother. Lu Chunyi was so angry that she reached out and slapped Jiang Yanyan. It's just letting you sleep with a man, why are you taking it so seriously? If you fall in love, you have to sleep with a man too, don't you? You're not going to stay single forever, are you? Jiang Yanyan stumbled back 2 steps, almost falling, and she held onto the table, clenching her teeth and holding back the tears that were about to fall. That's different. You're betraying me. I can sue you for that. You're taking the money that I earned with my body to marry off your son, and not only are you not the least bit remorseful, you're hitting me. Mom, have you lost your conscience to the dogs? Lu Chunyi was so angry that her hands were shaking. She pointed at Jiang Yanyan's nose and yelled at her, "Sue me, go ahead and sue me. If you dare to sue me, I will disown you for the rest of your life. I'll pretend that I never gave birth to you and raised you." Jiang Yanyan was not at all intimidated and retorted, "You only gave birth to me, how dare you say you raised me? Since I was little, you have left me with my grandmother. I have grown up with her taking care of me, and everything I eat, drink, use, and spend money on comes from her. Ms. Lu, pat your heart and ask yourself, how much money have you spent on me? How much effort have you put in?" She didn't even call her mom, and almost called her by her first name. Lu Chunyi jumped up, reaching out to hit her again, but she was stopped. Her father Jiang Hong and brother Jiang Zihao had returned. Jiang Zihao was carrying a box of Maotai in his arms, and Jiang Hong was carrying a box of ginseng in one hand and holding his daughter-in-law's hand with the other. "Chunyi, what are you doing? Today is the day we set up an engagement for our son, so can you stop messing around? Nonsense? You see who is being ridiculous. As soon as your daughter came home, she asked me for money, saying that the 200,000 yuan was her earned income and that she wanted it back." 200,000 yuan? Jiang Yanyan gasped. She had never imagined that Madame Lu would be so greedy as to ask Mr. Lu for 200,000 yuan, nor had she imagined that she was worth so much. Want it back? Jiang Heng's face instantly changed. "Yan, how could you be so inconsiderate? Your brother is almost 30 and still not married. He finally found a girlfriend, but she wants 200,000 yuan in bride money. Your parents don't have that kind of money, so they're doing this as a last resort. If you take it back, are you prepared to let your brother remain single forever?" Jiang Yanyan could no longer hold back her tears, which fell in lines down her face. Are these her real parents? Do they have any humanity left? They're willing to sacrifice their daughter's lifelong happiness just so their son can start a family? Luckily, Mr. Lu married her, otherwise she would have a lifetime of shame. Seeing that she was silent, Jiang Zihao, acting like an older brother, also came over and scolded her. Yan Yan, you are so inconsiderate. It's not easy for your parents to raise you. How could you make mom so angry? Apologize to mom quickly. I'm sure she'll forgive you and this will be forgotten. Don't make your parents angry again in the future. Jiang Yanyan looked up at Jiang Zihao and despised him. It's been so many years since college, and he still doesn't have a decent job. All he does is mooch off his parents. It's bad enough that he mooches off his parents, but now he's mooching off her. Does someone like that even have the right to lecture her? She sneered, Jiang Zihao, you're really filial. You don't make your parents angry, and you've graduated for so many years. Which expense isn't paid for by your parents? It's bad enough that he mooches off his parents, but now he's even trying to take advantage of me. Jiang Zihao, have you no shame? When his secret was revealed, Jiang Zihao's face turned from green to white. Before he could say anything, Lu Chunyi couldn't stand it anymore. This little brat actually dared to say such things about her son. She looked at her as if she wanted to beat her to death. She grabbed a chair and smashed it down on Jiang Yanyan's head. Jiang Yanyan tilted her head and easily avoided it. Lu Chunyi was so angry that smoke came out of her ears, and she reached out to hit her again. Jiang Yanyan took off running, and as she ran, she turned her head and shouted, Mom, I'm breaking off all ties with you for the rest of my life. You're no longer my mom, and I'm no longer your daughter. We're even. You wish. She was still hoping to get a big payoff when she got married, and that was a big one. If you don't believe me, just try it, and I'll never come back to this family again. Jiang Yanyan kept running and talking, not paying any attention to the road, and she ran head-on into a car. Chapter 4, Hospitalization. The car was going a little fast, and Jiang Yanyan was running even faster. The driver braked hastily, but she still fell headfirst. Jiang Yanyan was knocked 10 meters away and fainted directly. Lu Chunyi was right behind her. When she saw Jiang Yanyan get knocked out, her eyebrows furrowed severely, and she immediately stopped in her tracks. That was a luxury car, and in her judgment, Jiang Yanyan was solely responsible. Jiang Hong and Jiang Zihao also followed, and Lu Chunyi immediately stopped them, saying, Go back, hurry back, that brat has run far away, I can't see her anymore, never mind her for now, let's hurry and go give the bride price. Jiang Hong had clearly heard the sound of the emergency brake, so he stuck his head out to take a look, wondering if everything was okay. Did Yan Yan get hit by a car? Lu Chunyi glared at him impatiently, and the brat had long since run away. She was hardy and simply couldn't die. Jiang Yanyan must be solely responsible. The luxury car applied the emergency brake, and the wheels are probably scrapped. You can't even buy a house with a set of luxury car wheels. She's not going to spend that kind of money on that brat. If she can't afford to pay for it, she'll have to sell herself. With her character, no one would want her even for free. She was afraid that Zhang Hang would rush over to take a look, so she grabbed his arm and hurried him home. Jiang Zihao also stuck his head out to take a look, but he didn't see anything, and he was scolded severely by his real mother. Jiang Yanyan fell unconscious on the side of the road. Hai Tao parked the car on the side of the road, opened the door, and ran over. When he saw the person lying motionless on the ground, he immediately became agitated. Isn't this the president's wife? Isn't this the young girl who just got married to the president a few days ago? He stared at her for a while, and after making sure, he hurriedly got back into the car. Lu Yichen saw him panic, and asked, Why did you run back instead of going to help her? Hai Tao was so excited that he couldn't even speak properly. President Lu, guess who the person who got hit was? Lu Yichen gave him a quizzical look. Who? It seems to be the young mistress. Young mistress? Lu Yichen thought for a long time before remembering that he seemed to have gotten married a few days ago. After the two of them got their marriage certificate, he went to work and she went to school, without interfering with each other, without any contact, and without even having contact information. If Hai Tao hadn't reminded him, Lu Yichen would have forgotten that he had a wife. He pushed open the car door and got out, walking straight over to Jiang Yanyan's side. She was lying on her back on the side of the road, her face pale, with a black and blue mark on her forehead. Lu Yichen frowned, his face grave. He crouched down and placed his hand on her nose to make sure she was still alive, then bent down and picked her up in his arms. Despite her height, Jiang Yanyan was very thin, and there was no weight at all in his arms. Hai Tao quickly rushed to the front and opened the car door, and Lu Yichen bent down and placed her in the back seat. After putting her down, he turned around and went to the passenger seat, but his butt just stuck to the seat and he came down again. Jiang Yanyan was in a coma, and it was easy for someone in the back to fall off the seat. He went back to her side, reached out and scooped her up, holding her in his arms to prevent her from falling. Haitao started the car and drove as fast as he could to the most advanced hospital in Nanjiang City, Tongren Hospital. Tongren Hospital is a hospital owned by the Lu Group and is also the most expensive hospital in Nanjiang City. Many children of wealthy families and celebrities come here for treatment. As soon as the car stopped, a dedicated medical team came to pick up the person. Lin Gangxin, the dean of Tongren Hospital, came in person to serve. When he saw Louis Chen, his back almost bent 90 degrees. "Young master, don't worry, I will definitely send the hospital's strongest medical team to serve this young lady." Louis Chen pinched his eyebrows. "If there is nothing serious, just transfer to a regular ward." Lin Gangxin. Did he not get a shot of the horse's butt? Did he get a shot of the horse's hoof? He had never seen the president touch a woman before. The president is always surrounded by bodyguards within 10 meters of his movements, to prevent any woman from recklessly throwing herself at him. Just now, he saw the president himself get out of the car with a young and beautiful girl in his arms, and he looked nervous and very worried. He guessed that this girl must have an extraordinary relationship with the president. That's why he was fawning and trying to please the president. Unexpectedly, the dean laughed nervously. "Okay, President." Not long after, a doctor walked out from inside. Louis Chen walked up and asked, "How is she? Is the situation serious?" The doctor's expression was strange, as if he wanted to laugh but didn't dare. She lowered her head and whispered, "President, can I borrow you for a moment?" Louis Chen froze for a moment, looked at the dean, and followed the doctor to an unoccupied corner. "What's wrong?" he asked. The doctor adjusted his emotions, put on a professional face, and said seriously, "President Liu, the young girl's body is not seriously injured. The cause of her fainting is that she was scared, but she is a little embarrassed to go on." "But what?" Louis Chen was a little impatient. The doctor paused and gathered his courage to say, "But the young girl's lower body is injured, and it looks quite serious. She needs immediate treatment." Louis Chen. Jiang Yanyan was pushed in for a full body examination, and her physical condition was investigated in detail. Louis Chen's face turned slightly red, and his expression was extremely unnatural. He knew that the other night he had been a bit too forceful and for a long time, but he didn't expect to hurt her, and quite seriously at that. "Then let's hospitalize her." Louis Chen said this and turned around, as if he wasn't the murderer. The doctor looked at his back as he left, opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Jiang Yanyan was finally placed in the presidential suite. Louis Chen's reason was that her illness was in a very special location, and applying medicine required exposing her body, so she needed a private space. In addition, he transferred an aunt who had worked in the old house for a long time, and instructed her to take good care of Jiang Yanyan. Before leaving, he also instructed Aunt Li to try to make the person gain some weight. Jiang Yanyan was really too thin and weak. 2 hours later, Jiang Yanyan woke up. She opened her drowsy eyes and found herself lying on an oversized bed. The bed sheets and quilt cover were white, and the room was filled with the smell of disinfectant. She rubbed her eyes, got up from the bed, and looked around. She noticed that the room was fully furnished with appliances, and there was even a medical machine. Where was she? Could it be a hospital? She vaguely remembered rushing out of her house and running into a luxury car, and then she lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself here. If this is a hospital, with such luxurious conditions, the hospital bill is probably very expensive. She got off the bed and felt a vague pain in her lower extremities. It had been painful for several days. The day before, she bought some medicine and applied it, but she didn't feel that it helped much. Since she didn't have a lot of money, she didn't go to the hospital, thinking that she would just endure it for a few days. However, it felt like it was getting worse and worse. Later, she planned to go to the hospital to have a look, but she didn't expect to wake up directly in the hospital. However, this hospital is too expensive, and the money she has on hand is probably not even enough for the examination fee. Forget it, just pack up your things and leave. Chapter 5, High Speed. Jiang Yanyan had just finished packing her things when the door creaked open. A middle-aged woman walked in, her gaze soft as she looked at her and asked in surprise, "Miss Jiang, where are you going?" Jiang Yanyan gave a wry smile. "Auntie, who are you and why are you here?" Auntie Lee put the dishes she was holding on the table, washed her hands, and smiled. I am the nanny hired by the family you bumped into. I am responsible for taking care of you. Your injury has not yet healed, so why are you thinking about going out? Auntie Lee took the school bag in Jiang Yanyan's hands and put it on the table, smiling slightly. Miss Jiang, you go rest first. I will call you when dinner is ready. Jiang Yanyan. What kind of ward is this? It can even cook and has a nanny. How expensive must this be? She followed the aunt and asked softly, Auntie, do you know how much it costs to stay here for one night? As a child from a poor family, she really can't afford to stay in such a luxurious ward. Auntie Lee smiled and said, Don't worry about that, just stay here and let someone else pay for you and focus on getting better. The young master had told her in advance not to disclose the actual situation at home, and not to call him young master in front of Jiang Yanyan. Auntie Lee was not sure what their relationship was, but she guessed it was not ordinary. The young master had transferred her from the old mansion to take care of her, and this alone showed that Miss Jiang's status was not ordinary in front of the young master. However, the young master was almost 30, and Miss Jiang looked like a child, at most 20 years old. This age gap seemed a bit too big. But with the young master's conditions, there was nothing wrong with an older man dating a younger woman. Auntie Lee carefully analyzed their relationship in her heart and glanced back at the person lying in bed. The girl looks a little thin, but she is really handsome. She is so old, and she has never seen such a handsome girl. Her skin is as white as snow, her waist is as thin as a willow tree, her big watery eyes blink and blink, as if they can talk, and her black hair is like a waterfall, really cute. If she had a daughter as pretty as this, how good it would be. She would give her the stars if she could. It didn't take long before Auntie Lee finished cooking. There were 4 dishes and a soup, a mix of meat and vegetables, and they looked very appetizing. Jiang Yanyan's mouth watered. Since she lived with her grandmother's retirement pay was not high, and the two of them lived frugally, basically having 1 dish for each meal, and it was still a vegetable dish. Only on holidays would her grandmother buy a little meat back. After she went to university, she worked hard and saved money to pay for her tuition and living expenses. She rarely spent money on food, and just filling her stomach with food was fine. 4 dishes and a soup, with some vegetables and meat, was already very luxurious for her. Auntie Lee put a bowl of rice in front of her. Miss Jiang. She wanted to say that the young master said to let you eat more, you're too skinny, which is not good for your health. But as she got to the words, she remembered the young master's instructions, and quickly changed her words, Miss Jiang, you need to eat more, you're too skinny, which affects your growth. After she finished speaking, she suddenly wondered if the young master thought that Miss Jiang was too thin and not plump enough. Okay, Auntie. Jiang Yanyan lifted her bowl and began to eat voraciously. She really didn't hold back, eating 2 bowls of rice in one go, as well as a lot of vegetables and a bowl of soup. Auntie Lee muttered to herself, with this appetite, she'll be able to complete the task the young master had assigned her in less than 2 days. After dinner, Auntie Lee cleaned the table and washed the dishes. Jiang Yanyan wanted to help, but Auntie Lee said, Miss Jiang, you go rest. This is my job, you don't need to help. She insisted that Jiang Yanyan not help, so Jiang Yanyan had to go lie down on the bed. As soon as she lay down, the attending doctor came. She told Jiang Yanyan to take off her pants and expose her bottom completely, and then used an instrument to examine it. The situation had improved, but the injury was still not light. The doctor frowned and said, in the future, when you are together, you must be more careful. Don't just think about temporary pleasure and break it. Even if it is broken, you must seek medical attention in time, and you can't delay it again and again. It is very serious inside now. If it continues for 2 more days, lesions may occur inside. Once lesions are found, you may not be able to have children for the rest of your life. Jiang Yanyan was shocked. Is it that serious? Of course. I have seen many such examples. The doctor lifted her eyelids and gave her a stern look, continuing his earnest advice, young people need to know when to stop. You can't just think about the momentary pleasure, it's not good for your health. You'll know when you get older, your body will easily run out of energy. Jiang Yanyan wasn't thinking about the momentary pleasure. It was Lu Yichen who was too strong. That night, he was like a beast. After a few hours, he felt as if his whole body had been emptied out. His back ached, his legs were weak, and his lower body was in excruciating pain. Jiang Yanyan's face flushed with a blush, and she felt embarrassed. The doctor sighed when she saw that she was not saying anything. Hey, young people nowadays, they don't listen to advice at all, and they will know when they get old. The doctor left the room full of disappointment. Jiang Yanyan looked at her receding back and pouted her lips in anger. Louis Chen, is he a dog? He ate himself up and got himself all hurt. A certain CEO was reading documents in his office when he suddenly sneezed twice. It was summer, so why did he suddenly sneeze? Could it be that someone had cursed him? He gave a wry smile and continued to look down at the documents. Time passed quickly, and 5 days had passed in a flash. Jiang Yanyan's injuries had almost healed. The director personally called Louis Chen, "Young master, Ms. Jiang is ready to be discharged from the hospital. Will you pick her up, or would you like me to send someone to drive her to you?" Me? Louis Chen had never picked up a girl before. Not even his mother had ever done so, because the family had plenty of chauffeurs and he was never needed. He casually called Haitao and asked him to pick up Jiang Yanyan from Tongren Hospital and take her to their school. Haitao. Mr. Liu, are you sure? Isn't this your job? Haitao didn't want to do it, but he didn't dare to disobey the president. He muttered, "Mr. Liu, is this appropriate? Just go when you're told. What's with all the nonsense?" After saying that, Louis Chen hung up the phone. Haitao smiled bitterly. Why is General Manager Liu so stubborn? It's really hard for an old iron tree to bloom. If it weren't for the old man insisting that he marry Miss Jiang, he would probably remain a bachelor for the rest of his life. Of course, Louis Chen didn't know that he was being by his subordinate. He had just put down the phone when it rang again. He picked up the phone and looked at it, his brows furrowed. Chapter 6, Pretending. Louis Chen hesitated for a moment, but then answered the phone. Grandpa asked on the other end of the line, "Chen, how are things with Yan Yan now? When will he get to hold his first grandchild?" Louis Chen frowned. "Grandpa, what do you mean by how are things?" The old man was instantly displeased. The boy knew exactly what was going on, but he was asking anyway. Does he need to be taught about matters between husband and wife? He will definitely hit him over the head with his walking stick when he turns around, a hard blow, so that he pretends to be innocent and dumb. Since the grandson didn't say anything about that, he changed the subject. Have you given Yan Yan any living expenses? Her family is not well off, and once you get married, you have to support her and not let her suffer anymore. Louis Chen. He really hasn't given her a single penny. After they got their marriage certificate, they went their separate ways. She took the bus and he took his company car. Not to mention giving her money, he didn't even give her a ride. When I think about it, I feel a little ashamed. When he didn't say anything, the old man understood. Louis Chen, you brat, don't go too far. Let me tell you, Yan Yan is someone I've been looking for more than 10 years. If you dare to neglect her even a little, I'll break your legs. Louis Chen felt as if Jiang Yanyan was his real granddaughter, while he was like a stray dog. Before he could say anything, the old man said again, "Go give her the money now, in person, and give her the key to the house in Bishuiyuan. If she doesn't want to live in the dorms, she can go back there." The old man had already checked, and among Louis Chen's mansions, the one closest to Nanjing University was Bishuiyuan. The house in Bishuiyuan is not a villa, but a large flat, over 300 square meters, which is big enough for the young couple to live in. The old man had ulterior motives in asking him to give the key to Jiang Yanyan. As long as they live together, they are young and in love, and things will gradually fall into place. He has to admit that the old are indeed wiser. Louis Chen also feels that what he did was not right. In any case, he is responsible for marrying her. As long as they are married, he should support her and give her a home. He had left in a hurry, without even leaving his contact information, and when they met again, he bumped into her. "Okay, Grandpa." He hung up the phone, picked up his clothes, and got into the elevator reserved for the CEO. When he got to his car, he called Haitao and said, "You don't need to go to the hospital, I'll go pick her up." Haitao. What's wrong with the CEO? Why has he suddenly come to his senses? This is not easy. Is the iron tree about to bloom? But he's almost there. He gave a sinister chuckle, turned around, and headed back. Louis Chen went to the garage, picked the cheapest car among the luxury cars, and drove to the hospital. As soon as he arrived at the hospital entrance, the dean came up to him. Louis Chen waved his hand to indicate that he should stay away. The dean stretched his neck and came up to him anyway, gave him a few instructions, and then scurried away as fast as he could. Louis Chen didn't want Jiang Yanyan to know his real identity. Her family was so poor, What if she happened to fancy his money? He didn't like gold-digging women, and if she was one, he wouldn't be able to get along with her for a single day. Louis Chen got into the elevator and went to the top floor, pretending to look around the corridor like he was looking for someone. This was where the presidential suite was located, and there were only a few rooms in total. Louis Chen pretended to look at 2 rooms before he saw Jiang Yanyan. At the same time, Jiang Yanyan also saw him. She asked in surprise, "Mr. Liu, why are you here?" In fact, Jiang Yanyan didn't really care about how people looked, and she could hardly remember the appearance of someone she had met once or twice. But Louis Chen was so handsome, with such distinctive features, that it was hard for her not to remember. He was over 1.9 meters tall, with 1.8 meters being his legs, his eyes were deep, his facial features were 3-dimensional, and especially his face was like it had been deliberately sculpted, with no dead angles. He is really handsome. Jiang Yanyan was very puzzled. A man as handsome as him was not young, but he didn't have a girlfriend. Moreover, he had an outstanding temperament, and didn't seem unreliable, but rather like a successful person. She said she wanted to get married, and he actually married her. Could it be that he has a problem? Louis Chen asked in surprise as if he had just seen her. "I came to find a friend, why are you here too?" Jiang Yanyan's eyelashes fluttered twice, like wings, and she actually believed him. "I had a car accident a few days ago and was sent here by the perpetrator." "Oh, really? Is it serious? How are you now?" Louis Chen looked her up and down, pretending to be very concerned. Auntie Lee stood inside the door, clenching her teeth and keeping her mouth shut. She wanted to laugh but dared not, and she couldn't hold back any longer. It felt as if her internal organs were about to shift. She didn't know that the young master was such a good actor, and his performance was so lifelike that she thought he was the real thing. If he entered the entertainment industry, he would definitely be top-notch. At this moment, Louis Chen also felt that he was too good an actor, and that the Oscars owed him a statuette. Jiang Yanyan was a little sad. She had been hit by a car for so long, and no one had ever cared about her. The biggest reason for this was that she couldn't find her phone. She wanted to buy another phone, but she hesitated to do so. On the one hand, she didn't have that much money in her hand. On the other hand, the doctor didn't let her go out, watching her like a prisoner, never leaving her side. She wanted to ask Auntie Lee for help, but she realized that she didn't bring her ID card. In the past few days, she had completely lost contact with the outside world, and could only calm down and enjoy the delicious food made by Auntie Lee. Every day, she ate, and her waist had grown a few sizes. When she went back, she would have to buy clothes, which would be another big expense. Jiang Yanyan felt warm in her heart when Louis Chen casually asked after her. "It's not serious, basically I'm already better and I'm preparing to be discharged." She smiled. "Oh, is that so? Then maybe I'll take you home first, my friend might have already been picked up," Louis Chen said shamelessly. Jiang Yanyan felt a little embarrassed. Although they were already husband and wife, they were still more or less like strangers. She had never bothered him before, and she didn't want to do so now. "Thank you, Mr. Liu, but no, I'll take the bus. It's not far, and I'll be there in no time." Jiang Yanyan didn't have much of her own, but in the past few days, Auntie Lee had bought her lots of daily necessities and some snacks. As a result, when she packed her things today, she had a suitcase full. Louis Chen looked at the things on the floor and frowned, saying, "You're taking the bus, and these things are not easy to carry. I'd better give you a ride, it's on my way." Jiang Yanyan didn't know where Louis Chen worked, and even less where he lived, so if he said it was on his way, it was on his way. The big suitcase was indeed difficult to carry, so she reluctantly took advantage of him for once. She would repay the favor by treating him to a meal in the future. "Okay, thank you, Mr. Liu." Louis Chen nodded, and pulled the suitcase towards the door. Jiang Yanyan followed behind him. She had just taken a few steps when she remembered Auntie Lee and turned around to ask, "Auntie Lee, which way are you going?" Auntie Lee smiled and waved at her, saying, "You guys go ahead, I'll be picked up." The nanny car from the old mansion was already waiting for her in the underground garage. Even if no one was picking her up, she wouldn't dare to ride in the young master's car. "Okay, goodbye, Auntie Lee." "Goodbye, Miss Jiang." After waving goodbye to Auntie Lee, Jiang Yanyan quickly quickened her pace to keep up with Louis Chen. The two of them rode the elevator together to the first floor. As soon as they got out of the elevator, someone suddenly shouted, "Louis Chen, why are you here?" Jiang Yanyan and Louis Chen both turned their heads at the same time and saw a voluptuous and incredibly sexy woman. Chapter 7 Agreement. Louis Chen glanced back, didn't react, and just walked away. Zhang Yanyan also glanced back. This woman was really enchanting, with a figure that was curvy in all the right places. She had a great body, and the key thing was that her face was also very pretty. Such a beautiful woman, and she, a woman, couldn't take her eyes off her, but Louis Chen just ignored her. Zhang Yanyan was secretly pleased, which meant that Louis Chen was not a playboy. She planned to take a second look, but suddenly she was tugged by Louis Chen, who signaled for her to hurry up and go. Despite being ignored, Song Wanting didn't seem discouraged. She quickened her pace, turned to Louis Chen, and said with a dejected expression, Chen, I really don't know what happened that day. I didn't think my brother would incite your uncle to do that kind of thing. Please forgive me, okay? Song Wanting pleaded bitterly, her tears welling up in her eyes. She looked so charming and pitiful that anyone would feel sorry for her. But Louis Chen seemed not to have seen her. His deep eyes radiated two sinister glares, his thin lips parted slightly, his tone icy, and he said, Get out of the way. Song Wanting had no intention of getting out of the way. She looked at the two of them, and her face gradually turned ugly. Louis Chen never gets close to women. He brings a lot of bodyguards with him whenever he goes out, just to keep crazy women away from him. Usually, it's also very difficult for her to get close to him. Last time, she was thrown out of the window by Louis Chen and fell onto her lumbar spine. She came here today for a follow-up examination, but she never expected to run into Louis Chen as soon as she entered the hospital. What's more, he didn't bring many bodyguards with him, and there was also a college girl-looking girl with him. Song Wanting felt a bitter feeling in her heart. Why was it that she had gone to so much trouble to stand by Louis Chen's side, but that young girl was able to follow him so easily? She was not giving up hope, and explained further, Chen, even if I shouldn't have walked into your room, I didn't do anything wrong, did I? You threw me out, didn't you? It's not that she didn't want to do anything wrong, it's just that she didn't get the chance to do anything wrong. She had just pushed open his bedroom door, and before her foot could fully enter, Louis Chen threw her out the window. Luckily, his bedroom was on the second floor, so she didn't suffer too much. If it had been on the 10th or 8th floor, she would have already been in hell. Zhang Yanyan stared at the two of them with wide eyes, eager to hear what was going on. She understood roughly what was going on. The woman in front of her wanted to have the delivery made at home, but Louis Chen threw her out. Nice. Louis Chen did a good job. She listened carefully, her big, watery eyes rolling around. Louis Chen glanced at Zhang Yanyan, grabbed her by the arm and, turning to Song Wanting with a cold expression, said, Wasn't what I said clear enough? Get out of the way. As soon as he had finished speaking, a group of security guards came down the elevator and, like sweeping rubbish, they pushed Song Wanting out of the way. The head of the security team came over, bowed and said, Sir, I'm sorry, it's our fault, someone got in your way and delayed you, I apologize. Louis Chen's face looked slightly better, and it would not happen again. Yes, yes, yes. The head of the security team's face was full of smiles, and a heart that had been hanging by a thread finally dropped safely. Goodness, he almost lost his job. If he had arrived a little later, and Miss Song had pounced on him recklessly, he would probably be begging on the street tomorrow. He bent his body at a 90-degree angle, and any less would have been unprofessional. The security guards behind him saw the captain's strange posture and followed suit, all bending to 90 degrees to see Louis Chen off. After seeing the president leave, the captain of the security team quickly straightened up and ran towards Auntie Lee, who was standing behind a pillar. He took her hands in his, as if he had seen a second mother, and said with gratitude, Auntie Lee, thank you for calling me. If it had been a little later, and Master had been tackled by Miss Song, I would have to beg along the street tomorrow. Li Chuanshan pulled her hands out of his hands and smiled, saying, It was nothing. It was all for the young master. Captain Wang needn't be polite. Captain Wang still hadn't come out of his shock. It felt like a dream. If it wasn't for Li Chuanshan, his career would have ended there. After thanking her 1,000 times, his heart finally settled down. He said to the group of security guards behind him, in the future, if Miss Song comes to our hospital, just throw her out. This culprit almost got him fired. The security guards were dumbfounded. Louis Chen took Zhang Yanyan to the underground garage, put her luggage in the trunk, and opened the back door. Zhang Yanyan whispered a thank you and then got in. As soon as she sat down, Louis Chen got in the car and said, There is a contract next to you, open it and sign it if you have no questions. Contract? Zhang Yanyan looked around in surprise and sure enough saw a not very thick A4 contract. She casually opened it and took a look. The general meaning of the contract was that they would have a 2-year trial marriage, during which they would not disclose their relationship. If, after 2 years, they did not fall in love with each other, they would go their separate ways. Each would go their own way. Of course, during those 2 years, he would fulfill his duties as a husband, including supporting the family and taking care of her, except for physical contact. Jiang Yanyan read it carefully. Although she was not very comfortable, she said, "Okay, there are no doubts, just do as you say. Can I sign it?" She didn't have high hopes for this marriage. They were only together because it was meant to be. She was stubborn, and he was responsible. In fact, they didn't even know each other. They hadn't even had a day of romance. She was already satisfied with a 2-year marriage. Many people have been in long-term relationships for 8 or 10 years, but in the end they still can't avoid breaking up. Louis Chen was a little surprised and glanced back at her. "Are you sure? If you have any doubts, you can mention them, such as your requirements for the house and living expenses. I can satisfy you." Although Jiang Yanyan was poor, she had never wanted to rely on anyone. Even if she married Louis Chen, she had no intention of spending his money and letting him support her through school. As for a house, she has no such demands. She is currently living in the school dormitory, which is cheap and lively. Even if he were to prepare a house for her, she would not live there. After all, they are only nominal husband and wife, and it is inconvenient to live together. "Well, that's it. I don't need you to support me. I can make my own money, and I can even earn a scholarship. But, Mr. Liu, thank you for your kindness." Louis Chen. Why does he feel like he has money to spend? Jiang Yanyan took out a pen from her bag and signed her name on the contract. There were 2 copies of the contract, and she signed her name on each one, keeping her copy and handing the other to Louis Chen. Louis Chen took the contract and took out a small bag from the car. The bag contained the key to the door of the Bishuiyuan apartment and a bank card. The bank card was his secondary card, with no limit on the amount that could be spent. Louis Chen had originally wanted to get her a dedicated card with some money on it, just enough for her to get by. But his grandfather had been in such a hurry that he hadn't had time to do it, so he had to give her the secondary card first. He handed her the bag and said, "There's the key to the room and a bank card inside. If you don't want to live in the dorms, go back home. If you run out of money, withdraw some from the card. Since I married you, I will give you a stable home and a life of abundance." Jiang Yanyan. Louis Chen handed Jiang Yanyan the key and bank card. Jiang Yanyan looked at them blankly, not knowing whether to take them or not. Chapter 8: Buying a mobile phone. "Mr. Liu, I really don't need it. Hold on, I'm going to drive." Louis Chen's voice was neither high nor low, but it was irresistible. Jiang Yanyan subconsciously reached out and took the item. Seeing her obediently take the item, Louis Chen's mouth twitched slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. He started the car and left Tongren Hospital, driving towards Nanjiang University. Nanjiang University is a double first-class university, not only the best school in Nanjiang City, but also famous throughout the country. Students who can get into Nanjiang University are all intellectually superior. At the beginning, Jiang Yanyan got into Nanjiang University with the best score in the city. She happily returned home with the admission notice, but she didn't expect Mrs. Liu to say with a stern face, "What's so happy about it? Does the first place pay different tuition fees? Tuition fees are so expensive, thousands of dollars a year, no matter how you put it, you're a money loser, it's just an abyss." Jiang Yanyan had heard this kind of thing since she was a child, so she should have been immune to it, but she was still very sad. She went to her room and cried for a long time. Louis Chen drove fast and soon arrived at Nanjiang University. As Jiang Yanyan was getting ready to get out of the car, Louis Chen asked, "What's your phone number?" They were already married, so regardless of whether they would have any contact in the future, at least they should leave a way to get in touch. Jiang Yanyan frowned. She couldn't find her phone after the car accident, and she hadn't gone to buy a new one yet. However, she could give him her phone number first. She skillfully pulled her phone out of her bag, and Louis Chen stored her phone number in it. After storing it, he dialed it, but unfortunately it was not connected. "Is your phone switched off?" he asked her, turning his head. "My phone is lost, I haven't bought one yet, I'll go buy one tomorrow when I don't have class, you can call me tomorrow night," Jiang Yanyan stammered. She felt a little embarrassed, as if she were asking him for his phone, so she quickly told him when she would buy a phone, so as not to make him think too much. As soon as she finished speaking, Louis Chen suddenly turned the car around and quickly left Nanjiang University. Jiang Yanyan was taken aback and asked in surprise, Mr. Liu, I haven't gotten off the car yet, why are you driving away again? Buying a phone. Jiang Yanyan. Mr. Liu, I'll go buy one with my classmates tomorrow. Their family sells phones, so it'll be cheaper. Louis Chen, do I care about a few dollars? He didn't take her up on her offer and took her directly to the city's busiest shopping mall. Before getting out of the car, he made a phone call. When they arrived on the third floor of the mall, Jiang Yanyan noticed that there were no customers in the mall at all, just smiling salespeople. Louis Chen went straight into a mobile phone store. Jiang Yanyan hurriedly followed, afraid that Louis Chen would buy her an expensive phone. On the one hand, she doesn't need an expensive phone, and on the other, she's afraid she won't be able to pay for it. She doesn't have much money left, just enough for living expenses, and if she buys a phone, she definitely won't have enough. She plans to find a temporary job to earn some living expenses after buying the phone. She has broken with her mother, and she definitely won't give her another penny. Her grandmother's pension is already very small, and these days her health is getting worse and worse, and the medicine she takes also costs a lot of money. She needs to earn money to help with household expenses. Unfortunately, as soon as Louis Chen entered the store, he set his sights on the latest model, which was outrageously expensive. Before Jiang Yanyan could even get to him, he had already asked the salesperson to wrap up the phone. Mr. Liu, I don't need to buy such an expensive phone. Sir, here's your card. Jiang Yanyan hadn't even finished speaking when Louis Chen had already paid. Jiang Yanyan. Can I return this phone? 15,000 yuan is enough for her and her grandmother to spend for half a year. Jiang Yanyan felt her heart bleed. Louis Chen, however, ignored her. He asked the waiter to put a SIM card in the phone, download some commonly used software, and save his phone number in it. After a few swift movements, he handed the phone to Jiang Yanyan. Jiang Yanyan looked at the phone, which looked like a gold bar, and didn't dare to take it. What? Don't you like it? Louis Chen asked. Jiang Yanyan's mouth twitched. No, not that. I like it quite a lot. How could I not like such an expensive phone? The point is that she is too poor to afford it. Jiang Yanyan took the phone and said awkwardly, Mr. Liu, I'll pay you back for the phone in a few months. She was a poor student who couldn't earn much from her part-time job, so she can only save up slowly. You don't have to pay it back, it's just a phone. After saying that, he turned his head and walked towards the underground garage. Jiang Yanyan. Is Mr. Liu rich? Has she found a sugar daddy? But whether he is rich or not, she will pay for the phone. Although they are married, she is not in the habit of taking advantage of others. Besides, their wedding anniversary is only 2 years away, and she can't wait until divorce to be in debt. Louis Chen dropped her off at the school gate and left. Jiang Yanyan carried her school bag and pushed her suitcase as she walked back to the dormitory. As soon as she entered the door, she was shocked. Her best friend Han Xiaoxiao jumped off the bed and rushed over like an arrow, threw her arms around Jiang Yanyan and cried and laughed, Jiang Yanyan, you're alive. I thought you were gone and was planning your 7th day of mourning. Jiang Yanyan pounded her angrily and said, what's the point of me being alive? It's been a few days since you last brushed your teeth, how can you say something that stinks? Han Xiaoxiao was so excited that she picked her up and spun her a few times, exclaiming happily, it's good that you're alive. You scared the hell out of me. I couldn't find you for a few days, and I was about to go to the police station to report it. Jiang Yanyan was dizzy from the spinning, and yelled, Han Xiaoxiao, put me down quickly, or else I'm going to throw up. Han Xiaoxiao finally let her down. But she still held on to her tightly, Yanyan, where the hell have you been these past few days? Why couldn't I get in touch with you? Jiang Yanyan told Han Xiaoxiao about the car accident, but she didn't say that she was married. Although Han Xiaoxiao was her best friend, she and Mr. Liu had no future, so there was no need to make a big deal about it. Han Xiaoxiao was so shocked that her soul was about to fly away. She stared at her and looked her up and down, and after finding that she didn't have any missing limbs, she asked, are you okay? Did you hurt your head? How about your internal organs? Jiang Yanyan smiled bitterly and said, no, I'm fine. Han Xiaoxiao then said with relief, that's good, don't hurt your head, the final exams are coming up soon, if you hurt your head, both Lu Zixuan and I will fail. Jiang Yanyan. Don't you two have hands? You're counting on me for the exams? Lu Zixuan, it's not like it's the first time we've counted on you, it's not like it's too much to ask for just one more time. Jiang Yanyan hadn't responded yet when the phone rang. As soon as she answered, a voice came from the other end. Jiang Yanyan, where have you been? Why haven't I been able to get in touch with you? Chapter 9, Pu Xin Nan. Jiang Yanyan, I had a little mishap, but it's over now, I'm fine, don't worry. Lu Zixuan is Jiang Yanyan's buddy, but he's more of a follower than a buddy. His purpose in following Jiang Yanyan around is obvious, he copies her homework and answers during tests. If it weren't for Jiang Yanyan, Lu Zixuan would probably fail every subject. Now, the exam is coming up, but Jiang Yanyan can't find anyone to help her. Lu Zixuan is so desperate that he almost asks his brother for help. But when he thinks of his brother's ice-cold face, Lu Zixuan feels scared. He just came back from outside at noon, and his roommate Yang Jingzi told him, Lu Zixuan, your big brother is back. He was overjoyed and forgot to put down the basketball. Is it true? Yang Jingzi narrowed his eyes and laughed. Of course it's true, I saw it with my own eyes. She was carrying her school bag and dragging a suitcase. It looked like she was going on holiday. Holiday? Lu Zixuan shook his head like a rattle. No way, absolutely not, my boss worked so hard, how could she possibly go on holiday during term time? Even if she was going on holiday, she would have asked me to go with her. Lu Zixuan put down the basketball, flipped his bangs in front of his forehead in the mirror, and said confidently. Yang Jingzi snorted. Why would she want to be with you, not Song Jinghao? Song Jinghao is not only good looking, but also has good grades. The most important thing is that he is the eldest son and grandson of the Song family, and will inherit the family business in the future. Although the Song family is not the #1 family in Nanjing City, they are still well known. Song Jinghao has no shortage of suitors, but he is a good person and rarely gets involved with women. Even Jiang Yanyan, who was sought after by everyone as a goddess, didn't even look at him. Jiang Yanyan didn't mind him, she thought he was quite good, but he wasn't her type. Because, she didn't like arrogant boys. Everyone has 2 arms and 2 legs, and he doesn't have an extra leg compared to anyone else. It's just that when you're a cell, your eyes are wide open and you can be reborn, there's nothing to be arrogant about. However, everyone secretly thinks that Jiang Yanyan likes Song Jinghao and is still pursuing him unwaveringly. Lu Zixuan immediately became angry. He put down the mirror and said seriously, Yang Jingzi, are you blind? When did my boss like Song Jinghao? What is he? He is not even worthy of my goddess. Yang Jingzi sighed and didn't dare to say another word. Song Jinghao was someone he couldn't afford to provoke, and Lu Zixuan was someone he couldn't afford to provoke even more. The Lu family is the #1 family in Nanjing City. Although Lu Zixuan is a scumbag, he can't stand up to the president of the Lu group. He'd better keep his mouth shut and know when to be a coward. Seeing that he was no longer speaking, Lu Zixuan quickly picked up his phone and contacted Jiang Yanyan. Jiang Yanyan said that she had a little problem, but she was fine now, which made him feel relieved. Thinking that the final exams were coming up soon, Lu Zixuan immediately offered his attentions. Jiang Yanyan, have you lost weight from wandering around for a few days? Why don't I treat you to a meal to help you regain your strength? Jiang Yanyan looked at her waist, which had grown several sizes, and frowned. Forget it, I still have to make up the classes I missed, so I don't have time for now. Lu Zixuan was full of disappointment. If he didn't invite her out to dinner, he would feel guilty copying her homework. Boss, what's your hurry? Even if you're in a hurry, you still have to eat. It doesn't matter if you eat in the cafeteria or a restaurant. Let's meet at Nanjing first floor tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. Nanjing first floor is owned by the Lu family and is also the most luxurious hotel in the city. Lu Zixuan had invited her to dinner many times, but she had always refused. Although they were good friends, she would not take advantage of him financially. Grandma said that if you eat someone else's food, you are short-tempered, and if you take advantage of someone else's means, you are greedy. Although she was living in straitened circumstances, she never took advantage of others. This was the pride of a scholar, and also her dignity as a poor person. But this time, Lu Zixuan was determined to take her to Nanjing first floor to cheer her up, saying that it was to celebrate her surviving a disaster. He would never say that it was to better copy homework and exam papers. For this reason, he also sent a message to Han Xiaoxiao, asking her to assist. Han Xiaoxiao immediately agreed. Although her family was well off, she could not go to Nanjing #1 building whenever she wanted. As far as she could remember, she had only been there once, when she was admitted to university, and her mother had taken her there as a reward. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and Han Xiaoxiao missed the food there very much. Hearing that Lu Zixuan was treating them to Nanjing #1 building, she was so happy that she almost jumped up. She also promised that she would bring Jiang Yanyan with her and not let Jiang Yanyan hold her back. After Jiang Yanyan hung up the phone, Han Xiaoxiao ran over. She put her arms around her waist and said, Yanyan, although your waist is a lot thicker than before, you can't refuse Lu Zixuan's invitation. Jiang Yanyan glared at her angrily. It's just a meal, right? Is it that rare? I still have to rush to class. Han Xiaoxiao immediately jumped up and said, Jiang Yanyan, don't be so aloof. The food at Nanjiang De Lu is really delicious. You'll want to go back for seconds after you've had just one bite. The taste is truly superb. Han Xiaoxiao's mouth watered just thinking about the food at Nanjiang De Lu. Jiang Yanyan is also a foodie, otherwise she wouldn't have gained 2 pounds after just a few days in the hospital. Luckily, she was originally too thin, so the weight gain isn't very obvious. Is it that delicious? Jiang Yanyan asked, turning her head to her. Of course, you'll know once you go. The taste is really unforgettable. Yanyan, just say yes, okay? Otherwise, we two copying your answer will feel guilty. Jiang Yanyan glanced at her, and you're not afraid of wasting my time, and then the three of us will fail. Han Xiaoxiao laughed, that won't happen. You'll just fail Song Jinghao, and let the eternal second place be the first for once. Jiang Yanyan was stunned. That won't do. I can't destabilize him. Rumor has it that Jiang Yanyan always gets first place on the exam, and she wants Song Jinghao to take notice of her and pursue her. But Song Jinghao is arrogant and conceited, so how could he possibly look at a girl from a poor family? For this reason, Jiang Yanyan was so angry that she had a stomachache, but she had nowhere to turn, so she could only let Song Jinghao be second place again and again. Han Xiaoxiao burst out laughing. Jiang Yanyan, you've gone too far. You haven't been to school for days, and you still let Song Jinghao come in second. Have you considered his feelings? Jiang Yanyan didn't think so. If he can't pass the exam, it's because he's not capable. Who told him to brag about me pursuing him? She just doesn't want to find a boyfriend, and she'll remain a spinster forever, not chasing after a guy like Song Jinghao. Not to mention the fact that she's already married. Ha 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 ha. Han Xiaoxiao was about to burst out laughing. Song Jinghao never imagined that someone as arrogant as him would be completely dominated by Jiang Yanyan in terms of studies. Chapter 10, The Eternal Second Best. At 6 p.m. the next day, as soon as the school bell rang, Han Xiaoxiao dragged Jiang Yanyan out of the classroom. She dragged Jiang Yanyan onto the bus without letting go, and after she sat her down, she panted, Jiang Yanyan, how much weight have you gained recently? I can hardly drag you anymore. In the past, she could carry her around and run 3 laps around the playground, but now she probably couldn't even manage one. Jiang Yanyan felt a little embarrassed. She hadn't gained much weight. She had just gotten sick and stayed in bed, eating but not moving, so she had gained weight. She would never say that Aunt Li's cooking was too delicious, but she couldn't help eating bowl after bowl. When she was discharged from the hospital, she couldn't get into her clothes, so Aunt Li went to the mall and bought her some more. Han Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes and looked at her carefully. Sure enough, Jiang Yanyan was no longer a airport flat-chested. Her breasts had grown where they should be, her buttocks were perky where they should be, and her skin was even more delicate than before, so delicate that it looked even better. If she were a man, he would definitely take her for himself, and he would never let her go. The two of them got off the bus after 3 stops, and Lu Zixuan was already waiting for them there. The 3 of them went to Nanjiang De Lu together, and soon after they sat down, a few more people arrived. They were all Lu Zixuan's friends, and when they saw Jiang Yanyan, their eyes lit up. Lu Zixuan told them that he was treating the academic prodigy to dinner, and they were his guests. In their impression, the nerds are all short, ugly and dark, and they are extremely unattractive. But the girl in front of them is white, thin, tall and fresh, like a fairy come down to earth, her smile and frown touching people's hearts. Shin Haodong asked Lu Zixuan quietly, are you sure she is just your buddy and not related in any other way? With such a beautiful girl as a buddy, Shin Haodong would rather believe that Lu Zixuan is gay. Lu Zixuan gave him a fierce glare. Vulgar, the friendship between me and the academic genius is pure. Between us, there is only learning, nothing but learning. We are a revolutionary friendship, so don't look at us with your aluminum alloy dog eyes. His brothers. Study? Lu Zixuan actually lectured them on studying. They had agreed to be academic failures together, but now Lu Zixuan was actually lecturing them on studying. You have to know that when Lu Zixuan went to Nanda University, the Lu family paid for it. It is said that the Lu group donated a building to Nanjiang University. Now Lu Zixuan actually says that he is addicted to learning and has even embraced the thigh of the academic. Is there anything funnier than this? Regardless of how good a student Lu Zixuan is, the girl in front of them is really pretty. Even these rich kids, who are used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, have to admit that Jiang Yanyan's face is really attractive. They can hardly take their eyes off her. Lu Zixuan glares at them fiercely a few times, telling them to behave themselves, or else they'll be in for it. They reluctantly move their eyes away. Since it was their own hotel, Lu Zixuan let loose with the ordering a full table of dishes, each with the characteristics of being expensive. The food was indeed delicious, and Han Xiaoxiao couldn't lift her head after eating. Jiang Yanyan also found it delicious, but with so many people around, she didn't feel comfortable eating freely. Lu Zixuan thought the food didn't suit his appetite, and took out the menu to order again, but Jiang Yanyan stopped him. There was no need to order anymore, they couldn't finish it all. Lu Zixuan was about to insist when suddenly someone said, "Jiang Yanyan, why are you here?" Jiang Yanyan looked up and saw Song Jinghao standing next to her, staring at her intently. Before she could say anything, Lu Zixuan stood up and said, "Why can't she be here? I invited her to dinner, so what?" Song Jinghao glanced at him and continued to say to Jiang Yanyan, you have been absent from class for so long, how can you still be in the mood to eat here? The exam is coming up soon, do you want to fail the course? As the monitor, Song Jinghao is qualified to lecture Jiang Yanyan. He has already given her face by not snitching on her in front of the counselor, but instead she not only shows no remorse, she also comes out to eat with the school rejects. Aren't you afraid of failing the final exam? As the eternal second-place student, Song Jinghao is full of confidence in this exam. He is determined to turn things around and wash away the shame of being the eternal second-place student. Jiang Yanyan raised her eyelids and looked at him. Song Jinghao, what are you shouting about? Have I eaten your food? How do you know I'm going to do badly in the exam? Are you a mind reader? She asked 3 questions in a row, and Song Jinghao's face turned pale. He said angrily, Jiang Yanyan, don't be ungrateful. I'm the class monitor, so I'm only concerned about you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even care if you failed. Failed? Jiang Yanyan couldn't help but laugh. Song Jinghao not only wanted to turn over a new leaf, he also wanted her to fail. Lu Zixuan couldn't bear to listen anymore. Song Jinghao, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Don't you know your place? You want to turn over a new leaf after being the second best for 1,000 years? When it comes to being the eternal second-place student, Song Jinghao's face turned green. This nickname was truly a disgrace to him. For 3 years in college, he had always come in second in every exam, never once turning over the top. He was completely dominated by Jiang Yanyan. No matter how hard he tried, he could never pass Jiang Yanyan. He was so angry that he grabbed the wine glass on the table and splashed it all over Lu Zixuan's face. Lu Zixuan was furious. He was being bullied on his own turf, which was simply outrageous. He wiped the beer off his face and punched Song Jinghao in the face, cursing, "Little brat, if I don't show you some colors, you really think you're the boss." Lu Zixuan had practiced Sanda and had very strong strength. With one punch, he hit Song Jinghao in the face, causing him to stagger back a few steps and almost fall to the ground. His little friend next to him was terrified and quickly helped him up, persuading him, Jinghao, forget it, let's just go, don't get involved. Lu Zixuan wasn't very good at studying, but he was very good at fighting. No one among the rich kids didn't know his reputation. However, Song Jinghao had never suffered any losses, let alone been beaten up, so how could he bear such humiliation? He was furious, grabbed the bottle of wine on the table and smashed it towards Lu Zixuan's head. Seeing that the bottle of wine was about to hit his head, Lu Zixuan easily dodged it. He took a step forward and shouted at Song Jinghao, "You want to fight, right? Come on." His eyes were red, and he raised his fists to fight back. At this moment, Jiang Yanyan suddenly shouted, "Stop fighting, if you keep fighting, someone will get killed." Lu Zixuan's hand stopped in mid-air. He turned his head to look at Jiang Yanyan and saw that she was really angry, so he had to put his hand down. However, Song Jinghao did not let go, and he took advantage of Lu Zixuan's inattention to give him a hard kick. Lu Zixuan was caught off guard and was kicked on the ground, knocking his front teeth against the stool and almost knocking them out. His mouth was full of blood, and he was so angry that he got up from the ground and started to beat Song Jinghao up. Chapter 11, The Arrogant Girl. Lu Zixuan rode on top of Song Jinghao and punched him left and right. Although he didn't hit him hard, he also beat Song Jinghao almost to the point of fainting. Jiang Yanyan and Han Xiaoxiao were shocked and hurried over to pull him back. Lu Yapeng was also shocked and hurriedly went to pull Song Jinghao up. He then directly dialed the police. Song Jinghao had come to dinner with him, and he could not bear the responsibility of being beaten up like this. The Song family would definitely not let it go. The lobby manager heard the commotion and came running over. When he saw that it was his young master causing trouble, his face turned green. He wanted to go mediate, but the waiter told him that someone had already called the police. This is going to be a problem. If someone is taken to the police station, it's not something he can resolve. After thinking for a moment, he directly dialed the CEO's phone. Louis Chen was entertaining guests, and when he saw the lobby manager's phone, he was a little puzzled, but he still answered the phone. What's wrong? What's the matter? Lobby manager, Mr. Liu, the third young master is causing trouble again, and he knocked someone out in the lobby. Louis Chen. His younger brother can't stop fighting for 3 days without itchy hands. Is the other person seriously injured? Lobby manager, not too serious. The point is that the other party called the police. Oh. Before the lobby manager could finish his sentence, the police car had already arrived with a siren wailing. Louis Chen heard it clearly. He frowned, put down the phone, and continued to entertain guests as if the person arrested was not his younger brother at all. Louis Chen was at ease amidst the revelry and the clinking of glasses. After the party was over, he returned home, and it was then that he remembered that there was still a cheap younger brother in the police station. He didn't want to go to the police station to get him, but Lu Zixuan's parents were both abroad, in charge of overseas business, and this matter could not be made known to his grandfather. He could only go to the police station again. Police station. After the police brought them, they were simply questioned for a few sentences and then locked up. Zhang Yanyan was a little panicked when she came to the police station for the first time. She wanted to blame Han Xiaoxiao a little, but since it had already come to this, she decided not to. Han Xiaoxiao hugged her, full of guilt. Yan Yan, can you forgive me? I didn't know I would be taken here. If I knew I would say anything, I would never drag you out to dinner. Zhang Yanyan patted her head. It's okay, you didn't mean it. You didn't know you would encounter the eternal second child, let alone that he would meddle in other people's business. Even though Zhang Yanyan didn't blame her, Han Xiaoxiao was still extremely guilty. If the school found out, Zhang Yanyan's scholarship might be gone. Her family is not well off, and she depends on the scholarship to get by. If the scholarship is gone, how will she live for the rest of the semester? The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt, and she almost hugged Zhang Yanyan and cried. Zhang Yanyan also realized this, and if the school found out, it would be trouble. The most direct impact would be that she would lose her status as a model student, lose her scholarship, and it could affect her job search in the future. The more she thought about it, the more her head ached. These two were simply like pigs as teammates, and she hated them so much that she wanted to beat them up. Lu Zixuan leaned against the wall, looking unconcerned. He looked at Zhang Yanyan, who was crouching in the corner, and said reassuringly, "Boss, you don't need to panic. My big brother will definitely fix it. It's not a problem at all. The school won't find out, and your honor and scholarship will not be affected. Just in case, if you lose your scholarship, I'll give you living expenses." His brother has a lot of money, and what falls through the cracks is higher than the school scholarship. Money is just a number to the Liu family, and it's a very, very long mathematical series. Aha, yes, Yin Yin, don't be too sad. If the scholarship is gone, Lu Zixuan and I will take care of your living expenses, and I'll give you half of my allowance. Han Xiaoxiao raised her hand and swore. She usually spends money recklessly, and her living expenses are not even enough for her own creation. But for Zhang Yanyan, she would rather tighten her belt, even if she only eats one steamed bun a meal. Zhang Yanyan was amused by the two of them, as if she were about to beg on the streets. However, she really hoped that the police officer would not be so cruel as to report the matter to the school. As long as the school didn't know, everything else would be fine. While they were talking, a police officer walked over, glanced at them, and shouted, "Lu Zixuan, your family is here." Lu Zixuan tilted his head and said proudly, "See, my brother is here. Don't worry, don't panic, I'll take you out in a moment." He had been to the police station many times before, so he knew his way around and felt no sense of tension at all. Every time he came, he was taken away by his older brother, who sometimes scolded him and sometimes didn't even say a word. He followed the police to the lobby, where Lu Yichen was already waiting. He glanced at Lu Zixuan and asked in disgust, "What is it this time?" Lu Zixuan was stunned. He wanted to say that his goddess had been bullied, but the word stuck in his throat. I invited my classmates to dinner, and Song Jinghao came over specifically to insult my classmates. Ha! Louis Chen looked at him with amusement. If Song Jinghao insulted your classmates, wouldn't they take care of it themselves, and you wouldn't need to step in? You're too righteous, aren't you? Lu Zixuan scratched his nose and said a little embarrassed, my classmate is a girl, she is timid, she can't argue with him, let alone fight him, so I helped her. A girl? Louis Chen looked at him in shock, which made Lu Zixuan feel panicked. His younger brother was a bit of a loser, but he never messed around with girls, and he had never even been in a relationship. Today, he actually got into a fight with someone over a female classmate, which really shocked Louis Chen. Does he like her? He's invited her to dinner and fought for her, so what else could it be? To Louis Chen's surprise, Lu Zixuan's head was shaking like a rattle. No, he's her brother, he worships her, he simply worships her, he doesn't have any feelings for her. He was flustered and his explanation was a mess, making things even worse. He couldn't even convince himself with such an explanation, let alone his billionaire CEO older brother. Louis Chen smiled and said, I didn't say you can't date, so what are you nervous about? Lu Zixuan muttered, I just want a date, but it's only if someone can like me. Really? Louis Chen asked in return. Was there really such a proud and arrogant girl at Nanda University? His younger brother had no vices except for not doing well in school and being playful. Although he was not as good looking as him, he was also suave and debonair, and a person of talent. Yet that girl actually didn't like him. Louis Chen suddenly became curious about that girl. He wanted to see what kind of girl could make his younger brother worship her and be unable to reach her. Where are your classmates? Lu Zixuan was secretly delighted. He was waiting for him to say this. I'll go get them inside. He turned his head and ran inside, shouting before he reached the door, Boss, Han Xiaoxiao, let's go, hurry up and get out. Chapter 12, Face the wall and reflect on your mistakes. Han Xiaoxiao and Zhang Yanyan were both shocked. They were gone so soon. They thought they would be there for a few days. After all, Song Chenhao was seriously injured, and he was the heir to the Song group. The Song family would not let them go. The two of them hurriedly stood up and followed Lu Zixuan out. Zhang Yanyan was still worried and asked, Lu Zixuan, are you really fine? The school should not know, right? Lu Zixuan looked back and smiled at her. It's fine, don't worry. If the school knew, wouldn't I have been expelled long ago? Han Xiaoxiao also smiled and said, Yan, don't worry, it's definitely fine, your scholarship is safe. She wasn't afraid that Zhang Yanyan would split her living expenses, but the scholarship was linked to honor, and they couldn't make up for the honor to her. The three of them came to the lobby together. When Zhang Yanyan saw the person standing in the lobby, she immediately froze. Isn't that her nominal husband? Why is he here? Louis Chen also saw Zhang Yanyan. There was not only shock in his deep eyes, but also more coldness and chilliness. Especially when he saw Lu Zixuan gesticulating and talking to Zhang Yanyan, he wanted to kick his cheap younger brother out the window with one foot. Lu Zixuan didn't notice any of this at all. He said excitedly, Boss, this is my brother. He'll take us back to school in a bit. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Zhang Yanyan smiled a little, wanting to greet Louis Chen, but then suddenly remembered the matter of the secret marriage and had to pretend not to know him. She said politely, Hello, Mr. Lu. Han Xiaoxiao did not greet Louis Chen. She whispered in Zhang Yanyan's ear, Yan, Lu Zixuan's older brother is a bit older, but he is so handsome. He is the handsomest person I have ever seen. Movie stars are not as good looking as him. He is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more handsome than our school beauty Song Jinghao. Ah, he is so handsome, I want to be his little fangirl. Zhang Yanyan looked at Louis Chen's face, which looked like an ice stick, and whispered, Don't talk nonsense, ice stick face doesn't seem happy. Han Xiaoxiao hurriedly looked up at Louis Chen. Isn't it true, Mr. Lu is standing there like an ice sculpture, with dark, deep eyes that seem to be surging with emotions. Lu Zixuan also sensed that the atmosphere was wrong. He gave a grudging smile and introduced him to Lu Zixuan, Brother, this is Zhang Yanyan, and this is Han Xiaoxiao. Louis Chen originally thought that the person Lu Zixuan admired was Han Xiaoxiao, but he didn't expect him to continue, Brother, Zhang Yanyan is very good at her studies and always beats Song Jinghao. He dislikes Zhang Yanyan and is picking a fight with her for trouble. Since they came out, Louis Chen has not said a word, and everyone can feel his indifference, gloom, and even anger. Even when Zhang Yanyan greeted him, he did not respond. Lu Zixuan was very puzzled. What's wrong with my big brother today? It's as if he's on dynamite, ready to explode at any moment. Especially the way he looked at Zhang Yanyan, as if the two had a feud. But they don't even know each other. Lu Chen glanced at them and said in a low voice, "Let's go." After saying that, he turned his head and walked outside the police station. The three of them looked at each other, no one daring to say a word, and followed Lu Chen out of the police station. Hai Tao was waiting outside the police station in his car. When he saw Zhang Yanyan following Lu Chen, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. There's going to be some good drama. We're going to have melons to eat. Since the CEO got a young wife, there's more and more drama every day, and it's all so exciting that he can't keep up with it all. Hai Tao suppressed his laughter and got out of the car with a serious face to help the CEO open the passenger door. Lu Chen didn't even look at him and walked straight over. He was about to open the back door when Lu Zixuan already slipped through the other door. Lu Chen gave him a cold stare, got out, and sat in the passenger seat. Lu Zixuan was stunned and said in surprise, "Brother, I'll sit in the passenger seat. Where will you sit? You can't sit in the back, can you? Zhang Yanyan and Han Xiaoxiao are both my classmates, it's not appropriate for you to sit here. There are only 2 seats in the back, and it will be very crowded with 3 people sitting together." Lu Chen gave him a look, his voice was commanding without anger. "Wasn't what I said clear enough?" Lu Zixuan immediately backed down. He was most afraid of upsetting his big brother, because whenever he was upset, his wallet would definitely be empty. Reluctantly, he climbed out of the back seat, opened the front door, and sat in the passenger seat. Han Xiaoxiao was a little excited when she saw this scene, and she decided to sit in the middle. It was a little uncomfortable, but she could sit with a handsome guy, or rather, a handsome uncle. What if sparks fly? Wouldn't that be a windfall? With these rosy expectations, Han Xiaoxiao pouted her bottom and crawled towards the inside. Just as she had managed to squeeze in, Lu Chen gave her a cold look and said, "Get out. Let her get in first." Han Xiaoxiao was feeling miserable inside. The beautiful encounter had ended before it had even begun. Oh. She wanted to pretend she didn't hear it and hang around, but Lu Chen's eyes were so cold that it seemed like she would be frozen if she moved a step slower. She quickly scrambled out of the car, shoved Zhang Yanyan into the car, and muttered, Go, hurry up and go next to the popsicle face, it's so scary, I'm afraid it will freeze me to death." Zhang Yanyan gave a bitter smile. She was scared too. She was just having dinner with her classmates, but it felt like she had been caught cheating. Lu Chen ignored her, feeling that a storm was about to break. No matter what, she had to sit in the middle, and it wouldn't be appropriate for Han Xiaoxiao to sit there. Zhang Yanyan bent over and got into the car, while Lu Chen turned his head and looked out the window, not even glancing at her, as if they didn't know each other at all. The atmosphere was very strange, and even Hai Tao, who was eating melons in the driver's seat, felt that something was wrong. He quickly started the car and drove towards the city. After they had gone a short distance, Lu Zixuan felt that something was wrong. He pointed at the intersection ahead and shouted, "Brother Hai, you're going the wrong way. Turn around at the intersection ahead. Our school is to the west. This is the wrong way." Hai Tao had just heard the president whisper to him to go to Bishuiyuan. "Oldest brother, which way are you waving?" Hai Tao seemed not to hear, and continued driving forward. Lu Zixuan was anxious. He was about to lose his temper when Lu Chen spoke up, saying to go to the old house. Lu Zixuan immediately subsided. His elder brother was going to abandon him to his grandfather. He could bear any punishment, but he didn't want to go to his grandfather. His grandfather would not only scold him, but also beat him, making him kneel in the courtyard, in full view of everyone. He is about to turn 20, and if he kneels in the courtyard again, when this gets out, his good name will be ruined. He hurriedly turned around and begged, "Big brother, you can punish me any way you want, but please don't throw me to Grandpa." Lu Chen looked at him with his eyelids raised, his face expressionless. "No, you must accept Grandpa's teachings, reflect on your mistakes, and start over." Lu Zixuan. How big a mistake did he make that he has to reflect on his mistakes and start over? He has been to the police station before, and he has been rescued before, but it has never been serious. What's wrong with him this time? It's almost as if he's been sent back to the furnace. The car soon arrived at the front door of the old house. Lu Chen called Uncle Li and said, "Uncle Li, the third young master is back." "Uncle Li. It's so late. Has the third young master done something wrong again?" He didn't dare be rude and hastily said, "Yes, young master." The door to the old house opened, and Uncle Lee walked out from inside. Lu Zixuan reluctantly got out of the car and followed Uncle Lee to the old house. He took 2 steps and then turned back, patting the car window and shouting, "Brother, you must take my classmates back to school." Louis Chen pressed his eyebrows together and returned to Bishuiyuan. Chapter 13, Is This Appropriate? The car soon arrived at the gate of Bishuiyuan. Louis Chen got out of the car, and Han Xiaoxiao and Jiang Yanyan also got out. Han Xiaoxiao was confused. What did Lu Zixuan's older brother want? To abduct a young girl? It didn't seem like he was a bad person. If he was going to abduct someone, he should abduct her. Jiang Yanyan was so pretty, and she was also such a good student, she had a bright future ahead of her. She was so called. She's just so looking and her grades aren't that great, so let him ruin her life. Before the two of them could say anything, Louis Chen turned back to Han Xiaoxiao and said, "You take the bus back to school." His tone was cold and unyielding. Han Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. She was so unpopular that she wasn't even taken hostage. She grabbed Jiang Yanyan's hand and said sadly, "Yanyan, aren't you coming with me? Aren't you going back to school with me?" Jiang Yanyan looked up at Louis Chen, who was frowning and didn't react. She also wanted to go back to school, but she didn't dare to go back without Louis Chen saying anything. Maybe Mr. Lu wanted to talk to her about something. She patted Han Xiaoxiao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You go back first, I'll be there in a while. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine." Han Xiaoxiao looked at her incredulously and whispered, "Yanyan, do you know him?" Jiang Yanyan nodded and shook her head. Han Xiaoxiao could not help but smile bitterly. "Do you know him or not?" "Yanyan, this man looks like he's in his 30s. I've heard that old men in their 30s are fierce. If you, a little lamb, are sent to him, I guess there won't even be any bones left." Jiang Yanyan, Han Xiaoxiao, you're right. Last time, he almost gave me a gynecological problem. She covered Han Xiaoxiao's mouth with her hand and whispered in her ear, "Han Xiaoxiao, don't say anymore, it's not good if someone hears. Look at Louis Chen's face, it's like a block of ice. If he gets angry, he'll freeze someone to death. You hurry back, I'll be back in a bit." After Jiang Yanyan finished speaking, she followed Louis Chen into the residential area. Han Xiaoxiao got back into the car, feeling anxious. He quickly sent a message to Lu Zixuan. "Lu Zixuan, your brother had someone take me back to school and went upstairs alone with Jiang Yanyan." Lu Zixuan was at the old mansion receiving guidance from his grandfather. When he heard his phone ring, he quickly opened it and glanced at the screen. When he saw the last few words, he was completely dumbfounded. Louis Chen took Jiang Yanyan upstairs alone? What did that mean? Did Big Brother take a fancy to her? No way, Big Brother is famous for being an old iron tree that doesn't bloom for 10,000 years. Besides, he has seen all kinds of beautiful women, so how could he possibly go after a young female student? Despite this, he still couldn't help but ask with a worried heart, "Have you made a mistake? My brother doesn't even know Jiang Yanyan, so how could he possibly have taken her upstairs?" Louis Chen travels with bodyguards within a 10-meter radius just to keep women away, so how could he have taken the initiative to approach Jiang Yanyan? Han Xiaoxiao said, "I'm not blind, your brother really took Jiang Yanyan upstairs. Didn't you notice the way your brother looked at Jiang Yanyan?" Lu Zixuan's heart suddenly jumped, and he remembered that ever since Louis Chen had seen Jiang Yanyan, he had never given him a good look. Big Brother, he can't be serious. Lu Zixuan suddenly jumped up from his chair, grabbed his phone, and dashed towards the door. The old man was patiently teaching his mischievous grandson. He had started from the spring and autumn period in Warring States period, and hadn't even gotten to the Tang and Song dynasties yet, when Lu Zixuan suddenly jumped up like a monkey. Before he could react, he had already dashed out. He rushed out with his walking stick in his hand, yelling, "Come back here, I'm not done talking to you yet." He stopped Lu Zixuan. The security guard at the door easily stopped Lu Zixuan, and Uncle Lee walked over and pulled him back. Lu Zixuan was anxious and said, "Grandpa, you can't stop me, if you do I'll get into trouble." The old man was so angry that he hit him with his walking stick. What could possibly happen? You've already been to the police station, what could possibly happen? Grandpa, it's not me who will have an accident, it's my older brother. My older brother will have an accident. Louis Chen will have an accident? The old man was so angry that he almost laughed. He raised his cane and hit him again. Mind your own business, and stop worrying about your brother. Where is your brother not better than you? Louis Chen was an academic when he went to school, with wall after wall of awards and certificates. Lu Zixuan, on the other hand, had to rely on a donation from the Lu group to get into university. If it wasn't for Lu Yichen donating a building, would he even have the chance to go to Nanjiang University? And he has the nerve to talk about his big brother. Lu Zixuan was so angry that he almost jumped up. Grandpa, it's true that my big brother is better than me, but the point is that he shouldn't have taken my female classmate upstairs alone. The old man. What did you say? Say that again? Who did your brother take upstairs? Lu Zixuan looked dejected. My brother took my female classmate to Bishuiyuan and even took her upstairs. My classmate is very pretty, but my brother shouldn't have been tempted by her. The old man's eyes blinked again and again. His intuition told him that Lu Zixuan's female classmate must be Lu Yichen's new wife. That kid hardly pays any attention to women, he wouldn't easily take someone upstairs. What's your classmate's name? Lu Zixuan was still extremely anxious. Grandpa, why are you asking? The most important thing right now is to save my classmate and stop my big brother from making a mistake. The old man was angry and gave him a hard knock. I asked you a question, you didn't answer, and you just kept talking nonsense. Lu Zixuan grimaced in pain. He rubbed his arm and muttered, my classmate is Jiang Yanyan. She's not only pretty, but she's also good at her studies. The old man beamed like a flower, that's right. Lu Zixuan was confused, Grandpa, what's right? The old man gave him a stern look, Jiang Yanyan is your sister-in-law, if your brother doesn't take her upstairs, does he take you upstairs? What? Lu Zixuan's features almost exploded, Grandpa, what did you say? Jiang Yanyan is my classmate, she is a junior student, how could she be my brother's wife? This is simply groundless. The old man must be talking nonsense. Lu Zixuan refused to believe it no matter what. The old man paused, with a smile on his face. Believe it or not, Jiang Yanyan is your brother's wife. They just got married. Don't tell anyone about this for now. Just you know. Your brother wants a secret marriage, so he can't announce it to the world yet. Lu Zixuan. How is this possible? Lu Yichen is almost 30, and Jiang Yanyan has just turned 20. Big brother is an old man eating young grass. He thought for a moment and said, Grandpa, do you think my brother and Jiang Yanyan are a good match? The old man glared at him. Why wouldn't it be suitable? I think it's quite suitable. Yanyan is both beautiful and intelligent, and she is a perfect match for your brother. Lu Zixuan, Grandpa, my brother is much older than Jiang Yanyan, not just a year or two. My brother is now in his prime, with no complaints about his stamina, but in a few years, when Yanyan reaches the age of a wolf, my brother may not be able to keep up. The age difference is too big, which is not a good thing. The old man immediately raised his cane in anger. If you don't study hard, you know a lot in this area. You talk as if you were an old hand. I'll break your legs. Seeing that the cane was about to come down, Lu Zixuan slithered away with a squeak. It was late at night and quiet. Jiang Yanyan followed Lu Yichen to Bishuiyuan. Thinking about the pain from the last time, which had lasted for several days, Jiang Yanyan's legs were weak. Chapter 14, Fluttering Heart. Lu Yichen opened the door and had a panoramic view of the 300-square-meter house. Jiang Yanyan's first impression was that the house was really big, much bigger than the house of less than 50 square meters where she and her grandmother lived. Mr. Lu must be very rich, but whether he was rich or not had nothing to do with her. Their wedding date was only 2 years away, and after 2 years they would just be ordinary friends, or not even that. Lu Yichen changed his shoes and walked inside. Jiang Yanyan also took off her shoes. When she put them in the shoe cabinet, she found a pair of cute little yellow duck slippers inside. She took it out, put it on her feet and tried it on. It was not too big or too small, just her size. Jiang Yanyan was a little happy. She remembered that Mr. Lu had given her a set of house keys once, saying that she could come back to live there if she didn't want to live in the dormitory anymore. She just didn't expect Mr. Lu to be so considerate, not only preparing a house for her, but also the slippers. Jiang Yanyan walked inside wearing the little yellow duck slippers, and Lu Yichen was already sitting on the sofa waiting for her. When he saw her, he moved over a little to indicate for her to sit down. Jiang Yanyan sat down next to him, keeping a certain distance from him. Lu Yichen turned his head to look at her, his face not looking very good. Although it was no longer an ice-cold face, it was still chilling. He asked like he was interrogating a student, "When did you and Lu Zixuan meet?" Jiang Yanyan was stunned and answered truthfully, "I met him in my freshman year, what's wrong?" Louis Chen's eyes darkened and he continued to ask, "What is your relationship?" Jiang Yanyan was a little puzzled. What did Louis Chen mean? Did he suspect that she was having an affair with his younger brother? With the way his younger brother failed 3 subjects in one exam, she wouldn't look at anyone else. She glared at him angrily and replied coldly, "What else could the relationship be, classmates?" Louis Chen wanted to laugh. He didn't expect Jiang Yanyan to be such a straight girl, speaking straightforwardly without any beating around the bush. "What's the point of him inviting you to dinner?" Jiang Yanyan was a little upset. What did he care? The agreement clearly stated that they would not interfere with each other's private lives. But thinking about him getting himself out of the police station, she still patiently answered, "You need to ask Lu Zixuan about this. I feel like it's almost time for the exam, and he needs my answer." Louis Chen. He guessed it was for this reason, but when the words came out of Jiang Yanyan's mouth, he was still very angry and decided to reduce Lu Zixuan's monthly living expenses by 10,000 yuan in the future. "Lu Zixuan, my money." Louis Chen irritably pressed his eyebrows together. "Does he usually copy your homework?" Jiang Yanyan paused for a moment and copied it without missing a beat. Louis Chen felt that there was no need to give Lu Zixuan any living expenses. Since he didn't study, he might as well go out onto the street to pick up trash or beg along the street. "Lu Zixuan, I thank you, big brother." Knowing the reason, Louis Chen wasn't as angry anymore. He stood up from the sofa and said, "Go take a shower later, and you can stay here tonight." Jiang Yanyan frowned, thinking about the last time she had shared a bed with him. He was as fierce as a lion, and she was timid. "No, that's not necessary. I'd better go back to school. I have exams coming up, and I haven't reviewed some of the lessons." She wrinkled her sleeves with her hands, looking a little flustered and uneasy. Louis Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he pointed to the 2 rooms next to them. "You can stay in this room tonight, and I'll stay in that one." He wanted to tell her not to be afraid, that he would not touch her again. But Jiang Yanyan didn't think so. It was late at night, the moon was dark and the wind was high. What would happen between a man and a woman? You only need to use your fingers to figure it out. "Mr. Lu, you'd better take me back. If I don't go back, Han Xiaoxiao will worry. Send her a message to explain. It's almost 2 o'clock. If we keep tossing and turning, it will be dawn soon. He has an important meeting tomorrow." But Jiang Yanyan was desperate to go home, so he had to explain further, "My assistant drove the car to take your classmate home, so I don't have a car to drive you home. In fact, the 7 or 8 luxury cars in the underground garage are all his." After saying that, he turned his head and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Jiang Yanyan was destined to stay here tonight. She thought about it and decided that the worst that could happen was that she would lock the door, and if Louis Chen dared to molest her again, she would not be polite to him. She has practiced Sanda, and even if Louis Chen is tall and strong, he may not be her match. "Louis Chen, is that possible? I am also a martial artist." After strengthening her belief, she turned her head and walked into the bedroom, put her bag on the table, and went to the closet. She wanted to see if there were pajamas, bath towels, and other things in the closet. She opened the closet and looked inside. Wow! Not only were there pajamas in the closet, but there were also clothes for every season. Although there were not many sets, there were 2 or 3 sets for each season, and they looked of high quality. In fact, these clothes were all first-line designer brands, not only of high quality, but also very expensive. Jiang Yanyan did not know the brands, and she had never worn such good clothes before. Her eyes were a little moist. Mr. Lu had promised that as long as they were married, he would not treat her badly and would give her a good material life. It seems that he has kept his promise. However, one should not receive rewards for no merit. Jiang Yanyan was afraid that one day she would become addicted to this lifestyle, and when she divorced Mr. Lu, she would no longer be able to adapt to a life of poverty. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. She would continue to lead her life modestly, not coveting other people's wealth or taking advantage of others. She took out a bath towel from the closet and walked out of the bedroom. Just as she reached the door to the bedroom, she was shocked by the sight in front of her. Louis Chen came out wrapped in a towel. The towel was loosely tied around his waist, and water droplets were dripping from the ends of his hair. Looking down, she saw a slender waist, long legs that were over 1 meter 8, smooth muscle lines, and neatly arranged 8-pack abs. Jiang Yanyan almost got a nosebleed from looking at him, and she unconsciously swallowed. She knew he had a good figure, but she didn't realize he had such a good figure. At the beginning, she was in pain from being fucked by him, and she had no interest in looking at him. Now she has had her fill, making up for the oversight at the beginning. She looked without restraint, with no intention of avoiding him. Louis Chen. Who was afraid of him just now? Why is he looking so arrogant now? He quickly lifted the towel and, as if to prevent a pervert, rushed into his bedroom. Jian Yanyan. She felt like Louis Chen was treating her like a pervert. She gave a little smile and walked into the bathroom with the towel. She casually washed herself and came out wrapped in the towel. As soon as she walked out of the bathroom, she saw Louis Chen leaning against the bedroom door with a glass of water in his hand, looking at her leisurely. Jian Yanyan was startled, her heart pounding. What was Louis Chen going to do? Chapter 15, Buying Clothes. Louis Chen stood in the doorway of the bedroom, holding a glass of water in his hand, leisurely taking a couple of sips, and glanced at Jiang Yanyan twice, as if he were not looking. She had a slender figure, her arms were as white as jade, her collarbone was exposed, and she was really attractive. Louis Chen couldn't take his eyes off her, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously twice. In order not to make a mistake, he forced himself to look elsewhere. Jiang Yanyan was calm and composed. She lifted the towel a little and walked unhurriedly towards the bedroom door. When she reached Louis Chen, she smiled at him and said, "Good night, Mr. Liu." Louis Chen. He felt that she didn't regard him as a man, or rather, she regarded him as air. Jiang Yanyan pushed open the door and was about to go in when Louis Chen suddenly reached out and stopped her at the door. She took an involuntary step back and looked at him very calmly. "Mr. Liu, what's wrong?" Jiang Yanyan appeared to be very calm on the surface, but in fact, her heart was in a mess. She was afraid that Louis Chen would spit her out in one go. Thinking about his physical strength and ferocity, Xue Siyue felt pain in her lower body. She must have psychological scars. Louis Chen looked down at her, her slender waist barely a handful, her damp hair clinging to her shoulders, and especially her proud bosom, standing proudly, setting off the whole figure. He shifted his gaze away with difficulty, his face expressionless, and said in a cold tone, "There are pajamas in the cabinet, why don't you wear them?" Jiang Yanyan was stunned. "I don't know whose pajamas they are, I dare not wear them." Louis Chen. What she meant was that he was a womanizer, right? Married to her and still keeping other women? His eyes darkened, and he took a step back. He placed the teacup on the coffee table and looked at her leisurely. "I'm married to you, so whose clothes do you think are in this house?" Jiang Yanyan. How did she know if he had a girlfriend before? Seeing that she was not speaking, Louis Chen explained further, "Those clothes were bought for you by someone not long ago, in case you forgot to bring your clothes when you came over. 2 or 3 sets were bought for each season, which is not a lot. If you think it's not enough, go buy a few more with your classmates at the weekend. If the cabinets in the bedroom can't hold them, there's a special cloakroom over there with lots of cabinets." Jiang Yanyan felt a little ashamed. He had been so thoughtful, and she had misunderstood him. She blinked mischievously and said apologetically, "Thank you, Mr. Liu, I misunderstood you. But I have enough clothes, so you don't need to go to such expense. Those clothes really look good, and they must look beautiful on you." The point is that her family's situation is there for all to see, and if she dresses up to the nines, she'll definitely be the subject of people's gossip. Some people are born that way. When others are inferior to them, they laugh at her. If one day she suddenly becomes better than them, eats and wears better than them, they will definitely think that she has married a rich man and become a mistress. They will point their fingers at her behind her back, and their words can drown her. Louis Chen's mouth twitched as he remembered the clothes she was wearing when he bumped into her that day. The cuffs were washed until they turned white, and there were 2 holes in her pants. I don't know if it was for fashion or if the pants were really worn out. It was precisely because he saw how shabby she was dressed that he had asked his assistant to go to the mall and buy her some clothes, all designer brands and all the latest styles. He was afraid that she wouldn't like them, so he specifically reminded her to go buy a few sets herself. The card he gave her was his secondary card, and there was more than enough money on it, so much that she could buy not just clothes, but a villa, and still have money left over. He had promised her that during the marriage period, he would provide her with a good life and fulfill his obligations as a husband, except for physical contact. However, Louis Chen did not expect her to refuse. He looked at her without blinking. "Why?" Jiang Yanyan froze for a moment. "Why what?" "Louis Chen, why don't you want to wear the clothes I bought? Aren't they nice?" Jiang Yanyan's head shook like a rattle. "No, those clothes are very nice and suit me well. The point is that I was originally very poor. She couldn't quite say it. Although it is not her fault to be poor, being poor makes her pessimistic, painful, and even inferior. The reason why she studies so hard is that she wants to change her destiny and living conditions through learning, and also hopes to provide a good life for her grandmother through her own efforts. In fact, the Jiang family is not too poor, but she and her grandmother are. Jiang's father and mother run a small supermarket. Although they are not rich, they lead a comfortable life. Her brother wears and uses only famous brands and constantly changes girlfriends. But they just don't want to spend money on Jiang Yanyan. Since Jiang Yanyan was raised by her grandmother, they don't even care about her. The reason is that if she has money to support her granddaughter, she will have money to support herself. Not only does Jiang's father not care about her grandmother, but even the Jiang family elder brother doesn't care. In the end, only the grandmother and granddaughter live on the old woman's meager pension. Her eyes are a little red. Over the years, she and her grandmother have had a hard time, and every penny has to be counted. This is especially true when her grandmother got sick, which made things even worse. If it weren't for the scholarship at school and the possibility of applying for student loans, she doesn't think she could have even gone to college. Thinking about this, Jiang Yanyan's heart aches. She is determined to study hard, get a good job in the future, earn more money, and let her grandmother enjoy a few days of happiness. Louis Chen saw her eyes red and her thin body trembling slightly, and it made him feel bad. He felt a little self-blame, thinking only about helping her and forgetting how to help her. Yes, she was originally very poor, and suddenly one day wearing the latest designer clothes, she would definitely attract criticism. It seems that in the future I can't buy her those designer clothes, but I'll have them custom made. That way, the quality of the clothes is unquestioned, and without a tag, no one will know how much they cost. After mentally calculating, he sighed and said, I know what you're thinking. I'll have someone buy you some clothes without tags tomorrow. Ah. Jiang Yanyan was a little anxious. Mr. Liu, that's not what I meant. I didn't come from a wealthy family, so I didn't need to wear expensive clothes. I have enough clothes now, and you don't need to buy any more, it's too much of a waste of money. She not only didn't want to dress so well, she also didn't want to spend his money. They had only been living together for the past 2 years, and she didn't want to take advantage of him in any way. Grandma said that a woman should love herself and not take advantage of others. Louis Chen, your clothes are your clothes, and I should buy them if I want to. Would he dare not buy them? Grandpa kept saying that he wanted to let her live a little better, and kept arguing that he should take her to meet him. If she goes to see him looking shabby, Grandpa will have to knock him over with his walking stick. Jiang Yanyan saw that she couldn't argue with him, so she had to agree. In the end, the two of them couldn't come to an agreement, and they each went back to their own room to rest. They didn't speak for the rest of the night. Early the next morning, Jiang Yanyan hadn't even woken up yet when the phone rang. She was half asleep and wanted to sleep a little longer, but the phone kept ringing over and over again, which made her head ache. Chapter 16, All Night. Jiang Yanyan was so annoyed that she had no choice but to pick up the phone and answer it. As soon as she connected, a voice came from the other end of the line. Jiang Yanyan, where are you? Lu Zixuan was burning with impatience and was extremely anxious. Jiang Yanyan opened her eyes drowsily and looked around. The bedroom was very large, and the bed was also very large and comfortable. She thought about it and then remembered that she had not returned home last night and had spent the night at Mr. Lu's house. I seem to still be at your brother's house. Lu Zixuan really thought exactly what he was thinking. His older brother never ate meat, and once he did, he simply couldn't stop. Seeing that Jiang Yanyan was in dire straits, he was at his wit's end. He gripped the phone tightly. Boss, are you okay? My older brother didn't eat you up, did he? He always felt that Jiang Yanyan was so young and pretty, and she shouldn't be swallowed up by his brother, an old bull. Jiang Yanyan stretched and yawned. She felt fine, just a little sleepy. Why did you call me so early? Lu Zixuan looked at his watch. Goodness, it's almost 9 o'clock, it's still early. Did they not sleep last night? All night. Even if they did, Lu Zixuan could not say anything. After all, they were a legitimate couple. Lu Zixuan admired his brother, who had to find his goddess when he could have found anyone else. He paused and said, then take a little more rest. I'll pick you up at noon. You need to study hard these 2 days. Han Xiaoxiao and I are counting on you for the final exam. Jiang Yanyan muttered something, as if to say that you guys didn't count on me before. By the way, if your brother makes any moves on you recently, it has nothing to do with me. Lu Zixuan was shocked. His voice almost trembled as he said, "Jiang Yanyan, what did you say to my brother?" He was most afraid of his eldest brother. In his eyes, Louis Chen was even more terrifying than his grandfather. Even if he angered his grandfather, he would not dare to anger his eldest brother. When the billionaire CEO got angry, his pockets would be emptier than his face. Jiang Yanyan got up from the bed and said with a weak voice, "Your brother asked me if you usually copied my homework, and I answered honestly." Jiang Yanyan. Lu Zixuan felt his blood running backwards. The Lu family had donated a building so that he could study at Nanjiang University. His grandfather and eldest brother had repeatedly told him to study hard, never get into trouble again, and never copy homework. As it turned out, not only did he get into trouble, he also copied homework and answers. Lu Zixuan felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly hung up the phone. What goddesses? His life is more important. He needs to hurry and see if there is still any money on the card. Jiang Yanyan hung up the phone and prepared to take a nap again when her phone rang again. Han Xiaoxiao yelled like a loudspeaker, "Jiang Yanyan, you didn't come home last night. Where are you now? Are you still alive?" Jiang Yanyan was so angry that her stomach hurt. "Ugh, Han Xiaoxiao, can't you wish me well? You're always hoping I'll die. Are you anxious to eat at the funeral feast or what?" Han Xiaoxiao also realized that her words were inappropriate. "I'm sorry, Yan, you don't come home at night, and people are not concerned about you?" "Thank you, Xiaoxiao, I'm fine, I'm doing well." Han Xiaoxiao was a little unconvinced. Jiang Yanyan was so beautiful, didn't Mr. Lu have any thoughts? "Yan, you live in Mr. Lu's house, he hasn't done anything to you, has he?" Jiang Yanyan gave a wry smile. "Yan, where are you thinking? Mr. Lu is a gentleman." "Really?" Han Xiaoxiao asked in return. Why did she feel that Mr. Lu wasn't looking at her with innocent eyes? "Of course, we have one room each." Han Xiaoxiao still didn't quite believe it. "If he didn't do anything to you, then why did he take you to his house?" Jiang Yanyan. Han Xiaoxiao wasn't very good at studying, and she always got straight to the point when asking questions. Jiang Yanyan thought about it, but still couldn't tell her the truth. It wasn't that she didn't trust her, but he and Mr. Lu had no future. Besides, Mr. Lu said he wanted a secret marriage, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. "I was hit by him, wasn't I? He brought me here to talk about compensation." Han Xiaoxiao smiled and stopped talking. She firmly believed that things between them would not be that simple, and since Jiang Yanyan didn't want to talk about it, she would stop asking. She would naturally tell her when the time was right. Yan must have something she can't tell anyone about. Yan, come back early then, the exams are coming up soon. I want to study but I don't know a lot, so hurry back and give me a catch-up. In order to get Jiang Yanyan to come back early, Han Xiaoxiao even said for the first time that she wanted to study. Jiang Yanyan felt a little incredulous. "Xiaoxiao, is the sun shining from the west?" Han Xiaoxiao suppressed her laughter. "It's more or less like that, hurry back, if I fail the final exam I'll hold you responsible." Jiang Yanyan's eyelids twitched. Okay, I'll go back now." She hung up the phone, got up from the bed, rushed into the bathroom to wash her face, went back to the bedroom, grabbed her school bag and got ready to go out. As she passed by the kitchen, she could smell the delicious food cooking inside. She stopped in her tracks and looked inside. Louis Chen was cooking in the kitchen. At over 1.9 meters tall, he looked very at home in the apron, and he was very skilled at what he was doing. Hearing a noise at the door, he turned his head and saw Jiang Yanyan carrying her school bag as if she was about to leave. He put down the spatula, turned off the fire, and walked out with a plate of vegetables. "In a hurry? If you're not in a hurry, have breakfast before you go." He got up early, made a few breakfast dishes, and was about to eat before going to a meeting. He originally wanted to ask her to eat together, but seeing that she was not moving, he thought that she should sleep a little longer. Jiang Yanyan had been hungry for a long time. Although the dinner last night was very good, she had not eaten much because of the conflict. She had also got up late this morning, so her stomach was already empty. She turned her head and looked at the table, where there were several kinds of food, which looked very rich and delicious. Jiang Yanyan was a little puzzled. He was good-looking, tall, had a good temperament, and could even cook. Where can you find a man like this? There are probably not many left on the planet, right? I wonder which girl will get this good man in the future. Hey, she doesn't have that kind of luck. Their engagement was only for 2 years. She put her bag on the chair next to her, sat down at the table, picked up her chopsticks and got ready to eat. Louis Chen returned to the kitchen, brought out the fried eggs, and placed them in front of her, saying gently, "Eat more, you're about to have your final exams, so you need to pay attention to nutrition." Jiang Yanyan nodded, picked up the egg and devoured it. Louis Chen watched her eat with relish, and couldn't help but smile. She had grown plump and rosy under his care, and her grandfather would definitely be happy to see her in the future. He took a sip of his congee and asked again, "You've missed some classes, have you understood everything? Will you do well in the final exam?" Jiang Yanyan paused for a moment, swallowed the food in her mouth, and said, "I think I'll be fine, as long as I can pass Song Jinghao." Louis Chen's mouth twitched. He had already done some research, and Song Jinghao's grades were still very good. It wasn't as if anyone could pass the exam if they wanted to. Jiang Yanyan had missed almost a week's worth of classes. Even if she was smart and worked hard, she couldn't make up for it quickly. What if she failed the exam? Jiang Yanyan looked up at him, unblinking, and asked with conviction, "Do you have so little confidence in me?" Chapter 17, The Bet. It wasn't that Louis Chen didn't have confidence in Jiang Yanyan, but who could guarantee success in an exam like this? Besides, Song Chenhao was no slouch either. As far as he knew, Song Chenhao's exam results were not much worse than Jiang Yanyan's. It could be said that they were almost neck and neck. This time, Jiang Yanyan had missed so many classes, and time was running out, so it would be normal for her to fail Song Chenhao. As a result, she was still confident and looked very sure of herself. Louis Chen asked doubtfully, "What if you fail?" Jiang Yanyan's brows furrowed, and her long eyelashes fluttered twice, like wings that were exciting and mischievous. She said, "Why don't we bet a dime?" Louis Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "Okay, can't it be a bit more? A dime is too little. Even when playing mahjong, no one would bet a dime." Jiang Yanyan shook her head solemnly, "No more, not even a cent more, otherwise, if I lose, I'll come here and clean." "Louis Chen, won't that interfere with your studies?" Jiang Yanyan paused for a moment. "After the exam, it's all vacation, I'll work during the day and come here to clean in the evenings." Working part-time is something Jiang Yanyan does every holiday. If she earns enough money during the holidays to get by, she doesn't need to work part-time while she's at school. But if she doesn't earn enough, she has to work part-time. This way, she can reduce the burden on her grandmother. In the past few years at university, she has rarely asked her grandmother for living expenses, and she is completely able to support herself. Despite living in such poverty, her studies are still so good, and she hasn't complained about life at all. This girl is very determined. Louis Chen suddenly felt that Jiang Yanyan had a fighting spirit that many young people did not have. "Okay, it's settled then." Jiang Yanyan pursed her lips. "Are you so sure I'll lose? And if you lose?" Louis Chen's starry eyes twinkled as he looked at the school bag behind her. The school bag was at least 5 or 6 years old, and there were still patches on it. Although the stitches were very fine and the color difference in the cloth was very small, he caught it at a glance. "If I lose, I'll buy you a school bag." "School bag?" Jiang Yanyan also looked back at her school bag. This school bag has a history, and it was bought for her by her grandmother when she was in high school. 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In theory, it should have been replaced long ago, but the school bag is not very worn out, and it is still usable, so she has not thrown it away and has been using it. She had originally planned to earn the money to buy one this summer by working part-time, but now Mr. Liu actually said that if he loses, he will buy her a school bag. Not a bad idea. She needs to work harder and be sure to earn the school bag. She laughed and said confidently, "Then Mr. Liu is going to have to spend a lot of money." Louis Chen also said very confidently, "That's not necessarily the case. There are probably people cleaning this house." The bet was set, and both of them ate quickly. Before long, they finished eating. Jiang Yanyan stood up to prepare to clean the dishes, but she was stopped by Louis Chen, who said, "You don't need to clean up. The maid will come over and clean up later. I'm going to take you back to school now. I have a meeting later." He hardly ever comes to the house in Bishuiyuan to stay. Usually, an aunt comes over to clean, and today happens to be the day for cleaning. The aunt will definitely clean up the tableware in the kitchen when she sees it. But Jiang Yanyan felt very embarrassed. She hadn't gotten up to cook in the morning, and it felt a bit excessive not to wash the dishes after eating. "I'll clean up, it'll be quick, I'll finish in a moment." Usually when she goes home on holidays, she cooks and washes the pot. Her grandmother is old and her legs don't work very well, so she does all the little chores. Louis Chen's eyes darkened. "Really, you don't need to. Auntie will be here soon and it will be done. Don't you have an exam soon? Isn't time pressing? Jiang Yanyan's brows furrowed. Hurry, of course I'm in a hurry. If Lu Zixuan hadn't given her so much trouble, she would have already caught up on the classes she missed. Lu Zixuan is really a pig of a teammate. Her lips curled slightly. Then I'll trouble you, Auntie. I'd better go back to school early to do my homework. The two of them went to the underground garage together, and Lu Yichen found the cheapest car and drove it. Even the cheapest car cost more than 1 million. Although Jiang Yanyan didn't know much about cars, she could tell from the streamlined structure of the car that it must be very expensive. It turned out that Mr. Lu was not just an ordinary wage earner as she had imagined, but probably a manager or something at the company. However, she didn't ask. Whether he was the boss or not, it didn't really matter to her. They would just be strangers in the future. After getting into the car, Lu Yichen drove her to the school gate and then turned around and went back. Jiang Yanyan walked forward with her school bag on her back. After taking a few steps, she suddenly thought of Song Jinghao. Yesterday, Song Jinghao was beaten up by Lu Zixuan and his face was swollen. Although he was also at fault, he didn't deserve to be beaten up, and he did it for her own good. Thinking about this, Jiang Yanyan felt quite embarrassed. She took out her phone and dialed Han Xiaoxiao's number. Xiaoxiao, has Song Jinghao gone back to school yet? Han Xiaoxiao, no, I heard he was hospitalized. Do you know which hospital? Han Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She knew, so what, are you going to go see him? Han Xiaoxiao is like a mind reader, she knows what she is going to do as soon as she speaks. Jiang Yanyan paused for a moment. Yes, I plan to go see him. After all, he did it for my own good. Besides, we are classmates, and we will meet again in the future, so there is no need for deep hatred. Han Xiaoxiao sighed. Jiang Yanyan, you are just too kind. Lu Jinghao probably has no idea what he is thinking. He probably still thinks that he has passed you and will never be the eternal second place again. It's normal for him to think that way. Competition is part of learning. But in private, we are still classmates and friends. So, Xiaoxiao, go downstairs with me and keep an eye on him, otherwise I won't feel right about it. Han Xiaoxiao muttered, there's really nothing I can do about you. Okay, who am I to expect anything from you in the final exam? Where are you now? Jiang Yanyan said happily, thank you, Xiaoxiao, you're the best. I'll wait for you at the south gate of the school. We'll take the bus together. Han Xiaoxiao said in a bad mood, okay, no need to flatter, you wait there, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yanyan waited at the entrance of the school. Not long after, Han Xiaoxiao waved at her from afar with a small bag on her back. After the two met, Han Xiaoxiao pulled her around, looking up, down, left and right. Jiang Yanyan felt uneasy being looked at. Xiaoxiao, what are you looking at? Han Xiaoxiao smiled wickedly, I'm just checking to see if the old man nibbled a piece off you. Jiang Yanyan pounded her angrily. What are you talking about? Mr. Lu is a decent man, there's nothing between us. Han Xiaoxiao stuck her head close to her ear and whispered, Yan, I don't think that old man is looking at you the right way, he might have a thing for you, you must seize the moment, that old man is really handsome, he's practically a disaster area. Jiang Yanyan tapped her on the head and said, what are you thinking? He might have a girlfriend or a wife. Han Xiaoxiao shook her head, looking like a woman who has been there and done that. No way, definitely not. If he had a wife or a girlfriend, he wouldn't have stayed in the same house as you last night. Jiang Yanyan. The two of them were talking when the bus arrived, and they got on together. The bus was full of passengers, and the two of them didn't say a word the whole way. When they arrived at the hospital, they asked their way to Song Jinghao's ward. They were about to go in, when they heard a woman's voice shouting from inside. Song Jinghao, I'm telling you, this anger you can bear, but I can't. Chapter 18, Visiting the Patient. Jiang Yanyan and Han Xiaoxiao both froze for a moment and stopped in their tracks. The conversation inside continued. Song Jinghao paused and said, Mom, what are you angry about? I just had a fight with a classmate. In a fight, someone is bound to get hurt. It's normal. What's there to be angry about? It was just a few simple punches? Look at you, you're disfigured. My son is so handsome, what if he's disfigured? Xia Linfang was heartbroken. The thought that her son had been beaten up by other students because of that girl made her feel like her heart had been crushed. Mom, don't worry, it's not broken, it'll heal in a few days, I'm not that fragile. After he was admitted to the hospital last night, he didn't dare tell his family. His mother didn't know how she found out, and suddenly barged into his hospital room this morning. Seeing her son hurt like this, Xia Linfang's tears almost fell. She asked him what had happened, but Song Jinghao didn't want to tell her. But she kept pressing him until he had no choice but to tell her. When Xia Linfang heard that it was because of Jiang Yanyan, her anger increased even more. Usually, she always beats her son in exams, but now because of her, her precious son was beaten up. She loves her son so much that she can't bear to hurt him, so how could she let someone beat him up so carelessly? That's not going to work either. I won't take this nonsense. Wait a moment, your father will be here soon, and I'll ask him to call the police and file a case. Song Jinghao was anxious when he heard this. Mom, are you done yet? If you call the police, I'll lose my title of 3 good student and my scholarship. What do you want? In fact, the 3 good student title and the scholarship are dispensable to him. He didn't care about those honors and money. The main thing was that as long as his mother called the police, the matter would inevitably be reported to the school, and it would be a problem if Jiang Yanyan was implicated. The scholarship was too important for her, and he couldn't afford to lose it. That's why he stopped his mother dead in her tracks and wouldn't let her call the police. Xia Linfang didn't care about any of that. She said angrily, "Do you care about those honors? Do you care about that money? You don't care at all. Are you afraid of implicating that girl?" Song Jinghao couldn't stand it anymore. Mom, what are you talking about? It wasn't her business in the first place. Xia Linfang stared at her son and asked in surprise, Jinghao, do you care about that girl? This time, Song Jinghao was completely angry. Mom, if you're fine, just go back. I don't need any care here. Joking aside, he turned around and ignored her. Xia Linfang didn't dare to say anything more. She knew her son's temper. Although he usually treats her with respect, there is nothing anyone can do to change his mind once he has made up his mind. Just like now, if she calls the police, he will ignore her for a long time, not speaking to her at all. Seeing her son turn his back, Xia Linfang is also very sad. She stands by his bed and says, "Okay, you rest for a while, and I'll come back in the afternoon. If you need anything, just tell your uncle, and he'll get someone to help you." Song Jinghao's uncle Xia Linan is the dean of this hospital, and she is still very relieved that he is hospitalized here. Song Jinghao kept his eyes closed and did not respond. Seeing that her son was silent, Xia Linfang had to leave with her bag. However, the people listening at the wall were shocked. In particular, Han Xiaoxiao was so scared when she heard that Xia Linfang was going to call the police that she almost screamed. Jiang Yanyan held her mouth tightly to prevent her from making a sound. The two of them crouched in the corner, and only when they saw Xia Linfang walking away with her bag did they dare to stand up and walk towards Song Jinghao's room. They arrived at the door of the ward, knocked, and asked in a low voice, "Song Jinghao, are you here?" Song Jinghao heard the knock and thought his mother had returned, but he heard Xia Yanyan's voice instead. He frowned and said, "Yes, come in." They walked into the ward together, placed the fruit they had bought beforehand on the table by his bedside, and turned their heads to see Song Jinghao's red and swollen face. Jiang Yanyan's eyes drooped, and she felt a little guilty. "Song Jinghao, I'm sorry, I didn't think Lu Zixuan would hit so hard." Song Jinghao's lips twitched. "It's okay, it's in the past. Besides, you didn't hurt me, so there's no need to apologize to me." His tone was heavy, and his face was not very good, not at all indicating that he was going to forgive Jiang Yanyan. In fact, Song Jinghao was not very angry with Jiang Yanyan. He was very angry with Lu Zixuan. It was fine that he didn't study well, but he had to drag Jiang Yanyan around. Jiang Yanyan was really something, too. She had fallen so much behind in her studies, not studying hard, and she was still following a little delinquent around. If he weren't the monitor, he wouldn't care about their business. But since he is the monitor, he can't let the outstanding students be dragged down by the academically weak students. Jiang Yanyan's face didn't look very good. She sincerely apologized to him, but she didn't expect him to say that. Han Xiaoxiao couldn't bear to watch anymore. "Song Jinghao, do you know how to speak? Jiang Yanyan sincerely apologized to you early in the morning, how can you say that?" Song Jinghao was also unhappy. "How did I speak? Wasn't what I said correct? Lu Zixuan started the trouble, what does it have to do with Jiang Yanyan? She doesn't need to apologize to me, and neither do you need to protect Lu Zixuan." Jiang Yanyan. Song Jinghao is as stubborn as ever. The reason she apologized to him is that she still feels that the matter started because of her. She didn't think about it much, and she didn't think about protecting Lu Zixuan. Who knew that Song Jinghao had such a strong opinion about Lu Zixuan, and still thought that they were protecting him? Since he is the patient, Jiang Yanyan is embarrassed to argue with him. But Han Xiaoxiao did not let him at all. Song Jinghao, don't talk nonsense. How have we protected Lu Zixuan? We are all classmates, just having a meal together, why do you think so much? Jiang Yanyan tugged Han Xiaoxiao, indicating that she should stop talking, but Han Xiaoxiao could not stop at all. Song Jinghao, I tell you, Yanyan and I only came to see you because you were injured, so don't be ungrateful. Han Xiaoxiao's words were not very pleasant, but Song Jinghao did not argue with her. He frowned and said, I really appreciate the fact that you two came to visit me, but... He really didn't want Jiang Yanyan to hang out with Lu Zixuan, as it would only drag Jiang Yanyan down. He didn't say this out loud, as neither Jiang Yanyan nor Han Xiaoxiao would like to hear it. It may be that this is what is meant by loyal advice is not welcome. He didn't say anything, and Jiang Yanyan and Han Xiaoxiao also stopped talking. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Jiang Yanyan gave a bitter smile and said, Song Jinghao, you take care of your injuries, we'll go back first. Song Jinghao nodded. The two left the hospital with a lot of anger. After returning to school, Jiang Yanyan devoted herself to her studies. She studied day and night, sometimes not even returning to the dormitory, but sleeping directly in the classroom. The third son of the Lu family also worked very hard. Unlike her, he was forced to. Lu Zixuan was locked in a dark room by his grandfather and visited every day by a tutor. The tutor lectured very seriously, and he studied with great pain. He was not even allowed to bring his mobile phone. Not only did he not have a mobile phone, the teacher who gave him lectures also did not have one. Lu Zixuan looked out of the window in pain, wondering when he could escape. He waited, and finally a turning point arrived. Chapter 19, The Academic Underachievers Help the Academic Overachievers Study. Lu Zixuan had been waiting for a chance to escape, and finally his chance came. The old man was going to meet up with his old friends in the next few days, and there was no one left in the old mansion to keep him in check. Lu Zixuan was so happy when he heard the news that he almost jumped up and down. He lied to Uncle Li and dashed off. Without stopping, he went to the garage, got into his Maserati, and shook his head as he drove out of the old mansion. The air outside was so fresh, and even the wind felt free. The birds chirped merrily in the branches, and his mood was so good it was almost explosive. He had wanted to call some friends to go for a spin and celebrate his new life after being released from prison, but then he thought that the exams were coming up soon, so he decided to keep a low profile. He drove around the streets a few times, preparing to go back to school, when he suddenly remembered what his older brother had said about not showing off his wealth in front of Jiang Yanyan. He had no choice but to drive back and prepare to take a taxi to school. It had been a long time since he had been to school, so he wanted to bring Jiang Yanyan a gift. What should he bring? After thinking about it, he decided that it would be best to bring her some exam papers. He went to the bookstore and picked up a dozen sets of exam papers. Thinking that Jiang Yanyan was a fanatic about practicing, he shivered and took a few more sets. Looking at the thick stack of papers, Lu Zixuan felt like he was already guaranteed to get full marks. He was so happy that he could not describe it. But the next second, he was miserable. He took out his card and handed it to the waiter, who swiped it but told him, I'm sorry, sir, but there is insufficient balance on your card. Insufficient balance? Lu Zixuan looked at the waiter in shock. How could this be? The Lu family never lacked money, so how could there be no money on his card? The waiter saw that he didn't believe him and explained again, Sir, there really is no money on your card. You can check it at an ATM. Lu Zixuan's mouth twitched, and he reached out to take the bank card and took out his phone to pay with WeChat. He didn't have much money in his WeChat account, and after paying, his value was almost zero. What a tragedy! He took the thick stack of papers to the car, opened WeChat, and tried to transfer some of the money on the card to WeChat. However, he tried several times but failed. There really was no money left on the card. Lu Zixuan never would have thought that his older brother would suspend his bank card. This was literally going to cost him his life. He hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. He had originally planned to put some gas in the car, but now he didn't have to do anything. He drove home in disgrace and parked in the garage in disgrace. He carried the thick stack of papers back to school and hurriedly called Jiang Yanyan. Jiang Yanyan was writing furiously and hung up as soon as she saw Lu Zixuan's phone number. Lu Zixuan was in the same class as Pigs, and the last time she had dinner with him, she almost got sent in. Now he was harassing her again. The exam was coming up soon, and her time was precious, so she didn't want to waste another second on him. Lu Zixuan, who had been hung up on, was a bit confused. He couldn't laugh or cry. What kind of lucky day was this? Nothing was going his way. He got hung up on when he tried to make a phone call. If he had known that today was going to be so difficult, he would have stayed in prison and not been released. He stood outside the girls' dormitory holding the exam papers, feeling helpless, and called Han Xiaoxiao. Han Xiaoxiao was sound asleep, and the phone rang. She reached for the phone, saw it was Lu Zixuan calling, and hung up without a second thought. Lu Zixuan. Had he really walked into a shooting range today? After thinking about it, he called again without being discouraged. Han Xiaoxiao had just hung up the phone and had not adjusted her sleeping position when Lu Zixuan's phone came again. She was extremely annoyed and grabbed the phone to yell at him. Lu Zixuan, what are you doing? Do you want me to sleep in the morning? You're like a pest, calling over and over again. Lu Zixuan cleared his throat and said sternly, Han Xiaoxiao, if you want to do well in the exam, why are you so depressed? It's late, and you're still sleeping. Don't you know that the exam is coming up soon? Han Xiaoxiao grinned, almost amused by Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan, what are you pretending to be a model student for? You're talking as if you don't expect Jiang Yanyan to pass the exam. Lu Zixuan's lips curled slightly, and he smiled. Of course I expect Jiang Yanyan, that's why I want to help her study. Puff. This time, Han Xiaoxiao finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. This was the funniest joke she had heard this century. The academic underachiever Lu Zixuan wanted to help the academic overachiever Jiang Yanyan study. Han Xiaoxiao couldn't stop laughing as she held her phone. She laughed so hard she almost passed out. Lu Zixuan, you better tell me, which cave did you come out of to become such a braggart? In the future, when you brag, can you consider other people's feelings? You're going to make me die of laughter, and Jiang Yanyan won't let you off the hook. When Han Xiaoxiao had laughed enough, Lu Zixuan said resentfully, Han Xiaoxiao, you're too narrow-minded. Is there only one way to help Jiang Yanyan study? There are many ways to help her study, not just by explaining knowledge to her. For example, buying her review materials and lots of exam questions. I just went to the bookstore and bought her more than 10 kinds of exam questions to give to her, but I couldn't find her. Han Xiaoxiao. Is this considered helping someone study? How come you couldn't find her? You should have called her. You think I didn't? I did, but she hung up on me without hesitation. Lu Zixuan said in a dejected voice, feeling extremely uncomfortable. It was hard to please the goddess once, and she hung up on me mercilessly. Han Xiaoxiao gloated, since you can't find her, just leave those questions here. Study them for a few days, and you might not have to copy Jiang Yanyan's answers during the exam. Lu Zixuan gritted his teeth. Han Xiaoxiao, you hurry down and find Jiang Yanyan with me, or else I'll take a picture of these papers and send them to your aunt, and tell her that they were distributed by the school and that her daughter didn't do a single one of the questions. Han Xiaoxiao jumped straight out of bed. Lu Zixuan, you can't be so unscrupulous. It's fine if you don't do the questions you bought, but how could you take a picture and send them to my mom? Do you think I've been living too comfortably? Just wait, I'll be down in 5 minutes, and we'll go find Jiang Yanyan together. Jiang Yanyan was most afraid of her mother, especially when her mother was concerned about her studies. During the 3 years of high school, her mother watched her like a prisoner. Every minute of her time was planned out for her, leaving her with no free time at all. It was precisely because of her mother's military-style management that she managed to get into Nanjiang University. After entering university, she was completely liberated. She relied on Jiang Yanyan for her usual assignments and exams. Life was carefree. Now, when Lu Zixuan suddenly mentioned her mother, Han Xiaoxiao reflexively jumped out of bed. She got dressed as quickly as she could, without even putting on makeup, grabbed her bag and rushed downstairs. As soon as she reached the dormitory door, she saw Lu Zixuan carrying a large bag in his hand, and the bag contained the hot exam papers he had just bought. Han Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed. Lu Zixuan was really ruthless. One set wasn't enough, and according to her visual estimate, there were at least 10 sets of exam papers in the bag. Lu Zixuan is really a dog. Lu Zixuan saw Han Xiaoxiao coming down and eagerly asked, "Do you know where Jiang Yanyan goes to study?" Han Xiaoxiao glanced at him and said, "Just follow me." Lu Zixuan laughed, and followed Han Xiaoxiao to the comprehensive building. Jiang Yanyan had been living in the comprehensive building for the past few days, and Han Xiaoxiao had been delivering her meals. The comprehensive building was not far from the girls' dormitory, and they arrived after a short walk. The two arrived at the classroom where Jiang Yanyan studied, and found the person studying hard in the corner. Lu Zixuan placed the exam paper in front of her and said in a very grand manner, "Jiang Yanyan, this is the supplement I bought for you. You must digest and absorb it well, because in the future, Han Xiaoxiao and I will be counting on you." Jiang Yanyan looked up and saw the new stack of papers in front of her, unable to laugh or cry. Her expression was so comical that Lu Zixuan found it quite funny, and took out his phone to take a picture. After taking the photo, he looked at it carefully. The more he looked at it, the funnier Jiang Yanyan looked, so he sent it to Lu Yichen. Chapter 20, Backlash. Lu Yichen was in the middle of a high-level meeting. His phone dripped a little, and when he looked down, it was a message from Lu Zixuan. He didn't read it and just flipped the phone over. He had stopped his card a few days ago, so he probably didn't have any money left. He had asked him for money. The report from the senior executives was still ongoing, and Lu Yichen listened attentively. Before long, his phone rang again. His brows furrowed, and he impatiently clicked to open it. "Lu Zixuan, big brother, do you think Jiang Yanyan looks stupid with this expression?" Lu Yichen's brows furrowed even deeper. He clicked to open the first picture and saw Jiang Yanyan frowning, pouting her lips, looking at the stack of papers with no love for life. Her expression was a little dull, but she definitely couldn't be called stupid. He thought she was quite cute. Lu Yichen's mouth unconsciously curled up, revealing a faint smile. The executive who was reporting from the front saw the president smile and thought that he had reported very well. The volume suddenly increased, and he was about to push the report to a climax when Lu Yichen suddenly looked up at him and said, "Okay, come down, that's enough for today." The executive was a little confused, as if his throat had been strangled, and thousands of words had been killed in his throat. He was a little confused. Didn't the president just laugh? Didn't he laugh because the president had spoken well? He felt that he had spoken well, but why didn't the president let him continue? He was wondering when Lu Yichen suddenly announced, "That's it for today's meeting." The other executives were also confused. They had been preparing for a long time and hadn't yet reported, but the president suddenly stopped the meeting. Could there be a problem? However, the president had a smile on the corner of his mouth, not looking angry. This was rare, and they had almost never seen it at high-level meetings. Their president always had a face like an ice lolly, and the slightest carelessness would freeze people. Today's president had a bit of a spring breeze, a feeling of rejuvenation. The executives shivered, and no one dared to leave on their own initiative. Lu Yichen looked at them and tapped his finger on the table, saying, "What, aren't you leaving? Do you want to work overtime?" The executives then came to their senses and left the meeting room one after the other. Lu Yichen sent a message to Lu Zixuan, "Why does she have so many exam papers?" Lu Zixuan smiled proudly and replied, "I bought them for her to supplement her nutrition. I spent all my money on them. Big brother, please restore my card, I don't have any money left and I can't go on living like this." He begged desperately, hoping that his big brother would let him off for the sake of Jiang Yanyan. Lu Yichen frowned. It wasn't impossible. You can now do 2 sets of practice exams, but you can't copy the answers or ask someone to do it for you. I'll check in a little while, and if you do well, I'll restore your card. Before Grandpa left, he told him to keep a close eye on Lu Zixuan and not let him go astray anymore. If he can't graduate in the future, that would be a great shame. Since he bought so many practice exams for Jiang Yanyan, why not let him practice as well? Lu Zixuan told him to do 2 sets of exercises, but it was better to beat him up. Was he the one doing the exercises? Was he the material for studying? It was simply unbearable. But when he thought about his own pocket, he obediently sat next to Jiang Yanyan and took 2 sets of exercises and read them like they were books from heaven. Jiang Yanyan and Han Xiaoxiao were very puzzled. Is the sun shining from the west? Lu Zixuan is actually going to do the exercises? Isn't this the problem he bought for Jiang Yanyan? Han Xiaoxiao tugged on his shirt. Lu Zixuan, what's wrong with you? I'll take you to the hospital. Lu Zixuan glared at her fiercely. Go away, you don't know the joy of learning. In the future I want to emulate Jiang Yanyan. Jiang Yanyan had just taken a sip of water and couldn't hold back, so she sprayed it directly on the book. Han Xiaoxiao quickly took out a napkin to help her deal with the battlefield. After wiping the book clean, Jiang Yanyan said, Lu Zixuan, can you go and study somewhere else? You're going to disturb me like this. Lu Zixuan blinked his eyes, pouted his lips, and said aggrievedly, Boss, do you think I can solve the questions if I go somewhere else? Jiang Yanyan, what do you mean? Do you want me to do it for you? Lu Zixuan shook his head and said, No, that's definitely not it. I'll do one and you can explain it to me. Jiang Yanyan. This is even more troublesome, it's better if she does it herself. She looked at you in puzzlement, what's going on? Don't you usually not study? Lu Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. My brother asked me to do a few sets of exercises, and he'll come to check them in a while. And I have to do them myself. Do you think I want to study? He felt like he had been bitten in the ass. Originally, it was a prank to buy Jiang Yanyan the exercises, but in the end, he had to do them himself. This is hurting others as well as oneself. Han Xiaoxiao turned her head and walked away when she heard that Ice Lolly Face was coming to check the homework. It was so scary. As she walked, she said, Jiang Yanyan, I won't deliver your lunch, so you'll have to figure it out yourself. She didn't want to see Ice Lolly Face, whose face was so scary that it might freeze people. Jiang Yanyan, can you not be so treacherous? After Han Xiaoxiao left, Jiang Yanyan started studying seriously again. But this time, she couldn't concentrate. Lu Zixuan had more questions than there were answers. He couldn't even read the questions, and he didn't even know some of the words in the questions. Jiang Yanyan was also very frustrated. She wanted to take the test over and do it for him, but Lu Zixuan firmly disagreed. Jiang Yanyan was really speechless. It was finally noon, and she was ready to go out to eat. At that moment, Lu Zixuan's phone rang, and he answered it shivering. Lui Chen said, Bring the test you made and go out to eat with Jiang Yanyan. Jiang Yanyan was about to leave when Lu Zixuan grabbed her hand and said, Boss, don't go. My brother wants to treat us both to dinner. Jiang Yanyan didn't even think about it. You go by yourself. I'm not going. Your brother wants to take care of you, so why would I go? No, that's not it. You guys aren't. Lu Zixuan was a little anxious and almost let slip the truth. If Jiang Yanyan doesn't go, Lu Zixuan is sure that his brother will not let him off lightly. Not to mention anything else, just for the role he made and the handwriting, Lui Chen will be able to make him drink a few pots. Jiang Yanyan is his savior and only hope, so no matter what, he must bring her along. He didn't finish his sentence, and Jiang Yanyan gave him a fierce glare. Lu Zixuan was at a loss for words and continued to act pitiful. Boss, just go with me. My big brother said he wants to bring you along. If I don't take you there, I'll have even less money than I do now. Jiang Yanyan, it's good that we don't have any money, so we don't have to be ostentatious and get into trouble. Lu Zixuan, boss, are you serious? He looked at her pitifully, and Jiang Yanyan felt sorry for him. Forget it, I'd better go with him. Otherwise, if he keeps dragging me along, it'll take even longer. She put the cutlery back in the table drawer and said, Okay, I'll go with you once, but we have to agree that next time he comes to see you, I'm not going. Okay, Lu Zixuan laughed. In the future, if my brother wants to come over for dinner, he can ask her to call him and let her take the initiative. He can be a little stubborn then. Lui Chen, are you sure I'll let her call you? The two of them packed up their books and walked together towards the school gate. Chapter 21 Peacock Feathers. Lui Chen was already waiting at the school gate. Leaning against the car, his long, tan legs casually crossed, his jet black hair giving off an air of sexual abstinence, Lui Chen was so handsome that he didn't have any friends. Girls kept walking past him, their mouths agape in shock. Which celebrity had come out to blow up the street? No, he was even more handsome than a movie star. Some bold girls ran over to him, wanting to ask for his contact information. Before they could get close to him, Haitao mercilessly shooed them away. But there were so many bold girls, they came from all directions, and Haitao was so busy. He prayed in his heart, Young madam, hurry up, if you don't come soon, your husband will be taken away. Although Haitao was overwhelmed, Lui Chen looked straight ahead as if nothing had happened. Haitao wanted to persuade the CEO to go to the car for a while to avoid the storm, but when he saw the springtime smile on the CEO's face, he felt a little bad about it. This ancient peacock was rarely able to display its feathers, and it was hard to do so just once, so he couldn't not cooperate. Haitao was overwhelmed when Jiang Yanyan and Lu Zixuan finally appeared. He was like seeing a savior and almost went up to greet them. The two of them slowly and leisurely walked up to the car. Haitao opened the passenger door, and Lu Zixuan, being very sensible, got in, leaving the back seat for his brother and sister-in-law. Seeing Lu Zixuan being so sensible, Louis Chen's lips curled up, thinking that after dinner, he would restore his card. Haitao started the car, and they soon arrived at the Nanjiang first floor. Seeing the huge signboard, Jiang Yanyan frowned. Last time she came here for dinner, she was almost not let in, so why did she come here again today? Jiang Yanyan had no concept of big hotels. In her opinion, it was just a matter of eating a meal to fill your stomach, and it didn't matter where you went. She rarely went out to eat, and didn't know that this restaurant was outrageously expensive. Seeing that the CEO of their company had arrived, the lobby manager hurriedly went up to say hello, but before he could get anywhere near him, the CEO gave him a cold stare. The lobby manager stood still, frozen in place, not daring to come over. From the CEO's cold stare, he felt that the CEO meant that they didn't know each other. Fine. He pretended not to know and smiled, saying, "Welcome." Lu Zixuan also tilted his head to the side. They didn't know each other. The lobby manager was a little confused. What was wrong with the CEO and third young master today? Louis Chen picked a table by the window and sat down. He ordered a few dishes that he usually ate, and handed the menu to Jiang Yanyan, saying, "Take a look and order whatever you like." Jiang Yanyan didn't take the menu, and she said with a smile, "I'll eat whatever you order, I'm not picky." The guest follows the host's wishes. She really doesn't have any food preferences and is very easy to raise. Louis Chen saw that she was reluctant to order, so he ordered a few dishes that were slightly sweeter. After ordering, he closed the menu and handed it to the waiter, adding, "Serve the food quickly." The waiter did not dare to be negligent. "Yes, Mr. President." The lobby manager had just explained to her that she could not call him president today and that she should treat him like an unfamiliar customer. The waitress took the menu and hurriedly left, afraid of saying the wrong thing if she was late. Lu Zixuan was silent as he watched the waitresses receding back. His brother had asked Jiang Yanyan what she liked to eat, so shouldn't he also ask what he liked to eat? He waited and waited, waiting for his brother to hand him the menu. In the end, he handed the menu to the waitress. Did his brother treat him like air? After all, he is also a light bulb, although not very bright, but it can also illuminate the two of them. Hey, who is not a human being? He muttered to someone in his heart. Before he could finish, Louis Chen said, "Show me the roll you made." Lu Zixuan, can't people even have a proper meal anymore? Well, I forgot to bring it. I was in a rush just now and forgot. Actually, I wasn't in a rush at all just now, but he did forget to bring it, but someone else brought it for him. Jiang Yanyan took out a test paper from her bag and placed it on the table, smiling slightly. "I brought it for you, you're welcome." Lu Zixuan, will you stop being so nice? Jiang Yanyan, I like to help people. Louis Chen picked up the test paper and looked at it. His originally indifferent face froze again. You call this a test paper? I don't care about the right or wrong answers, just look at the handwriting. I want to know how you wrote it. Lu Zixuan hadn't held a pen in a long time, and his handwriting was never very good. Add to that the fact that he hadn't written for a long time, and the result was even worse than a primary school student's. Jiang Yanyan lowered her head, trying hard not to laugh. Lu Zixuan scratched his head and said apologetically, "The handwriting is a bit ugly, but the content is correct. Grandpa said that a real man doesn't pay attention to trifles, so I just let myself go and wrote it." Puff. Jiang Yanyan couldn't hold back after all, and laughed. Lu Zixuan glanced away and glared at her fiercely. If she hadn't been so nosy as to bring his exam paper over, he wouldn't have been humiliated like this by his eldest brother. Louis Chen happened to see this scene. He narrowed his eyes and, interrogating a student, asked, "What? You're blaming her for writing like this?" No, I'm definitely not blaming her. Jiang Yanyan has helped me a lot with my studies. How could I repay her by being ungrateful? Lu Zixuan hastily explained. He could not afford to offend Jiang Yanyan now. After all, she was his sister-in-law. With his living expenses in the hands of his elder brother, he couldn't be too fawning towards his sister-in-law. He looked pitifully at Jiang Yanyan, hoping that she would say a few kind words for him. Jiang Yanyan smiled and explained for him, "Mr. Lu, in fact, Lu Shuesheng is already working very hard now, much better than before. His previous homework was not as good as this." Lu Zixuan, Jiang Yanyan, are you setting me up or what? Jiang Yanyan, I'm just telling the truth. Louis Chen's face suddenly turned black. Do you have his previous homework? As the learning committee member, Jiang Yanyan must have Lu Zixuan's previous homework, but she didn't bring it with her at the moment. She was about to look in her bag, but Lu Zixuan desperately signaled her. Jiang Yanyan smiled and said, "No, I didn't bring it with me at the moment." Lu Zixuan said, "I thank you. You are so good at talking." Jiang Yanyan said, "I worry a lot about you in order to make you improve." Lu Chen gave Lu Zixuan a fierce glare and turned to Jiang Yanyan and said, "Later, take a photo of his homework and send it to me." "Okay," Jiang Yanyan replied cheerfully. In the meantime, the waiter had already served the food. Lu Zixuan was so angry that he didn't eat much. But people are made of iron and food is made of steel, and if you don't eat, you get hungry. At this moment, he was already so hungry that his stomach was growling. He picked up the chopsticks without any hesitation and started to eat, when suddenly he saw a plate of mashed blueberry yam. Both blueberries and yam were foods that Jiang Yanyan liked, but unfortunately they were a bit far away from her. Jiang Yanyan was also buried in her rice, and didn't notice. Lu Zixuan put down the chopsticks in his hand, picked up the communal chopsticks, took a piece of blueberry yam, and was about to put it in Jiang Yanyan's bowl when a cold gaze suddenly came from across the table. Chapter 22 Money comes from all directions. Lu Chen was staring at him without blinking, the temperature in his eyes almost absolute zero. Lu Zixuan's hand involuntarily trembled a little, and the blueberry yam fell on the table. The waiter quickly came over to clean the table. Jiang Yanyan felt that the atmosphere was wrong, and looked up at Lu Chen. She saw someone put a piece of blueberry yam in Jiang Yanyan's bowl and say, "The blueberry yam in this restaurant is especially delicious. If you like it, I'll order some next time and have Zixuan come and get it." Lu Zixuan swallowed a mouthful of rice, looked up in surprise at his own brother, and after he had finally swallowed, he said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Big brother, there's now a delivery industry and a delivery rider occupation." Lu Chen also put a piece of blueberry yam in his mouth and felt that the taste was not bad. He didn't like sweet food, but today he felt that sweet food was not that hard to swallow. This restaurant should not have takeaway. After saying that, he looked up at the waiter. The waiter hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir, our food emphasizes texture, and you can't taste the texture when eating takeaway." Lu Zixuan nodded lifelessly, Okay, I see, it's totally fine." Jiang Yanyan smiled and said, "No need, Mr. Lu, I'm not picky. The food in the school cafeteria is pretty good, clean and hygienic, and cheap." Lu Zixuan strongly agreed with Jiang Yanyan's statement, nodding desperately, yes, Jiang Yanyan is right, we basically don't eat outside food, especially not from big restaurants." Lu Chen glanced at him nonchalantly, and Lu Zixuan hurriedly shut his mouth. Lu Zixuan felt extremely suffocated during the meal. After the meal, Lu Chen drove Jiang Yanyan back to school, and Lu Zixuan wanted to get off the car with him, but Lu Chen stopped him. His lips parted slightly. "Grandpa is waiting for you at the old house. He wants to correct your test paper." Lu Zixuan wanted to die. He looked at his eldest brother in shock. Didn't Grandpa go out? Why did he come back so soon? Lu Chen's mouth curled up. He cares about your studies, and you weren't happy playing outside, so he simply came back. Lu Zixuan was dragged back to the old house by Lu Chen, and this hurdle was another 3 or 4 days. Time passed quickly, and the exam was soon approaching. As the exam approached, Jiang Yanyan became less nervous. She had reviewed everything she should have, and basically mastered all the knowledge. It was the weekend again, and Jiang Yanyan was studying in the study room when she suddenly received a call from her father. Jiang Hong said on the phone, "Yanyan, you haven't been back for a long time, and both your father and mother miss you." "Miss me?" Jiang Yanyan sneered, "Dad, are you sure you miss me, or are you trying to get something out of me?" "Dad, I'm a student, what more do you want from me?" Jiang Hong was silent for a moment, and it didn't feel good in his heart. He had 2 daughters and 1 son. His eldest daughter was married, and his son was 30 years old and still not married. Seeing that everyone his age already has grandchildren, he is anxious. Not long ago, they got 200,000 yuan from Jiang Yanyan. They took the money to pay for their son's engagement, and everything went quite smoothly. The in-laws also agreed to let their daughter marry their son. However, the in-laws also said that they must buy a large house before the wedding. Their daughter could not squeeze in with the old couple in an 80-odd square meter house. The young couple must have their own house, and they could not take out a loan, otherwise they could forget about getting married. This put the Jiang Hong couple in a difficult position. In Nanjiang City, a house of more than 100 square meters costs more than 2 million yuan, not to mention the full payment. They can't even afford the down payment. But their son's marriage cannot be avoided. After much thought, they could only once again turn to Jiang Yanyan. There is an old man at the east end of the village, 53 years old, a demolition household, with nothing but the house and money. He lost his wife a few days ago, and before the 57th day was over, a matchmaker came to the door. In the past few days, the threshold of his house has been broken. Lu Chunni's heart nearly split in two when she heard the news. There really is no road that heaven will not block. Her daughter Yin Yen is young and beautiful, and is still a university student, so she is guaranteed to be of interest to old man Wang. She confidently approached the matchmaker, who was shocked when she heard. She said in shock, "Chunni, old man Wang is 53, not 23. Are you sure?" Lu Chun and I slipped the matchmaker a big red envelope and said with a smile, "No mistake, no mistake. My daughter Yen Yen is attracted to old man Wang. He's a bit older, but older people know how to take care of people. He also has old age insurance. If Yen Yen marries him, she'll never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of her life." The matchmaker rolled her eyes. "Yes, there will be no worries about food and drink. Old man Wang has more than 20 apartments, and just collecting the rent will be enough to provide for food and drink for the rest of their lives." Lu Chunni smiled like a flower. "Yes, who would disagree? If my Yen Yen marries him, she will be the one holding the key." Thinking of the landlady on a certain audio platform, holding a big keychain and going around collecting rent. Lu Chunni felt that money would come from all directions, every moment of the day. Sometimes, if Yin Yin is busy, she goes to collect the rent. At that time, not only will Yin Yan's life be comfortable, but his and his son's lives will also be easy. But the matchmaker did not intend to help her with this marriage proposal. After all, the age difference was too great. Old man Wang could be Jiang Yin Yan's father. However, Lu Chun and I gave a very large red envelope, and she would be sorry if she did not act. After being repeatedly urged by Lu Chun and I, the matchmaker finally found old man Wang. Wang Laohan originally disagreed, but the matchmaker was eloquent. She told Wang Laohan that Jiang Yanyan was young and beautiful, a university student, and would bear him many children in the future. The children would have high IQs and might even go on to study at Peking University or Tsinghua University, bringing honor to the family. Wang Laohan was convinced. He didn't lack money, but he did lack a child to bring honor to the family. If someone could bear him a child to bring honor to the family, that would be deeply pleasing to him. Wang Laohan agreed with high hopes. Money really loves her, and she loves money. Lu Chunni was so excited that she could see the money floating into the house day and night. What's the point of Yin Yin going to school in the future? Just collect the rent. When Wang Laohan dies, won't all his family business belong to Yin Yin? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. As long as they set a date for the wedding, they could ask old Wang to give them a big house. It didn't have to be huge, just 200 square meters would do. With a house, she could marry a daughter-in-law. The future really was bright. But for now, the most important thing was to convince Jiang Yanyan. The stubborn girl was so stupid, she didn't know what was good and what was bad. She was afraid that Jiang Yanyan would not agree to the marriage and would not even set foot in her house. If she had known that Wang Laohan was going to die, she would not have sold Jiang Yanyan's virginity. Wouldn't she get more by selling herself to Wang Laohan? Lu Chunni was afraid that Jiang Yanyan would not come back, so she did not dare to call her and force Jiang Hong to call her. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Hong was scolded by Jiang Yanyan. Although he was very angry, for the sake of his son and a better life in the future, Jiang Hong had to swallow his anger. He thought about it for a while, pretended to look very sad, and said to Yan Yan, "Dad's calling you for no reason, I just miss you. And your mom is sick, very seriously. If you don't come back, you may never see her again." Chapter 23, Why Don't You Marry Into the Family? Is Ms. Lu sick? Jiang Yanyan found this hard to believe. In her impression, Ms. Lu ate well and was in good health. She didn't even catch a cold often, so how could she suddenly be unable to function? "Dad, what's wrong with my mom? Did she go to a big hospital to get checked out?" After all, Ms. Lu is also her mother, and if she really can't make it, she would feel bad out of humanitarianism. Jiang Hong heaved a sigh. He didn't know what illness she had, but she couldn't eat all day, always complaining of discomfort. She hadn't even gone to the big hospital yet. How could she afford to go to the hospital? You know the family situation. After setting up your brother's engagement, there was no money left, and it was a problem just to eat. He spoke pitifully, as if they really couldn't make ends meet and could only live on plain water. Jiang Yanyan felt a little bad inside. After all, that was someone she had called mom for 20 years. If she really left like that, she would still be a little sad. People are emotional creatures. She paused and said, "Okay, I'll go back and take a look later, but I don't have any money either, so don't even think about taking advantage of me." Jiang Heng's mouth curled up, but he still said sadly, "We would be happy if you could come back and see your mother. We feel bad about what happened last time, both your mother and I. If it weren't for your brother, and for the sake of this family, we wouldn't have done that." "Wouldn't have?" Jiang Yanyan sneered. She felt that her mother was very good at it. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yanyan packed her bag and walked towards the outside of the campus. She got on the bus and soon arrived home. She thought the family must be very depressed, and everyone's mood was sad. After all, Ms. Liu was sick, and it was so serious that her father and brother must be very sad. But what she didn't expect was that there was laughter and joy in the house, and Ms. Liu's voice was higher than anyone else's. "Lu Chunni, don't worry, Gangjie, Yan is very perceptive. This child is smarter than anyone else. What else does she want when she has such good conditions?" "Sister Gung, that's a good point, but the age difference is too big. Old Wang is afraid of the future and wants to get married before it's too late. He wants to get a marriage license directly." "Lu Chunni, that's still a bit hasty. It's a bit unconventional to get a marriage license directly before the wedding is set. Old Wang has a strange idea. He wants to get a marriage license directly without paying the bride price. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Sister Gung, Yan's mother, don't worry about this. Wang Laohan will pay the full amount of the bride price. After all, Yan is younger than him, how could you let her suffer? Besides, once they get married, Yan will be the head of the household, and she will be in control of the family finances." This comment hit Lu Chunni right in the heart. "You're right. Our Yan is young and beautiful, and what do we want from marrying him? It's just the money in his hands. They're not after his old age or the fact that he doesn't bathe." When Jiang Yan heard this, her anger made her intestines burst. This was her mother, her real mother, a mother who was about to die, and in the last moments of her life she was still trying to get the best price for her. Should she be grateful to her or should she hate her? Jiang Yan didn't even open the door, but turned around and left. Just as she took a step, Jiang Hong returned. He was very happy to see Jiang Yan and said, "Yan, you're back. Why don't you go inside? Your mother is waiting for you in bed." Jiang Yan's eyes were blazing with anger. She sneered and asked, "Dad, is it true that my mother is really dying?" Jiang Hong looked ashamed. Yan, your mother is sick, but she is still far from death. But if I didn't say that, you wouldn't have come back." Jiang Yan gave him a cold look and said, "Dad, what are you scheming to get me back for? To sell me to old man Wang at the end of the village?" Jiang Hong frowned and said, Yan, why do you talk like that? I only called you back to discuss it with you. Both your mother and I think that old man Wang is a good catch and it would be a good match." At that moment, the door creaked open and Ms. Gung walked out. When she saw Jiang Yan, she said with a smile, Yan is back. I haven't seen you for a few months, and the child has grown taller and prettier and prettier. Jiang Yan didn't say anything. Ms. Liu walked out from inside. Yes, few people can compare to the appearance of our Yan, and we are also good at studying. Hurry up and send someone over, Yan still needs to go to school in a while. Okay. Sister Gung left with a smile. After Sister Gung left, Lu Chunni quickly locked the door to prevent Jiang Yan from escaping. In a while, old man Wang came and first set the wedding date. As for whether the rice could be cooked, it depended on how much the bride price was. Jiang Yan saw that the door was already locked and she couldn't escape, so she simply sat down in the courtyard. She looked at Lu Chunni and asked in a grumpy tone, "Tell me, how much did you sell me for this time?" Lu Chunni was taken aback, and with great effort suppressed her anger. She said, Yan, how can you say that? Mom let you marry old man Wang for your own good. Old man Wang has more than 20 apartments, each worth several million. If you just marry him, and you can just collect the rent. If you don't even want to collect the rent, I'll go for you. Besides, Wang Laohan is already over 50 years old, how many years does he have left? After he dies, with all that money, won't it be easy for you to find someone younger? Why can't you think about it? Let me tell you, Wang Laohan is not someone you can marry just because you want to. In the past few days, the doorsteps of his house have been broken in. There are plenty of young and pretty girls, and there are also many educated girls. If he didn't think that we are from the same village, and that you went to college and we know each other well, he wouldn't have looked for us. Let me tell you, Yen Yen, you can't hesitate about this. If you hesitate for a few days, Wang Laohan might get married. Zhang Yen Yen was so angry that she got goosebumps all over her body. Mom, Wang Laohan has such good conditions, why don't you marry him? I think my father would definitely support it. Lu Chunyi gritted her teeth and said, You stupid girl, what kind of vulgar language is that? How old am I? Can Wang Laohan, who has such good conditions, look at me? If she weren't old and Wang Laohan didn't look at her, she would really want to marry him. With such good conditions, you don't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life, so only a fool wouldn't marry. Zhang Yanyan pursed her lips and said, Mom, no matter how good his conditions are, he's over 50. Do you think it's appropriate for you to marry me to an old man in his 50s? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Lu Chunyi gritted her teeth, hating iron for not being able to become steel. Zhang Yanyan, isn't this life all about eating and drinking? Now that such a good opportunity is in front of you, you actually tell me that he is an old man in his 50s. What's wrong with being an old man? As long as there is money, what's the difference if he is 70? You can still take you out to eat and drink, what's so bad about that? Why are you so narrow-minded? Has someone kicked you in the head? Zhang Yanyan was so angry that her stomach hurt. Ms. Lu only had eyes for money. For the sake of money, she would be willing to marry a corpse. Mom, I won't marry him, no matter what you say, even if you paint him as perfect. Lu Chunyi was annoyed. If she didn't marry him, how could she buy a house and get a daughter-in-law? Thinking about this, she raised her hand, ready to slap her to death. Who told her not to listen? At that moment, Gung's sister shouted from outside the door, Chunyi, open the door, I've brought you someone. Chapter 24, Double Standards. Lu Chunyi quickly lowered her hand, smiled and said, I'm coming, I'll open the door right away. After that, she turned her head and said viciously to Zhang Yanyan, Old man Wang is here, don't you dare talk nonsense to me. You have to agree to this marriage, whether you like it or not. No discussion, absolutely no discussion. Zhang Yanyan pouted, thinking to herself, who do you think you are to tell me what to do? What century is this? Trying to arrange my marriage is just ridiculous. Besides, she's already married, so she can't commit bigamy. Even if she wanted to get married, Mr. Lu Jiang wouldn't agree. They had a 2-year marriage contract. For a moment, Zhang Yanyan actually felt that marrying him was such a wise choice. Of course, Ms. Lu didn't know any of this. If she did, she would beat Zhang Yanyan to a pulp. Lu Chunyi twisted her waist to open the door. When the door opened, a middle-aged man followed a middle-aged woman in. The middle-aged woman was the matchmaker's sister Gung, and the man behind her was the old man Wang that Ms. Lu had mentioned. In Zhang Yanyan's memory, the old man Wang was bald, with yellow teeth and unkempt, disheveled. However, the man in front of her was not at all disheveled, and he looked somewhat refined. He was wearing a black suit, had jet black hair, and his face didn't have many wrinkles. He didn't look like someone in his 50s at all. Since the demolition of the house, Wang Laohan had paid a lot of attention to his appearance, and his temperament had quickly improved. It was really amazing how he had managed to turn an unkempt old man into a handsome young man. However, even if he was younger, his age was there for all to see, and standing next to Zhang Yanyan, he still looked like her father, like two completely different generations. Sister Gung smiled and said, Wang, look, this is Chunyi's daughter. Look at her, she's blossomed like a fairy. You won't find anyone as pretty as her in the 10 villages around here. Lu Chunyi followed up, that's right. Not only is our Yen Yen pretty, she's also good at her studies and very smart. Genes are what Wang Dongyang values most. He heard that Zhang Yanyan got the top score in the city when she took the university entrance exam. However, he was very puzzled. Zhang Heng and his wife were both academic failures, and their eldest daughter and son were also very poor students. He never expected that this youngest daughter would be such a good student. Wang Dongyang handed Zhang Heng a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and said with narrowed eyes, I have no problem with this marriage. As for the bride price, just name your price, as long as it's not ridiculous, I'll agree. The old man was rich and arrogant, and he didn't lack money at all. Lu Chunyi was so happy. To find such a wealthy son-in-law was like burning incense to the gods. She could see stacks and stacks of money being transported to her courtyard, higher than the walls. Okay, no problem, Dongyang, we'll hold the wedding whenever you want. Just bring the dowry before the wedding. As long as the money is in place, everything else is negotiable. Lu Chunni's eyes narrowed into a line, and she was extremely satisfied with this marriage. Zhang Hong was also overjoyed to see Wang Dongyang being so agreeable. Dongyang, we are all family, and we won't ask for much in the way of a dowry. My son Zihao is getting married soon, and we are still short of a house. Can you see if you can transfer a house of 200-300 square meters to him? A house of more than 200 square meters costs at least 4-5 million. Zhang Yanyan was shocked and dumbfounded. She is actually worth that much? Wang Dongyang didn't even think about it and said, no problem. As long as Yanyan and I get a marriage certificate, the house can be transferred to your son at any time. If you don't believe me, we can write an agreement. Zhang Hong laughed and said flattery, I believe you, I definitely believe you. However, for this kind of thing, it's best to sign an agreement. As he said this, he was about to go into the house to get paper and a pen. Seeing this, Zhang Yanyan shouted, stop. Zhang Hong turned around and looked at Zhang Yanyan with surprise. What's wrong? What else are you thinking? Zhang Yanyan sneered, Dad, did you guys ask for my consent? What if I don't want to marry him? Zhang Hong was shocked. He suppressed his anger and asked, Yanyan, what did you say? Say it again. Lu Chunni was also anxious. Yanyan, are you crazy? What did you just say? Didn't you tell Mom that you've always liked Uncle Wang? Your uncle is gentle, considerate, and romantic. How could you change your mind so quickly? Gentle, considerate, and romantic? Zhang Yanyan felt sick to her stomach at the thought of the leftover rice. She frowned tightly and said, Mom, when did I say that? You're saying this now, aren't you? I never agreed to marry him in the first place. Mom, if you want to get married, go ahead, but don't drag me into it. Zhang Yanyan, are you trying to make me mad? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll rip your mouth off. Your uncle won't hold a grudge against you because you're young, but the Zhang family will never agree to your nonsense. Today, you must listen to your uncle and marry him whether you want to or not. Lu Chunni rushed up to her and reached out to hit her. Zhang Yanyan panicked and dodged, almost dropping her phone. She grabbed it in a hurry and accidentally dialed a number. Zhang Yanyan hugged her head and ran around, not knowing that the phone had already been dialed. Lu Zishuan was reporting to his grandfather on his studies over the past few days. Zhang Yanyan suddenly called. He looked at his phone, then at his grandfather, and said softly, Grandpa, Zhang Yanyan called me, should I answer? When the old man heard that it was his granddaughter-in-law calling, he quickly said, answer it quickly. My granddaughter-in-law might have something urgent. Speak nicely, don't scare her. Lu Zishuan. Grandpa is so two-faced. He was clearly very mean to him just now, but as soon as he heard Zhang Yanyan's name, he immediately became gentle. He hurriedly answered the phone, Hello, Zhang Yanyan, what's up? There was no sound from the other end. Lu Zishuan was wondering, when he suddenly heard Zhang Yanyan say, Mom, let me tell you, you can forget about it. I'm not going to marry Uncle Wang. You're shameless, too. You're selling your daughter for the sake of your son, selling me to Uncle Wang. You're getting a nice apartment, what a good plan. But I absolutely refuse to agree to this. Don't even think about it. Even if you beat me to death, I won't agree. Lu Chunni, if you disagree, don't even think about going out. I've locked the door, and you won't be able to go out for the rest of your life unless you marry Uncle Wang. The quarrel continued. Lu Zishuan was shocked. Grandpa, it seems like something big has happened. The old man heard him clearly, and his face immediately turned pale. He stood up and said, Call your eldest brother and tell him to go to Yanyan's house right now and bring the person out for me. If Yanyan is harmed in the slightest, there is no need for the Zhang family to stay in Nanzhang. Chapter 25, The Industrial and Commercial Bureau is here. Louis Chen was talking to a client about a contract when the phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and looked at the display. It was Lu Zishuan, so he hung up directly. The person who had been hung up on looked at the old man with a grievance. Grandpa, my eldest brother won't answer my calls. The old man was anxious and his head was hurting. He looked at the butler, Uncle Li, and said, Bring me my phone. It's already late, and he still isn't answering Zishuan's call. If it's any later, my wife will be taken away by someone else. Uncle Li hurriedly handed the phone to the old man. The old man received the phone, looked up Louis Chen's number, and dialed it directly. Negotiations were in a critical period. The other party hoped that the Lu Group would give up 2 points of profit, but Lu Yichen refused to agree to anything. This company could not find a more suitable company to cooperate with the Lu Group. Lu Yichen was determined to hold firm on this point and refused to give in. Just then, his phone rang again. This time, it was his grandfather. He could hang up on Lu Zixuan's calls at will, but he didn't dare hang up on his grandfather's. He went out into the hallway, pressed the answer button, and the old man's powerful voice rang out, "Lu Yichen, if you don't answer the phone, your wife is going to be snatched away from you." Lu Yichen was confused. "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" "I'm in the middle of negotiating a contract," he said. The old man was angry. "What's there to talk about in a contract? Just sign it. Yan Yan's mother is forcing her to marry someone, and if you don't go, she'll be taken." Lu Wei's voice was very serious, and Lu Yichen had to believe him. He pressed his eyebrows and asked, "Grandpa, when did this happen?" Just now, Jiang Yanyan accidentally dialed Zixian's phone. "The two of us heard her arguing with her mother, roughly meaning that her mother wanted her to marry an old man in his 50s. Yan Yan disagreed, and her mother said that if she disagreed, she would never be allowed to go out in her life." Lu Yichen's face suddenly turned black. Who dares to coerce his people like this? Even if he doesn't plan to live with Jiang Yanyan for the rest of his life, she is still his nominal wife at the moment. As long as she is his, no one is allowed to bully her, not even her mother. "Okay, Grandpa, I know, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Lu Yichen returned to his office. The president of that company looked at Lu Yichen and was shocked. President Lu's face was black and blue, his eyes like ice, like a Shura who had come out of hell, ready to reduce him to ashes at any time. "It's over. It's completely over. Not to mention a profit margin, the deal was probably going to fall through." Yan's heart was pounding, and he felt so much remorse. If time could be turned back, he would never dare to negotiate a profit margin with the Lu Group. Just as he was feeling anxious, Lu Yichen said, "Okay, the Lu Group agrees to give you a 2% profit margin. Come back tomorrow to sign the contract." "What? What did the Lu Group say? Agree to give a 2% profit margin?" President Yan could hardly believe his ears. He had just been afraid that the deal would fall through, but now President Lu had agreed to sign the contract and even offered a 2% discount. What a lucky day. "President Lu, why don't we sign the contract now? It won't take long." He didn't finish his sentence, as Lu Yichen gave him a cold glare. He shivered in fear and swallowed the rest of his words. Lu Yichen stood up, picked up the suit next to him, and said, "Show the guest out." Yan Zong quickly picked up the contract, stuffed it in his bag, and fled with lightning speed. Lu Yichen went to the underground garage, where Hai Tao was already waiting for him. Seeing the president come, he hurriedly opened the passenger door and Lu Yichen got in. "Do you know Jiang Yanyan's home?" Hai Tao thought about the place where the car accident happened last time, nodded and said, "I remember, it seems to be in the western suburbs." Lu Yichen sent him the exact location and asked him to drive a little faster, as he needed to get to her house as soon as possible. "Okay." Hai Tao responded, and saw that the bodyguard car behind them had also started moving. Recently, the CEO had always seen his young wife without bodyguards, but today he had actually asked the bodyguards to go with him. It seemed that something had happened to the young wife. The Lu Group was a fair distance from the western suburbs, so after Lu Yichen got into the car, he called his classmate Zhao Yuanjia. Zhao Yuanjia works for the Industry and Commerce Bureau and has now reached the position of director. Upon receiving Lu Yichen's call, Zhao Yuanjia was a little puzzled. "Mr. Lu, what is it? Are you asking me to investigate the accounts of the Lu Group?" Lu Yichen frowned. "It is true that I want you to investigate the accounts, but not the accounts of the Lu Group. I want you to go to a small supermarket in the western suburbs and check to see if they have any counterfeit cigarettes or alcohol. If they do, fine them heavily." "Zhao Shizha, Lu Yichen, did I hear you right? You, the boss of a listed group and the richest man in Nanjiang City, are having trouble with the owner of a small supermarket. Did you drink too much last night?" Lu Yichen pressed his eyebrows together. "If I tell you to check it out, just do it. Don't ask so many questions. When I'm free, I'll give you the details." Seeing that he was in a bad mood and even a little angry, Zhao Shizha said tactfully, "Okay, I'll do it. When do you want me to check it out? What's the name of the supermarket? Go now. The name is Family Mart. You'd better get there before I do." Since the god of wealth had spoken, Zhao Shizha didn't dare to be negligent. He put on his uniform, took a few young men with him, and set off in the car. West Suburb. Zhang Yanyan was still jumping up and down in the courtyard, and Lu Chunyi was chasing her with a broom. Zhang Yanyan, I'm telling you, you have to get married today, whether you want to or not. I've raised you all this time, I can't let you go without a home. Besides, I'm not sending you to the fire. Uncle Wang is such a nice guy, there are so many people lining up. If we weren't acquainted, do you think Uncle Wang would even look at you? I'm telling you, don't make me do things the hard way. If you make Uncle Wang angry and he doesn't want you anymore, you'll be crying in no time. Zhang Yanyan hid in every corner, playing peekaboo with Ms. Lu. Mom, I won't regret it, and I won't cry. Whoever wants this old baby can have him. You don't have to do it for my sake. I will never envy Uncle Wang's life, even if I have to eat bran and swallow vegetables. Wang Dongyang sat in the room, listening to their conversation, a little upset. Zhang Yanyan is such an inconsiderate child. If it weren't for her good genes, he would not be sitting here waiting to be insulted. How many women want to get into his bed? Some women squat outside his house in the middle of the night just to be his wife, and they jump on him when they see him coming back. It's crazy. His skills in bed are also top-notch. Zhang Yanyan is a greenhorn. I guess she hasn't even opened the package. Not to mention the skills. Thinking about the future, he gets a headache just thinking about having to do all the work. He is already in his 50s, and he simply doesn't have the stamina. Now when he has sex, he basically just lays there. Wang Dongyang suddenly wavered. At that moment, Jiang Zihao suddenly ran in and shouted, "Mom, stop fighting, it's bad, someone from the Trade and Industry Bureau is here." Ms. Lu was startled. "Zihao, what are you talking about? Why is someone from the Trade and Industry Bureau here? It's not morning or night, there's no sign at all, isn't this life-threatening?" Chapter 26, Lying. Ms. Lu no longer had the heart to fight Zhang Yanyan. She dropped the broom and ran as fast as she could towards the supermarket. Because she was relatively fat, she huffed and puffed as she ran, looking incredibly comical like a penguin. The supermarket was full of fake cigarettes and fake alcohol, as well as some expired food. If the AIC found out about this, it would be strange if they didn't fine her until she was penniless. This unlucky woman, Zhang Yanyan, has attracted the attention of the AIC as soon as she arrives home. It would be better if she just died outside than came back home. She cursed and ran towards the supermarket. Zhang Yanyan stood at the door thinking, "You deserve it. Who told you to be so greedy? It's fine to buy fake cigarettes and fake alcohol, but you actually want to sell a living person like me. This is really retribution." She picked up her school bag from the corner and prepared to go back to school. When she reached the door, she realized that it was still locked. Zhang Hang and Ms. Lu had both gone to the small supermarket, and the keys were in their hands. She couldn't run even if she wanted to. She looked at the wall of the courtyard. Although it wasn't very high, it was covered in glass shards, so she couldn't climb it at all. The matchmaker and Wang Dongyan were still waiting in the house, and Zhang Yanyan's forehead was sweating with anxiety. In the supermarket, Zhao Yuanjia was leading the people from the Industry and Commerce Bureau on a raid. He had thought it was just a formality to scare the small trader. However, as his colleagues brought out piece after piece of fake alcohol and box after box of fake cigarettes, Zhao Yuanjia's face gradually turned black. This is not a supermarket for tobacco and alcohol, it is clearly a base for selling counterfeits. Ms. Lu, Jiang Zihao stood at the door and shivered. This time, I guess the store will be closed, and it is not even a matter of whether they will be fined or not. The staff turned the supermarket upside down, and not a single one of the fake goods escaped. The piles of fake goods in front of them were almost shocking. Ms. Lu explained while shivering, "Sir, these are the goods we were going to return. We also found that these goods were not right and we're going to return them tomorrow." Zhao Yunjia sneered, "Really? Do you think I will believe that?" Ms. Lu was terrified and fell to her knees before Zhao Yunjia. "Sir, please let us go. We won't do it again. We're just running a small business. If you take all this stuff away, how will we survive?" Zhao Yunjia. She doesn't plan to keep the fake goods and continue selling them? Is there a hole in this woman's head? He gave her a cold stare. "Don't be delusional. You are definitely going to be destroyed. What are you thinking? These things haven't killed anyone yet. When someone dies, you'll be in big trouble." Ms. Lu was so scared that she almost fell to the ground. A staff member came over and helped her up. Zhao Yunjia continued, according to the laws of the People's Republic of China, a family supermarket that sells fake goods is fined 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan? Ms. Lu collapsed on the ground, feeling dizzy and disoriented. She had not yet found a place for her son to live, and now she had been fined 100,000 yuan. How could she survive like this? Ms. Lu wailed, begging Zhao Yun to revoke the punishment. Zhao Yun didn't even look at her, and was preparing to leave with the fake goods. At that moment, Louis Chen arrived. He stepped out of the car, and his dignified and cold demeanor made everyone around him tremble. Zhang Zihao, in particular, looked at Louis Chen in a daze, his eyes almost popping out of his head. This person looks so noble. Noble doesn't just mean rich, but also comes with an aristocratic temperament. This kind of charm is not found in ordinary people, it's cold and intimidating, but it attracts people. He wanted to go up and say hello, but was pushed away by Haitao. Haitao, don't you know who you are, and you still want to shake hands with our president? You're taking yourself too seriously, aren't you? Louis Chen gave him a cold look, and Zhang Zihao took a few steps back, feeling self-conscious. He went over to Zhao Yunjia and whispered, "Open the door and see if there are any fake goods hidden in the yard." Zhao Yunjia was taken aback and looked up at him. You really are something, to think of that. Louis Chen, it's not like my wife is stuck in the yard and can't get out, so if you search the yard, you'll just have to open the door, right? Zhao Yunjia gave a wicked smile, looked at his colleagues, and said, "Go to their yard and see if there are any more fakes." Several colleagues rushed straight to the door, but when they saw that it was locked, they came back and reported, "Director, their front door is locked." Zhao Yunjia looked at Ms. Lu in puzzlement. "How many fakes are you hiding in your house? It's broad daylight, but you've locked the door?" "No, there are no more fakes in the house. It was my stupid daughter who wanted to run out, so I locked the door." Zhao Yunjia turned his head to look at Louis Chen, who nodded and whispered, "Tell her to open the door and let the person out." Zhao Yunjia was shocked. This guy was actually doing it for a woman. No. When has he ever been interested in a woman? Isn't he gay? A man approaching 30 who has never held a woman's hand and who keeps women at 1,000 miles away, Louis Chen's best friend has always thought he is gay. He looked at him in surprise. "Are you sure?" "Louis Chen, I'm sure." Zhao Yunjia was silent for a moment. The world is crazy, Louis Chen would actually let him take action for a woman. He really wanted to see what kind of woman could make Louis Chen's heart flutter. With a strong sense of curiosity, Zhao Yunjia said, "Don't say anything useless, open the door, we want to go in and search." Ms. Lu was so scared that she didn't care about Zhang Yanyan. He hurriedly told Zhang Hong to open the door, and Zhao Yunjia and the others strutted in. Zhang Yanyan saw the door open and grabbed her bag and ran out. Ms. Lu tried to stop her, but the people from the Industry and Commerce Bureau had already entered the room. There were also a large number of fake goods hidden in the room, all under her bed, and they must not be discovered again. She rushed into the room, trying to stop the people. Zhang Yanyan ran even faster than her mother. Without looking up or blinking, she sprinted out of the room, afraid that if she slowed down, her father or brother would catch her. As she ran, she suddenly ran into a wall. The wall was soft and still warm. Zhang Yanyan touched her head and looked up, needing a pair of deep, dark eyes. She was stunned, rubbed her eyes, and asked in surprise, "Mr. Lu, why are you here?" Louis Chen's eyes darkened. "My classmate came to enforce the law, and I was passing by, so I came to take a look." Zhao Yunjia. "Louis Chen, don't you lie without blushing? Don't you blush or flinch?" A certain liar really didn't blush or flinch. He looked at the panicked person and pretended to know nothing. "What were you running so fast for?" Zhang Yanyan gave a bitter smile. "No, it's nothing, I was just panicking and running back to school." She didn't want to tell him the truth, it wasn't a good thing, and he would definitely be angry when he found out. Seeing that she didn't want to tell the truth, he pretended not to know, and said softly, "Do you want to go back? I'll give you a ride." Zhang Yanyan, No, I'll just take the bus." The two of them exchanged words with each other, and the communication was very unnatural. Zhao Yunjia, who was standing aside, felt like a big light bulb illuminating Louis Chen's marriage. However, the girl is really pretty, with fair skin and a delicate and handsome appearance. She looks like a water lily, untouched by the filth of the world, simply beyond compare. Louis Chen has good taste. He coughed lightly. "Chen, would you like to introduce us?" Before he could finish his sentence, Louis Chen suddenly said, "Director Zhao, you go ahead, I have something to do, I'll leave first." Zhao Yunjia. Lu Yichen is really a dog, he's practically killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. He was just about to rebel when Lu Yichen already left with his men. While Zhao Yunjie was in shock, Zhang Zihao was also dumbfounded. Zhang Yanyan actually knew that man, and that man even took her away. He hurriedly rushed out and saw Zhang Yanyan get into that man's car. Could it be that Zhang Yanyan is having an affair with that man? Otherwise, why did she refuse to marry Wang Laohan? Wang Laohan has such good conditions. Lu Yichen and Zhang Yanyan had just gotten into the car when Grandpa called. "Yichen, make arrangements, I want to meet my granddaughter-in-law." Lu Yichen. Chapter 27, A Difficult Old Customer. Lu Yichen was a little overwhelmed. They had barely started and Grandpa was already anxious to meet Zhang Yanyan. "Grandpa, what's your hurry? You're not being prevented from seeing her." The old man was immediately unhappy. "It will be the end of the world before you can arrange it. No, I can't wait any longer. If I don't see her soon, someone else will steal her away. I'll tell you what, why don't we just pick a day and go? I'm definitely seeing her today. You arrange a restaurant, and I'll go there for dinner. How about we just bump into each other?" The old man had already thought it through. If he had to wait for his sweet grandson to arrange it for him, he would probably never get to see his granddaughter-in-law in his lifetime. He had to see his granddaughter-in-law as soon as possible, and then secretly tag her. Isn't Lu Yichen not going to tell anyone? He can tell everyone. Zhang Yanyan is still in college, so he can go see her every week, bring her food and supplies, give her some money, and take the opportunity to fix his third grandson, who doesn't study much. Lu Zixuan, "Grandpa, you'd better not go." In this way, who wouldn't know that Zhang Yanyan is his grandson-in-law? The old man is playing a beautiful game. Lu Yichen was sitting in the passenger seat, and Zhang Yanyan was in the back seat. The distance between them was not very far, so he couldn't say too much, and he couldn't be too obvious. He could only say vaguely, "You do whatever you like." The old man was immediately happy. "Okay, then, it's decided happily. Zixuan and I will go to the Nanjian Hotel first, and you take Yan Yan there. Just pretend that we met by chance." "Yes, by chance." Lu Yichen. The old man didn't know what Lu Yichen's expression was, and Lu Zixuan couldn't stop laughing. "Grandpa, I didn't expect that at your age you still know how to create romantic encounters." Lu Wei glared at his third grandson fiercely. "Your sister-in-law is about to be snatched away, and your eldest brother still doesn't feel the need to announce her identity. If I don't help keep an eye on things, your eldest brother will be a bachelor for the rest of his life." Lu Yichen, "Grandpa, are you serious?" Lu Zixuan laughed and covered his stomach. "Grandpa, you're exaggerating. With my brother's looks, his body, and the money in his pocket, finding a wife is easy, isn't it?" The old man doesn't think so. Is it easy? Look at how old he is, he hasn't even been in a relationship, so how is it easy? He even suspects that his grandson is gay. Putting that aside, the old master is already panicking about what to get his granddaughter-in-law. "Oldly, what should I get my granddaughter-in-law for the first time I meet her?" Butler Li also frowned. He had never given a girl a gift before, but the master had asked, so he couldn't not answer. "Master, don't girls like gold and silver jewelry? How about getting the young mistress a set of expensive jewelry?" The old master felt that the butler had a point. Which girl isn't fascinated by gold and silver jewelry? His late wife was extremely fond of jade, agate, and other such things. Right, that's what to give. He took out the key to the safe from the bedside table, opened the safe, and took out a pair of emerald diamond rings from inside. He had originally planned to give them to his eldest grandson when they got married, but now he couldn't wait. He had bought the emerald diamond ring at an auction for 200 million yuan, and it was estimated to have appreciated in value over the years. He picked one out and put it in the box, then locked the safe again. After packing up, he was ready to go. Before leaving, he felt that bringing just one diamond ring was a bit too light a gift, so he asked his grandson again, "Zixuan, tell me, what does Yan Yan usually like to eat?" Lu Zixuan was a bit confused. If he was to say what Zhang Yanyan liked to eat, it seemed that she didn't dislike any food. She liked everything she ate, and the key was that she didn't gain weight. This really put Lu Zixuan in a difficult position. "Grandpa, Zhang Yanyan is like a pig, she likes everything she eats." Before he could finish his sentence, the old man hit him on the head with his cane. "What did you say? Who do you mean by like a pig?" "That's my own granddaughter. Lu Zixuan." He touched his aching head. If Grandpa had used a little more strength, he would have been knocked silly. He felt that Jiang Yanyan was his real granddaughter, and he was just a gift for free calls. Grandpa, I'm telling the truth. Jiang Yanyan is easy to raise. She's not picky at all. She likes everything she eats. The old man grinned. I like this granddaughter of mine. She's not picky eaters, easy to raise. Since that's the case, I'll give her a card when the time comes, and she can spend it however she likes. Lu Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. His grandfather's favoritism was so obvious. His elder brother had given him the card, and his grandfather had even told his elder brother to strictly control the amount of money, not to give him a single penny more. When it was Jiang Yanyan's turn, he gave her the card himself and let her spend it however she liked. If I had known, I would have refused to be his grandson and become his granddaughter instead. The old man, you can't be my granddaughter either, only Jiang Yanyan is my biological granddaughter. He took a black card from the drawer and put it in his pocket. Yes, it was a black card, and Lu Zixuan was right. His teeth were about to fall out. After getting everything ready, they got into the car and went to the Nanjiang Hotel to meet by chance. Nanjiang Hotel is also a Lu family business, and it is a more luxurious hotel, but it is still slightly inferior to Nanjiang No. 1 restaurant. In order to match the eldest grandson and create the appearance of a normal family, the patriarch chose the hotel here. Otherwise, he would not have brought his granddaughter-in-law to such a place on their first meeting. Nanjiang Hotel is not very far from the Lu family mansion, and it didn't take long for them to arrive. The patriarch chose the most conspicuous location in the lobby in order to create the opportunity for an encounter. They waited in the lobby, but no one came. They were getting anxious, so the old man dialed Lu Yichen's phone number. What's wrong with you? Did you take her somewhere else? I'm waiting at the Nanjiang Hotel. If I don't see her today, I'll fire you as president tomorrow. Lu Yichen felt like his position as president was always tied to Jiang Yanyan's. Seeing that his grandfather was really anxious, he could only patiently explain in a low voice, we are in the western suburbs, which is very far from where you are. Just wait a little longer, and we will be there soon. The old man said angrily, okay, I will reluctantly wait a little longer. Hurry up. After that, he considered that his granddaughter-in-law was sitting in the car, and it would be dangerous if they were in a hurry. So he said, don't drive too fast, it's dangerous to drive too fast, my granddaughter-in-law's life is important. Lu Yichen, you don't even care about your grandson's life? Jiang Yanyan was listening from behind, confused, not knowing what was going on. It seemed that he had some urgent business, and the other person kept urging him. So she said, Mr. Lu, is there something urgent? If you have something urgent, you can go ahead, I'll just take the bus. Lu Yichen frowned. If he let the person go now, the grandfather would probably fire him from his position as president. He thought for a moment and said, it's none of your business. He's an old customer with a very strange temper and is very difficult to deal with. We can't give up on him yet, so we'll just have to let him have his way. We've discussed it and we'll go over after dinner. Haitao couldn't hold back his anger. President, do you dare say that in front of the old man? Jiang Yanyan didn't know the details and took it at face value. She let out a gasp and obediently sat down again. Chapter 28, A Chance Encounter. The western suburbs are really far from the Nanjiang Hotel, and they drove for more than an hour before arriving. Seeing that Jiang Yanyan was about to get out of the car, the old man quickly lowered his head and took out the menu, pretending to order food. While ordering, he also said to Lu Zixuan, I wonder if your brother will take the initiative to encounter us. If he doesn't, you just stand up and encounter them on your own initiative. Lu Zixuan pouted and said, I'm not going to take the initiative to encounter them, I'm not their wife. The old man angrily slapped Lu Zixuan on the back and said, what did you say? Say it again. Lu Zixuan rubbed his sore back and looked at his really angry grandfather. He hurriedly said obediently, okay, Grandpa, I will definitely go and meet them. Don't worry at all. The old man continued to order food angrily, mumbling, really, if you don't want to drink toasts, you'll have to take punishment. Lu Yichen saw the old man the moment he walked in with Jiang Yanyan. They were sitting in the middle of the hall, so it was hard to miss them. He was going to go over to them, but then he thought, it's an encounter, so I can't just go over. I'll wait until I go to the bathroom in a while and then pretend I saw them and go over. Jiang Yanyan also saw Lu Zixuan at once. But he was with his family, and Lu Yichen didn't even try to go over to them, so she pretended she didn't see him either. so they chose a seat by the window and sat down. This made the old man panic. He whispered to Lu Zixuan, "Go over there, pretend to see your brother, and then bring him over to me." Lu Zixuan frowned and said, "Grandpa, that's too hasty. Isn't an encounter just a chance meeting after a while?" The old man glared at him fiercely. "How could it be a chance meeting after a while? I want to eat with my granddaughter-in-law, and I won't let her eat leftovers. Hurry up and stand up." Lu Zixuan reluctantly stood up, muttered, "Big brother can order food too, he won't let his granddaughter eat leftovers." The old man was so angry that he almost hit him with his cane. Lu Zixuan pretended to go to the bathroom, but the bathroom was not near Big Brother and the others, so he had to walk around and come to Jiang Yanyan's table. Pretending to have just seen them, he said in shock, "Big Brother, Jiang Yanyan, you are also dining here?" Lu Yichen also pretended to have just seen them and said, "Yes, why are you here too?" Lu Zixuan continued the act, "Oh, I took my grandfather out for a stroll today, and he didn't want to go home for lunch, so we're just having a quick bite here." Jiang Yanyan looked at the luxurious hotel and muttered to herself, "This is considered quick? Then what does it mean to not be quick?" Lu Yichen smiled slightly and said, "Since we're here, let's eat together." After saying that, he looked at Jiang Yanyan and asked, "What do you think?" Jiang Yanyan of course could not disagree. However, she had not yet formally met Lu Yichen's parents and was a little panicked. She nodded nervously, saying, "Okay, it's fine." Lu Yichen saw her nervousness and hurriedly added, "You don't need to be nervous, Grandpa is a kind and affable person." Lu Zixuan said, "Big brother, are you sure? Just now Grandpa almost beat me to death." Jiang Yanyan laughed and followed them as they left. The three of them came to the big table where Grandpa was sitting. Lu Zixuan was about to introduce Grandpa when Lu Yichen nudged him with his arm. Lu Zixuan looked at Lu Yichen in confusion. Lu Yichen whispered, "I'll do it." Of course he needs to introduce his own daughter-in-law. The old man smiled when he saw this. The boy is finally starting to get it. Lu Yichen went up to Grandpa and said, "Grandpa, are you eating here this noon too?" Lu Wei looked up, not even glancing at him, and fixed his gaze directly on his granddaughter-in-law, smiling, "Yes, what a coincidence, you're here for lunch too." Lu Zixuan was bursting with anger. Lu Yichen was also a little overwhelmed. Yes, it was such a coincidence. Why don't we share a table? Lu Wei looked at the huge table in front of him and thought, "Oh no, I'm not doing a very good job of acting." He should have found a smaller table, that would have been more realistic, splitting tables and all that. Never mind, just leave it, I'll be more careful next time. No need to split tables, this one is big enough, how many of you are there? Lu Yichen curled her lips, "Grandpa, there aren't many of us, just two." Lu Wei looked at Jiang Yanyan, "Who is this young lady?" Lu Yichen hurriedly explained, "Grandpa, don't you remember, she is your granddaughter-in-law. I was just about to bring her back to the old house, but I didn't expect to meet her here." The old man was overjoyed. "Oh, it's my granddaughter-in-law. Tell me, why didn't you bring the child home to me earlier? I've wanted to meet her for a long time. If I hadn't run into her here, I wouldn't know when you would bring her back to me. Hurry, hurry, sit down. Let's sit down and chat while we eat. We can't let my granddaughter-in-law get hungry." The old man was so happy. After waiting so long, he finally got to meet his granddaughter officially. Jiang Yanyan said obediently, "Hello, Grandpa." This made the old man really happy. Good, good, my good granddaughter, I don't have anything to give you for this meeting, so I'll give you some jewelry," he said, taking out a jewelry box from his arms. He opened the jewelry box, and a green diamond ring was revealed. Lu Yichen knew this emerald ring well. It was a relic of his grandmother's and his grandfather treasured it very much. In the beginning, when his mother wanted it, his grandfather didn't even give it to her. Now, on his first meeting with Jiang Yanyan, he took it out. It really exceeded Lu Yichen's expectations. This emerald ring is now worth at least 200 million. He and Jiang Yanyan got married, and he would not withhold what was due to her, but it was really a bit inappropriate to give her such an expensive ring. He had no intention of growing old with her. If he really planned to spend the rest of his life with her, he wouldn't mind if it cost 2 billion, let alone 20 billion. Jiang Yanyan looked at the emerald ring and was a little afraid to take it. Although she didn't know anything about jewelry, just from the color alone, she could tell that this ring was worth a lot of money. The old man said as he showed it to her, "There's another one of these rings, the one at the old house. I'll give it to Yichen when he goes back." After saying this, he handed the box to Jiang Yanyan. Jiang Yanyan did not dare to accept it, and she looked to Lu Yichen for help. Lu Yichen frowned. With his grandfather's temper, he dared not let Jiang Yanyan refuse to accept it. If she refused to accept it, he guessed he would be threatened again. After his grandfather left, he would explain to her and just ask for the diamond ring back. After all, this thing was too expensive, and it was a token between his grandfather and grandmother. It could not remain in the hands of an outsider. He nodded, and you just need to accept what your grandfather gives you. Jiang Yanyan still didn't dare to accept it, so Lu Yichen took the box and placed it in her hands, explaining, "This is a token of your grandfather's affection, you must accept it." The old man was overjoyed. His grandson has really come of age, and he must give him an extra drumstick for lunch today. Jiang Yanyan took the box with some embarrassment, smiled at her grandfather, and thanked him. The old man laughed and said, you're welcome, we're family, there's no need to be so polite." The meal ended in laughter. After finishing eating, Lu Yichen took Jiang Yanyan and Lu Zixuan back to school. The old man and the butler, Uncle Li, got into the car and drove towards a cemetery. The old man said excitedly, "Uncle Li, after all these years, I finally have the courage to see him." Uncle Li smiled and said, "Yes, master, hard work pays off, and you have also worked hard over the years." Chapter 29, It Doesn't Smell Good Anymore. The old gentleman's brow was furrowed, and he felt very uncomfortable. He thought of the words of his comrade in arms, and of the person who had once taken a bullet for him. No matter what he did, it would never be enough. The car continued to drive forward, and they soon arrived at the martyrs' cemetery. Lu Wei got out of the car with the help of Uncle Li. He was leaning on a cane, and he was holding a bouquet of flowers in his arms. Every time he came here, he felt apologetic, standing in front of Director Chen's grave, not daring to say a word. Just as he normally would when Director Chen lectured him, he bowed his head and listened. The only difference was that Director Chen could no longer speak. Lu Wei placed the flowers in front of Director Chen's grave, bowed 3 times to the tombstone, and then stood up straight and saluted. After the entire procedure was completed, Lu Wei gestured to Uncle Li to take out the mat that had been prepared in advance. Uncle Li spread the mat in front of the tombstone, then took out the fruit, snacks, and a bottle of rare Maotai from the car. Lu Wei opened the Maotai, poured a little into 2 small wine glasses, put the bottle down, picked up one of the glasses and said, "Director Chen, today, Lu Wei has acted indiscreetly. Without your permission, I have decided to drink with you. You are free to do as you wish, but I will first drink 3 cups as punishment." After saying this, he raised his glass and gulped it down. 1 cup. 2 cups. 3 cups. Without the slightest hesitation, and without spilling a single drop. After the 3rd cup, the old man was in tears. He choked as he said, "Chen Guiding, it's been 5 years, 5 whole years, and I still haven't fully completed the task you gave me. Do you know how guilty I feel? Every time I came to visit you in the past, I was afraid to say more than a few words, because I hadn't completed the task and was afraid you would scold me." His tears flowed for a long time. Uncle Li handed him a handkerchief, but the old man refused. He changed the subject and continued, "But this time is different. This time I have gained something. I have found your granddaughter." And he choked up and couldn't continue. The tears flowed silently. After a while, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Chen Jide, you have no idea, your granddaughter is really pleasing. I like her very much. She is tall, not only is she pretty, she is also smart and studious. I heard that in the year of the college entrance exam, she ranked first in the city and received many scholarships. I am proud of you." He said, picked up another glass of wine, went to the tombstone, poured the wine on the ground, and muttered, "You must drink this wine no matter what, for nothing else, but for the child's intelligence. Chen, you said that apart from being strict with your brothers, you have no other merits, so how could you have such an intelligent, cute granddaughter? I'm envious, Chen, I'm nakedly jealous." He spoke recklessly, unabashed of his envy and jealousy. After emptying the cup, he returned to the cushion, and Uncle Li topped up the wine again. The old man continued, "Director Chen, I came today partly to report to you that I have found your bloodline, and partly to confess my sins to you. I hope you can forgive me and support me. I really like that child, so I let her marry my grandson. You know my grandson, apart from being stubborn and a bit cold, he doesn't have any other bad habits. You even praised him, saying he was a good boy. I promise you that Brat wouldn't dare treat our granddaughter badly. He also promised me that during the marriage, he would do his best to treat her well. Having said that, I feel a little bit sorry for you. The union of the two children was accidental, but it was also fate. As for the specific details, I won't go into them with you one by one. Anyway, the two of them are already together, so I let them get married. Unfortunately, my rotten grandson said that they have no emotional foundation and that they would try it out first. If they haven't fallen in love with each other after 2 years, they will get a divorce. I was very angry about this and almost hit him with a stick. However, young people have young people's ideas, and as older people, we can't help but listen to their hearts. But, Mr. Chen, don't worry, I'm confident that I can make my brat fall in love with our Yin-Yin. In 2 years, he'll be madly in love with our granddaughter. The old man beamed with confidence as he spoke. He just couldn't believe it. With Yin-Yan's looks, her intelligence, and her quirky personality, there's no way his stupid grandson won't fall for her. I put my words here, Chen Guiding, I put my words here, in 2 years, I will come with good wine to celebrate victory with you. The old man is absolutely sure. Don't look at his grandson being cold and arrogant. Once he discovers the good things about Jiang Yin, he will obsessively pursue her. At that time, see whose face will be slapped. The kind of slap that makes a popping sound. The breeze is blowing, and the old man's mood is getting better and better. He took a bite of the dessert and continued to report to Chen Guiding on Jiang Yanyan's situation. Director Chen, after telling you so much, I forgot to tell you about the child's family situation. The child's family conditions are not very good. She has been living with her grandmother. However, that grandmother is very good to her, and that is what I feel most gratified about. She didn't have a wealthy childhood, but she also didn't suffer too much. I haven't told her her real identity, mainly because I haven't found her biological parents yet. When he said this, the old man's eyes darkened. But Chen Ji, don't worry, I will definitely continue to work hard. I also believe that the child's biological parents are still alive, and I will not give up the search until the day I find them. The child's previous living conditions were not very good, but I assure you that her life will get better and better in the future. I have already asked Lu Yichen to arrange a place for her to live. After she graduates, I will give her the most luxurious villa in Nanjiang City and the best sports car. If she wants to work, she can pick any position in the Lu group she likes. If she doesn't want to work, I guarantee that the money on her card will never run out. The old man did not dare to mention the grievances that Jiang Yanyan had suffered in the past. He was afraid that Director Chen would be unhappy and sad. He thought again, and said, at the very least, whether Jiang Yanyan would be my granddaughter-in-law in 2 years or not, I will not let her suffer any injustice. If she wants to get married, I will give her a generous dowry. Of course, he firmly believed that Jiang Yanyan would not marry anyone else. 2 years later, his arrogant grandson would cling to his precious granddaughter-in-law like a piece of gum. He rambled on and on, saying a lot of things. When he finally left, it was almost dark. However, this time, he left with a very relaxed mood, having finally lived up to Chen's expectations. He had lived up to the shot he had taken for him. If it weren't for Chen, where would Lu Wei be today? Where would the powerful Lu group and his 8 charming grandchildren be? The only regret was that he didn't have a granddaughter. But now, he has a granddaughter-in-law, and he will love Jiang Yanyan as if she were his own granddaughter, even more than his own granddaughter. As for those grandsons, humph. They stink. They stink. Jiang Yanyan got into Lu Yichen's car and left the Nanjiang hotel. She had planned to return the diamond ring that her grandfather had given her to Lu Yichen as soon as they got in the car. But Lu Zixuan was also in the car, and she didn't know how to bring up the subject. If she gave the diamond ring directly to Lu Yichen, it would make him lose face. After all, Lu Zixuan was also there, and he was a big mouth. But she couldn't accept it either. On the one hand, because the diamond ring was so expensive, she was afraid that if she took it to school, she would lose it accidentally. On the other hand, she and he were in a marriage of convenience, and if she accepted such a valuable thing, she would have to return it in the future. Holding the diamond ring, she felt as if she were holding a bomb. Chapter 30: Buying a Diamond Ring. The car stopped at the entrance of Nanjiang University. After Jiang Yanyan and Lu Zixuan got out, Lu Yichen quickly disappeared. The two of them walked together towards the school. Lu Zixuan saw the box in Jiang Yanyan's hand and reminded her in a friendly manner, "Boss, that thing in your hand is quite valuable, so watch it carefully and don't lose it. This diamond ring is worth several 100 million yuan and can be considered one of the Lu family heirlooms." Back then, Grandpa's daughters-in-law were all envious of it, and they all wanted it. Lu Yichen's mother thought that she was the eldest son's wife, and that this thing belonged to her. She waited and waited, for more than 20 years, but still she was lonely, and Grandpa never gave her the diamond ring. What shocked Lu Zixuan was that Grandpa had given the heirloom to Jiang Yanyan, his granddaughter-in-law who had not yet officially married into the family. However, this thing is so valuable that it is not safe to keep it at school at all, and Lu Zixuan had to remind her. But even if Lu Zixuan didn't remind her, Jiang Yanyan also felt that this diamond ring must be worth a lot of money and could not be kept casually. After being reminded by Lu Zixuan, Jiang Yanyan felt even more that what she was holding in her hands was not a diamond ring, but a bomb that could explode at any time. No, she must return the diamond ring. She had to return it right away. Thinking this, Jiang Yanyan looked up and said, "Lu Zixuan, you go ahead, I have something to do." After saying this, she didn't wait for him to react, and turned around and ran. Lu Zixuan wanted to call out to her, but Jiang Yanyan had already run out of sight. She ran to the entrance of the school and saw a taxi parked there. Holding such an expensive diamond ring, she didn't dare to take the bus, for fear that there would be thieves on the bus who would steal her diamond ring. Jiang Yanyan got into the taxi and went straight to Bishuiyuan. She was going to put the diamond ring in the house in Bishuiyuan and then tell Lui Chen to go back and get it. Half an hour later, she arrived at Bishuiyuan. She took out the key, opened the door, walked in, and quickly closed the door, not forgetting to firmly lock it. After locking it, she leaned against the door, felt her chest, and let out a long breath. Goodness! It was so nerve-wracking. She leaned against the door and breathed heavily for a long time before she felt slightly relieved. She put her school bag on the sofa and took the box with her as she walked towards Lui Chen's bedroom. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped again. She remembered Lui Chen saying that they would each have a room and that in general, she should not go into his room at will. She wondered what was so good about his room that he didn't want her to go in at will. Jiang Yanyan pursed her lips and retreated back, muttering under her breath, "It's like no one wants to go into your room." She thought about it and decided that she might as well put the diamond ring in her bedroom. No. In that case, he can't just go into her bedroom either. If that's not an option, then she'll just put the diamond ring on the coffee table in the living room. She placed the box on the coffee table and took out a pen and paper from her bag. She picked up a pen and wrote, "Mr. Lu, I've left the diamond ring on the coffee table. Could you please return it to Grandpa for me? It's too valuable and I'm afraid I'll lose it. Thanks." After writing this, she signed her name. She put down the pen, picked up the paper and blew on it. She waited until the writing was completely dry before putting it back on the coffee table and pressing it down with the box. Meanwhile, Lui Chen had just entered a shopping mall. He was surrounded by security guards. Despite the security guards surrounding him, there were still a lot of girls surging outside, screaming. One girl shouted crazily, "Lui Chen, when are you going to marry me?" Lui Chen frowned and continued walking towards the inside of the mall. Due to his appearance, the mall was already packed, and there were even many entertainment reporters and TV station reporters there. The security guards struggled to clear a path in front of them, and it took a long time before he arrived at a jewelry store. This jewelry store is an international big brand, and a casual little thing is worth tens of thousands of dollars. As soon as Lui Chen stepped in, the owner of the jewelry store hurriedly closed the door and told the other employees to guard the door. As soon as the owner closed the door, the reporters had already started reporting. Entertainment reporter, according to the latest news, the president of the Lu Group suddenly walked into a jewelry store of an internationally renowned brand. If expectations are not wrong, he should be choosing jewelry, or even a ring, for his girlfriend. It is reported that the president of the Lu Group is approaching his 30s, but he has never announced who his girlfriend is. Until now, no one knows who his girlfriend is, nor do they know which lucky girl will become his bride. Economic reporter, the latest news is that the president of the Lu Group has entered a jewelry store. It is estimated that the prospects for the jewelry industry this year should be good, and from the information just sent from the stock market, it can be seen that the stock price of the jewelry industry is rising sharply, especially for a certain international brand, whose stock price has already reached the daily limit. All the major entertainment websites and economic channels are reporting that the Lu Group went into the mall to buy jewelry, and it may even be a ring. For a while, the website and TV were full of news about the president of the Lu Group. But unfortunately, the reporters only managed to get a shot of his tall back, and there was not a single frontal photo. On the one hand, the reporters really didn't get a frontal photo, and even if they did, they couldn't publish it. The Lu Group controls the entire news and entertainment industry in Nanxiang, and no one is bold enough to publish a photo of their boss. So, many people have heard that the president of the Lu Group is not only rich, but also very handsome, but they have never met him in person, and they have never even seen a photo. The president of the Lu Group is such a mysterious existence. Louis Chen picked out a pair of 5 million yuan worth of rings in the jewelry store, and after making his selection, he quickly left. As soon as he left, the reporters surrounded the owner of the jewelry store. They asked with long and short guns, "Excuse me, boss, what did the president buy?" The owner of the jewelry store did not intend to answer them. What the president bought was the president's freedom and privacy. However, the reporters were very patient. They would not leave if he did not answer. In fact, before the president left, the owner of the jewelry store had already asked. If the reporter asked him, could he tell the truth? The president nodded at the time. There was nothing he could not say. In order to get out of there as soon as possible, he could only tell the truth. The president had bought a pair of rings worth a relatively high price. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar in the audience. The hearts of many girls were broken, and some girls even burst into tears. Their Cinderella dreams had shattered to the ground. As a result, major websites were all reporting the news that the president of the Lu Group had bought a diamond ring. Royal Heights. Song Wanting was sitting on the sofa watching a drama when suddenly a news story popped up. The president of Lu's Group went to the mall to buy a diamond ring. Guess who his bride will be? She was taken aback and quickly clicked on the video news. In the video, the owner of the jewelry store was talking enthusiastically. Yes, the president did buy a pair of diamond rings worth millions of dollars, and the president is very satisfied with our merchandise. Entertainment reporter, did the president reveal who his fiancée is? Jewelry shop owner, that's the president's private business, I have no right to ask. Entertainment reporter, anyway, the president of the Lu Group is approaching his 30s, and finally has a fiancée. No matter who his fiancée is, we have to wish him well. Wish you ahead. Song Wanting was so angry that she almost threw her phone out. Chapter 31, Unrepentant. Ever since she first met Louis Chen, Song Wanting had been irrevocably in love with this man. Over the years, for his sake, she had let go of her dignity, her girlhood shyness, and chased after him recklessly. But in the end, he chose someone else. Song Wanting's heart ached like it was being ripped apart. What was wrong with her? What was it about her that made him look down on her? Although the Song family was not a wealthy family in Nanjing City, they made a lot of money every day and had an endless supply of wealth. She had a voluptuous figure, outstanding looks, had attended a world-famous university, and was a proper rich and beautiful woman. With her qualifications, there are countless men who would be overjoyed to have her. If they had to queue up, they would probably reach all the way to Paris. But Louis Chen was the only one who didn't care about her. Song Wanting couldn't understand why Louis Chen was so dissatisfied with her. Now, she had heard the news of his engagement, and she wanted to die. She stood up, grabbed the teacup on the table, and threw it hard. Pop! The cup shattered into pieces, and the water stains splashed all over the floor. Zhang Lingyun hurriedly came out when she heard the noise. When she saw the broken cup on the ground, she asked in surprise, "Ting, what's wrong? Why did you drop the cup?" As a sea turtle, a celebrity with a high degree of education, Song Wanting has a high level of cultivation. She is rarely angry, let alone furious. As soon as her mother's words finished, Song Wanting's tears flowed. "Mom, have you seen the news?" Ms. Zhang was confused. "What news?" "I'm talking to your brother." Song Wanting came to her mother's side, reached out and hugged her, her tears flowing. "Mom, Louis Chen might be getting engaged. What should I do?" Zhang Lingyun froze for a moment. "When did this happen? How come I didn't know about it?" Song Wanting cried even more sadly. She just heard on the news that he went to the mall to buy a diamond ring, spending millions. Without even thinking, Zhang Lingyun said directly, "A few million is nothing to the Lu family. His family is loaded, they can afford tens of billions." Song Wanting stomped her feet in anger and pouted, saying, "Mom, what are you talking about? The problem isn't about money. The point is that he didn't buy the ring for me." Zhang Lingyun was silent. She knew exactly what her daughter was thinking, but as the saying goes, a forced melon is not sweet, and you can't force a cow to drink. Louis Chen has no interest in her at all, so why must she hang herself on a single tree? She has said this to her daughter many times, but she just won't listen. Seeing her daughter fall deeper and deeper, Mrs. Zhang is both distressed and angry. She hugged her daughter and patted her back, saying, "Ting, I've told you many times. It's fine if the president of the Lu Group doesn't like us, but marriage also needs to be about matching social status. The Lu family is a powerful family in Nanjing City and the richest family in Nanjing City. A family like this is out of our league. Even if Louis Chen can like you, one day you'll marry into the family in all its glory, but can you guarantee that you won't suffer even a little after you marry in? Once you enter a wealthy family, it's like entering the deep sea. Everyone can see the glamour of the wealthy and noble ladies, but they don't know that there are many rules in wealthy families. Ordinary people can't handle these rules. Song Wanting choked and said, "Mom, I don't think so. I think that both personally and as a family, I am worthy of Louis Chen. Our family is not a wealthy family, but we are also in the top ranks of Nanjing City. I also graduated from a world-renowned university and I'm not bad-looking." Zhang Lingyun shook her head helplessly. "Tingting, you can't weigh love against conditions. Mom admits that you're very good, but being good doesn't mean everyone will like you. You have your strengths and your weaknesses. Someone who likes you will see your weaknesses as strengths, and someone who doesn't like you will see your strengths as weaknesses. Everyone has the right to choose. If he doesn't choose you, there's no point in obsessing over him. Giving up sensibly is the best choice. Even if you keep pestering him, in the end, he will not choose you, so why bother? Let go of others and let go of yourself." "Mom, I just can't let go, I really can't." Song Wanting was still crying like a weeping willow, and she hadn't listened to a single word Mrs. Zhang had said. She patted her daughter's head and tried to let go slowly. Time heals all wounds, and when you have completely come out of it, you will find that there are not only good men like Louis Chen in the world. "Mom!" Zhang Lingyun knew that her daughter would not give up for a while, and she would definitely continue to pursue him obsessively. If she wants to pursue him, let her. She will probably not turn back until she hits a dead end and is covered in scars. Some things cannot be resolved through persuasion. After crying for a while, Song Wanting took her phone into the bedroom. She called her cousin Zhu Linlin. Zhu Linlin also studied at Nanjing University and was a classmate of Lu Zixuan and Zhang Yanyan. After receiving the call, she asked worriedly, "Sister Tingting, are you okay?" She knew that her cousin had always admired the president of the Lu Group and had asked her to find out everything she could about his brother from Lu Zixuan. Unfortunately, Lu Zixuan kept his mouth shut and wouldn't give her any information about the Lu Group or his brother. When she asked too many questions, he simply denied that he was from the family of the richest man in Nanjing. Song Wanting was stunned, and tried hard to control her emotions, trying to sound as calm as possible. "Linlin, can you ask Lu Zixuan for your cousin, who is his future sister-in-law?" Zhu Linlin frowned. "Cousin, I don't think this is going to be easy. As you know, if I ask him about his brother, Lu Zixuan won't say a word. If I ask too much, he'll get impatient and even scold me. She has tried before." She remembered that once, Song Wanting gave her a set of high-end skincare products and asked her to find out if Louis Chen would attend a dinner party at the weekend. The cosmetics were really expensive, and she couldn't put them down, so she agreed right away. She found Lu Zixuan and asked him about his brother's schedule. Lu Zixuan immediately got angry and shouted at her, "Zhu Linlin, what do you think you are? Why should my brother report to you?" She hurriedly explained, but Lu Zixuan simply wouldn't listen, pointing his finger at her nose and warning, "Zhu Linlin, I'm warning you, if you dare to ask me about my brother again, I won't let you off the hook." Zhu Linlin was scared at that moment, and her legs went weak. Now, Song Wanting asked her to find out information again, but she refused without even thinking about it. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but she simply couldn't. Lu Zixuan wouldn't even tell her the news about his brother, let alone his future sister-in-law, who was under his protection. Song Wanting was very disappointed and said helplessly, "Okay, if Lu Zixuan says anything, you must tell me." Zhu Linlin said obediently, "Cousin, please rest assured. If he accidentally says anything, I will be the first to tell you." "Okay. Cousin." Song Wanting was about to hang up when Zhu Linlin suddenly called out in a sweet voice. "What is it?" Song Wanting asked. "Sister, if you see Song Jinghao, can you say a few kind words to him for me? Lately, I don't know what's wrong, he just keeps ignoring me." Although Song Jinghao and Song Wanting both have the surname Song, their families are not very close and have already been out of the 5 clothing period. In recent years, due to business relationships, they have slowly started to get in touch and have become acquainted. The reason Zhu Linlin is willing to work like a horse for Song Wanting is not for Song Jinghao. If it weren't for the Prince Charming in her heart, she wouldn't be so stupid as to let her boss her around. Song Wanting agreed without even thinking, "Okay, I'll ask for you if I see him." After hanging up the phone, the sun was about to set. The man in her heart was taking a car to Bishuiyuan. When he was about to arrive, he suddenly received a text message from Zhang Yanyan. Chapter 32, As You Wish. Jiang Yanyan placed the diamond ring on the coffee table, left a note, and didn't forget to send a message to Louis Chen. After receiving the message, Louis Chen was a little surprised, to be precise, a little pleasantly surprised. The fact that Jiang Yanyan took the initiative to return the ring showed that she was not a greedy person. Even someone who knew nothing about jewelry could tell that the ring was very valuable. Such a valuable thing, Jiang Yanyan did not intend to keep it, and she even delivered it directly to the house in Bishuyuan without even spending the night. Louis Chen's mouth corners lifted, and he replied, "Where are you now?" "Ha?" Upon receiving the message, Jiang Yanyan was a little surprised, but she still answered truthfully, "I'm at Bishuyuan, and I'm getting ready to go back." She already had her school bag on her back, and she was changing her shoes at the door, about to leave soon. "Louis Chen, wait a little while, I'll be there soon." Jiang Yanyan. "He's here, so he's here, why doesn't he let her go? She wants to go back and study, the exam is coming up soon, and Mr. Liu is just wasting her time." Despite her anxiety, she put her bag down and sat on the sofa waiting for him. It wasn't long before Louis Chen returned. Seeing her sitting obediently on the sofa with a slight curl at the corner of her lips, he apologized, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Seeing that he was so polite, Jiang Yanyan stood up and said, "It's okay, I didn't really wait long and I'm not in a hurry. I wonder what Mr. Liu is doing." Louis Chen was taken aback. "If you're not in a hurry, why did you ask what's wrong?" He hung his jacket on the hanger, changed into slippers, came to the side of the coffee table, looked at the box on the table, and said, "This is a gift from Grandpa to you. In theory, you should keep it, but this ring was a gift from Grandpa to Grandma. Grandma wore it for more than 10 years, and after she passed away, Grandpa kept it. He gave it to you as a token of his affection. But school is not a very safe place. In case you accidentally lose it, you won't be able to explain to Grandpa in the future." "Well, that's what I thought, so I returned the ring." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Jiang Yanyan explained. In fact, she could have simply given the ring to her grandmother to keep, but she understood that such a precious thing did not belong to her, so she sent the ring here. Louis Chen's eyes darkened, and he took out a brand new box from his bosom. He handed the box to her and explained, "Since we're married, I should have bought you a ring. Since we got married in such a rush and I've been busy lately, I've put it off. Today I went to the mall and bought 2 rings. Take a look and see if you like them." With that, he opened the box and a 20-carat diamond ring flashed with blinding light. Jiang Yanyan was stunned, especially when she saw the logo on the box. She couldn't believe it. Although she doesn't pay much attention to brands, it doesn't mean she knows nothing about them. For example, she has heard of the brand in front of her, and it is said that their products are very expensive. Mr. Liu must have spent a lot of money on such a big diamond ring. And she is sure that the diamond ring Mr. Liu bought is more expensive than the one her grandfather gave her. "Grandpa, my dear granddaughter, you are still too young. The one I gave you is priceless. Mr. Liu may not have promised to be with her forever, but as he said, he has given her everything she deserves during the marriage. And he is not stingy at all. She vaguely feels that Mr. Liu must have a good job and earn a lot of money, otherwise he would not be so generous to her. But then again, not every man who earns a lot will be generous to his wife. Some men earn a lot but are still stingy with their wives, giving only 2,000 yuan a month as living expenses and thinking that this is a great favor to their wives. When they get home, they act like a master, doing nothing but waiting for their wives to serve them food and drink. If his wife does not serve him to his satisfaction, he will shout at her and even get violent. He does not treat his wife like a human being at all." Thinking about this, Jiang Yanyan felt that she was still quite lucky for the time being. Although Mr. Liu treats her coldly, he does not make any demands on her, and he even provides her with a house and a bank card, and now he is buying her a ring. Although she will not take his things, it is a different matter whether he buys them for her or not. She smiled and said, "Mr. Liu, you've got it all wrong. I don't need a ring, and I'm not upset because you took back the ring my grandfather gave me. I'm a student, and wearing jewelry is a bit inappropriate. Besides, I don't really like this kind of thing, and I feel uncomfortable wearing it. Let's not even talk about the fact that we're in an open marriage, but even if I were to marry someone in the future, I wouldn't wear a ring all the time." Louis Chen. It turned out that she had no intention of being with him for the long term. She was also planning to marry someone else openly in the future. For some reason, when he heard her say this, he felt a bitter feeling in his heart, and it wasn't a very pleasant feeling. But he also felt that she was right. 2 years later, if neither of them had fallen in love with the other, they would not be breaking up. Even if she fell in love with him and he didn't fall in love with her, he would resolutely break up with her. After the breakup, she would definitely find another boyfriend. One day in the future, a man would take her hand and walk her down the aisle. After comforting himself a little, he felt better. He slipped the ring into her arms and said in a low voice, "We'll talk about the future later. For now, just keep the diamond ring. It's yours to do with as you like, even sell it if you want." He never thought of asking for anything back. Moreover, he had already decided that after 2 years, when they separated, he would transfer the house to her and give her a nice car. If she couldn't find a suitable job, he would have someone in the subsidiary company arrange a job for her that was both easy and well paid. By then, as her ex-husband, he felt that he had already done a very good job. The old man said, "Louis Chen, you're so stingy, and you still think you're generous?" Jiang Yanyan was taken aback. She didn't expect Louis Chen to say such things. She hurriedly waved her hand. No, Mr. Liu, I can't accept such a valuable thing, and I won't sell your things. Although my family is not very wealthy, my grandmother said that a gentleman loves money in a way, and I will not take advantage of you." Louis Chen's brows tightened. "You are not a gentleman, you are a girl, you can take advantage of it." This sentence almost made Jiang Yanyan laugh. She didn't expect Mr. Liu to tell cold jokes, and after telling it, he still looked serious and didn't laugh at all. She thought about it for a moment. If she didn't accept the ring, he probably wouldn't agree, so she might as well just leave it here. "Mr. Liu, how about this? I'll just leave the ring in the house. It's such a valuable thing, I'm afraid I'll lose it, so I'll bring it when I'm on holiday." Louis Chen nodded. "Whatever you like." Jiang Yanyan put the ring away and put it in the bedside table in the bedroom. After tidying up, she was ready to go back to school. After walking out the door, Louis Chen said, "Let's go, I'll walk you back." The two of them went to the underground garage together, where Hai Tao was waiting in the car. Louis Chen sat in the passenger seat, and Jiang Yanyan sat in the back. After they were seated, Hai Tao drove out of Bishuiyuan. On the way, Louis Chen asked, "When is your exam?" Jiang Yanyan thought for a moment and said, 3 days from now." Louis Chen reminded her, "Don't forget your bet with me." Jiang Yanyan. Chapter 33 Zhu Linlin. Louis Chen reminded Jiang Yanyan not to forget their bet. Jiang Yanyan froze for a moment. If he hadn't reminded her, she would have probably forgotten about it a long time ago. She looked down at her school bag. It had been used for 3 or 4 years, and the color had faded from washing, with a few patches on it. It was time to get a new one. She was confident about that. She might not have confidence in other things, but she was full of confidence and strength to defeat the eternal second place. "I won't forget, Mr. Liu, just remember to have my school bag ready," she said confidently, even with a hint of arrogance and hubris. Louis Chen pursed his lips. He really appreciated her confidence and arrogance. This was the unique temperament of youth, and the unique tension of being young. He nodded and turned his gaze to Hai Tao. "How are the preparations going?" Hai Tao was driving with full concentration. He immediately perked up when the president suddenly asked him a question, and replied to Mr. Liu that the things were already on their way and that Ms. Jiang would definitely get them before her exam was over. He almost let slip that. The president had clearly told him not to call him president in front of Jiang Yanyan, let alone call Jiang Yanyan young wife. Although they had already gotten married, their relationship had not yet developed to the point where they could disclose all his information. Or rather, there was no such possibility in this life. Louis Chen gave him a cold stare, and Hai Tao shivered in fear. The car stopped at the school gate, and Jiang Yanyan got off the car with a sense of relief. She had finally returned the troublesome ring, and the next step was to study hard, consolidate what she had learned, and prepare for the exam. After returning to the dormitory, she collapsed on the bed and read for a while before going to sleep. As she had been busy all day, she fell asleep as soon as she got into bed, and didn't even know when her roommates returned. In particular, Han Xiaoxiao gave her a couple of kisses on the cheek, and Jiang Yanyan, still half asleep, pushed her and turned around to go back to sleep. The night was quiet as water. Early the next morning, Jiang Yanyan got up from bed, washed up, and then grabbed her school bag and went to the cafeteria. She bought a bun and a bowl of congee, quickly finished eating, and then rushed to the school library. The weekend library is a very popular place, and if you go late, you won't be able to find a seat. When she arrived, the library had just opened, and a large crowd of college students, graduate students, and even doctoral students were all rushing in. Jiang Yanyan ran in with the crowd and finally managed to grab a not-so-good seat. She put her bag in the table pocket and took out the books for her major to start reviewing. Jiang Yanyan studied very hard and was very involved, and the 2 hours passed in a flash. She stretched, took out her water bottle and took a drink, and was about to continue reviewing when a dark shadow blocked her view. Jiang Yanyan looked up and saw Zhu Linlin standing in front of her. She rubbed her eyes, looked at Zhu Linlin like she was a monster, and asked, "What do you want?" Jiang Yanyan and Zhu Linlin were not close friends, just classmates. But Zhu Linlin considered herself to be very familiar with Jiang Yanyan, the kind of familiarity that comes from dislike. She looked down on Jiang Yanyan condescendingly, and when she saw her stationery bag in particular, she almost snickered. What century is this, and she's still using such an old-fashioned stationery bag? How poor can she be? It's fine if she's poor, but she has no self-awareness, and she's even blatantly courting Song Jinghao. When Song Jinghao disagreed, she even had her lackey Lu Zixuan go teach him a lesson. Lu Zixuan is really blind. As the son of a wealthy family, he can't play well with anyone, but follows Jiang Yanyan around. Zhu Linlin is both angry and envious. What does Jiang Yanyan have besides good grades? She's a poor girl, and she's skinny as a monkey. Lu Zixuan doesn't know what he sees in her. She brushed her dark, beautiful hair and said with disdain, "I want to talk to you." Jiang Yanyan gave a cold laugh. "I'm busy, and I don't have anything to discuss with you." Zhu Linlin was so angry that her stomach hurt. If it weren't for the silence in the library, she would have screamed. She suppressed her anger and said in a low voice, "Jiang Yanyan, do I give you face? How dare you not give me a chat?" Jiang Yanyan moved her wrists a little. She felt that fists were sometimes more convincing than words. But this is the library, and everyone is studying. If she punches Zhu Linlin will definitely cry and scream, disturbing everyone's study. It might even attract the attention of the library staff, and she might even be punished. It is obviously not worth it to get a punishment for this shameless woman. After thinking about it, she put her fist down again. Zhu Linlin let out a sigh of relief when she saw her put her fist down. She knew that Jiang Yanyan had studied Sanda, and she also knew that this brat could be very ruthless. I remember that once, a boy from the sports department provoked her, and she was beaten up and her face was bruised. Jiang Yanyan gritted her teeth and said, "Get out of here, and don't make me say it again." Zhu Linlin endured it and changed her tone. "Jiang Yanyan, so that means you were in the wrong. Anyway, we are classmates, and I want to ask you for some information. I haven't even said it yet, and you told me to get out of here. Isn't that going too far? If she can't beat me, she'll use moral blackmail." Jiang Yanyan really felt annoyed and hated to kick her far away with one foot. However, no matter what, this is a public place, and she can't go too far. Zhu Linlin has already pretended to lower her stance, and she can't help but cooperate with her in acting a scene. So, she stood up and said, "Let's go outside and talk." Zhu Linlin went over to her and said obstinately, "No, let's talk here." Jiang Yanyan glared at her and said, "Are you blind? Can't you see everyone is studying?" Zhu Linlin looked around. Indeed, everyone was buried in their studies, except her, who was standing around making a racket. Several classmates were already impatient and were eyeing her suspiciously. She was taken aback. "Fine, let's talk outside." The two walked out of the classroom one after the other and arrived at the stairs. Jiang Yanyan held onto the handrail of the stairs and said, "Speak quickly, fart quickly, I'm busy." Zhu Linlin clenched her fists. If she couldn't beat her, Zhu Linlin would have already started. She gritted her teeth and asked angrily, "Jiang Yanyan, Song Jinghao has no grudges against you, so why did you let Lu Zixuan beat him?" Jiang Yanyan frowned. She finally understood why Zhu Linlin had come to see her. What a bore, what a huge bore. What does this have to do with her? Why is she meddling? Without even thinking, she said directly, "That's between Lu Zixuan and Song Jinghao, it has nothing to do with me." After she finished speaking, she turned her head and walked away, not giving Zhu Linlin the chance to ask a question back. Zhu Linlin saw that she was leaving and immediately became anxious. She grabbed her by the hand, and due to the excessive force, she almost pulled Jiang Yanyan down. Chapter 34, School Bullying. Jiang Yanyan spun around in place, and hurriedly grabbed the handrail of the stairs to prevent herself from falling. After she stood firm holding onto the railing, she glared at Zhu Linlin and asked, "What are you going to do? Fight?" While speaking, she clenched her fists tightly. Zhu Linlin unconsciously took a step back. "No, Jiang Yanyan, you haven't answered my question yet, why are you walking away?" Jiang Yanyan took a step forward. "Why should I answer your question? What does it matter to you if Song Jinghao gets beaten up? Zhu Linlin's chest heaves with anger. Jiang Yanyan, how can you be so vicious? Song Jinghao is our classmate, and you can say such things? Jiang Yanyan gave her a cold stare. What's wrong with what I said? Do you think everyone looks at Song Jinghao like a flower like you do? Are you eager to be his lapdog? Song Jinghao, Jiang Yanyan, are you being polite? Zhu Linlin, who had been exposed, was furious and reached out to slap Jiang Yanyan. As she watched, her palm was about to reach her face when Jiang Yanyan grabbed her wrist with her other hand. She only had to apply a little force, and Zhu Linlin let out a wail like a demon crying. Jiang Yanyan thought to herself, this is it, she's screaming like a pig, it's only a matter of time before the floor manager comes over. She quickly let go of her hand, preparing to escape, but just as she did, Zhu Linlin suddenly grabbed her from behind and, while she was turning around, suddenly slapped her. This angered Jiang Yanyan. She touched her burning face and, without saying a word, punched Zhu Linlin hard in the face. Zhu Linlin's face immediately swelled up, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Jiang Yanyan. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yanyan jumped up and kicked her in the chest twice. She didn't use too much force, after all, that place was very soft and weak, and if she kicked it wrong, it could be painful for the rest of her life. One should not be too vicious, and revenge should be limited. Even though she didn't use too much force, Zhu Linlin could no longer stand. She stumbled back a few steps and fell to the ground in a heap. Ah, help! This time, she screamed even louder, like a ghost crying and a wolf howling, and her voice filled the hallway. The floor manager heard the sound and hurried over. Before she could even run up to her, suddenly a dark figure rushed past like an arrow. Even Jiang Yanyan couldn't see who it was. The person ran up to Zhu Linlin, crouched down, reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Before Zhu Linlin could react, the person quickly ran up to Jiang Yanyan, wiped the blood on her hand onto the corner of Jiang Yanyan's mouth, and didn't forget to tell her, Yanyan, cry quickly. It was only then that Jiang Yanyan could see clearly that the person who was busy like a little demon was actually Han Xiaoxiao. She was about to wipe away the disgusting bloodstain when Han Xiaoxiao grabbed her hand and said, No, the homeroom teacher is outside. He heard Zhu Linlin squealing and is probably coming soon. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, the homeroom teacher and the floor manager appeared before them at the same time. Jiang Yanyan. Han Xiaoxiao had actually been here for a long time. As soon as she arrived, she saw Zhu Linlin and Jiang Yanyan arguing. She was about to go and help, but then she saw Jiang Yanyan break Zhu Linlin's pig's trotters. It was inappropriate to go at this time, and Jiang Yanyan was not at a disadvantage. So she decided to wait a little longer. What she didn't expect was that Zhu Linlin actually slapped Jiang Yanyan. She rolled up her sleeves and was about to help, but when she looked back, she saw the homeroom teacher walking leisurely from the other side of the corridor towards them. Oh no! Han Xiaoxiao was quick-witted and ran over to Zhu Linlin, smearing some blood on the corner of Jiang Yanyan's mouth. Jiang Yanyan was disgusted. She didn't dare wipe it off, though. The homeroom teacher and the floor manager looked at them in disbelief. What are you doing? Fighting? Zhu Linlin supported her waist and struggled to get up from the ground. Teacher Lu, Jiang Yanyan bullied me, she kicked me over. Teacher Lu looked at the skinny Jiang Yanyan and then at the tall Zhu Linlin, and he couldn't believe his eyes. There was a huge difference in size and weight. Jiang Yanyan would never be able to knock Zhu Linlin over, and she must have been the one who started the fight. Besides, Jiang Yanyan had always been a good girl, studying hard and conscientiously, and hardly ever getting into arguments with anyone. On the contrary, Zhu Linlin has a very bad reputation. Every now and then, someone complains about her, saying that she bullies her classmates. He frowned, paid no attention to Zhu Linlin at all, looked at Jiang Yanyan's slightly swollen face and the blood at the corner of her mouth, and asked, What's going on? Jiang Yanyan laughed to herself. This time, she was going to be the little white lotus, leaving Zhu Linlin, the big white lotus, with no way out. She made a sad face and pretended to look pitiful. Teacher Lu, here's what happened. Aren't the exams coming up soon? I came to the library to review for my major. Zhu Linlin suddenly found me and said she had something to tell me. I didn't want to deal with her, but I was afraid that she would make a scene in the library and disrupt everyone's studies. So, I followed her here. Without saying a word, she slapped me directly. As she spoke, she pointed to her red and swollen face and the dried bloodstain at the corner of her mouth. Jiang Yanyan did not say the specific reason for the incident, as she did not want to involve Song Jinghao and Lu Zixuan. Moreover, she was sure that Zhu Linlin would not have involved them if she had any brains. Teacher Lu looked at Jiang Yanyan's face, which was indeed a little swollen, and there was still blood at the corner of her mouth, which proved that Zhu Linlin had indeed hit her. He turned his head and looked at Zhu Linlin and asked, "Is she right?" Zhu Linlin immediately retorted, "No, Teacher Lu, that's not what happened." The homeroom teacher's mouth twitched. "If that's not the case, then what is it?" Zhu Linlin wiped the blood that had spilled from the corner of her mouth. "Teacher Lu, I did call her out. I wanted to ask Song." She didn't finish her sentence, suddenly realizing something, her tongue stuck, and she didn't dare say another word. Goodness. If she tells on Song Jinghao and Lu Zixuan for fighting, not to mention whether Song Jinghao would ever talk to her again, just Lu Zixuan would be enough to get her into trouble. The homeroom teacher looked at her without blinking. "Say something." Time was running out, and she couldn't think of another reason off the top of her head, so she had no choice but to admit with great reluctance, "Yes, that's what happened." Zhang Yanyan couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. Han Xiaoxiao was holding back her laughter. "Zhu Linlin, you're so stupid. You're taking on a job that's too big for you. I'll see if you dare bully our Yanyan again." The homeroom teacher glared at her angrily. "She was studying hard in the library, so why did you slap her? Are you bored?" Zhu Linlin pouted, "Teacher Lu, she hit me too. She kicked me over with one kick, and you saw it just now, she couldn't even get up after being kicked to the ground." Teacher Lu looked at the tall and strong Zhu Linlin and couldn't believe it. He turned to Zhang Yanyan and asked, "You kicked her over?" Zhang Yanyan frowned and said, "Zhu Linlin, it's fine if you slap me, but why did you lie to Teacher Lu? Let Teacher Lu see your strength. Could I have kicked you over? You wanted to hit me, but I ran faster than you and you fell because you were in a hurry and bumped into the railing. Not only did I see it, Han Xiaoxiao was also there, and she saw it clearly." Han Xiaoxiao suppressed her laughter and nodded eagerly. "Yes, Teacher Lu, that's what happened. Zhu Linlin bullied her classmates because Jiang Yanyan was better at her studies." Bullying? Zhu Linlin shivered. Han Xiaoxiao had said it, and this was a big deal. Like Lu Zixuan, she was practically Jiang Yanyan's two dogs. Chapter 35 Explanation. The homeroom teacher seemed to be aware of the problem as well, especially when Han Xiaoxiao mentioned school bullying. His face was incredibly ugly. School bullying is a sensitive term, and every school is very wary of such things. Teacher Lu was a little nervous. Although the library was relatively quiet, there were still people coming and going, especially since the floor manager was also there. If this got out, it would be very bad for him, and it might even ruin his career. He looked around and whispered, "You three, come with me to the office." Zhang Yanyan was very angry. She didn't do anything to anyone, and she can't even read for a while. But the homeroom teacher had already given the order, so she had to go back to the classroom, pack up her books, and come with them to the homeroom teacher's office. In the office, the homeroom teacher severely criticized Zhu Linlin and gave her a warning. He even said that he would announce the matter to the whole class on Monday as a warning to the students. Zhu Linlin wanted to die. No matter how she begged, the homeroom teacher was unsympathetic and insisted on making her an example. Sure enough, early the next morning, the homeroom teacher, who hardly ever showed up in the classroom, stood at the classroom door like a mountain. Everyone was taken aback. The usually chatty students were silent when they saw the homeroom teacher. They sat upright and read their books in unison. Han Xiaoxiao led Zhang Yanyan into the classroom. When they saw their homeroom teacher, they looked like mice seeing a cat and slunk down to their seats. A moment later, Zhu Linlin followed Song Jinghao into the classroom. When everyone was in place, the homeroom teacher began his announcement. He first emphasized that the final exams were coming up soon, and everyone must study hard, not take them lightly, and try not to fail any courses. After talking about studies, he changed the subject and began to talk about campus discipline and the dangers of bullying. Everyone was puzzled. The final exam was coming up soon, so why was the teacher talking about this? Just as everyone was wondering, the teacher suddenly said, "Recently, there was an incident of bullying in our class. It started when one student became jealous of another student's good grades and became resentful of her. They got into a fight, but fortunately I arrived in time to stop them, or there would have been serious consequences." As soon as he finished speaking, the students started talking. Who was it? So arrogant, beating someone up just because of jealousy. Yes, that's really overbearing. How can you do that? If you're jealous, just study hard yourself. Who was it anyway? I really want to know. Everyone was talking and couldn't stop. Han Xiaoxiao tugged at Zhang Yanyan's sleeve and whispered, "If the homeroom teacher hadn't arrived in time, do you think you could have beaten Zhu Linlin into the hospital?" Zhang Yanyan gave her a dirty look and said, "Not quite. If I beat her up, I'd have to pay for the hospital bills, and that's not cost effective." Han Xiaoxiao could barely hold back her laughter. Zhu Linlin had really hit the nail on the head this time. Not only did she get beaten up, she also had to bear the consequences. The homeroom teacher really brought this up in class, and it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before she became widely known for her good name. Zhang Yanyan smiled, "Serves her right. Who let her meddle in other people's business?" Han Xiaoxiao said, "The point is that Song Jinghao doesn't care about her either. It's like putting a hot face on a cold butt." As soon as the two of them finished speaking, the homeroom teacher clapped her hands to indicate that everyone should stop. A moment later, the classroom fell silent. The homeroom teacher continued, "Since everyone is so interested, I will announce their names. I hope that the students will take this as a warning and never do anything like this again." Everyone held their breath, waiting for the homeroom teacher to announce the names of the two students. The homeroom teacher looked at Zhang Yanyan and then at Zhu Linlin, whose head was bowed as low as it could go. Finally, with a heavy heart, she said, "These two students are Zhang Yanyan and Zhu Linlin." Without the teacher having to explain, everyone knew who was the bully and who was the victim. Everyone turned their sympathetic gazes towards Zhang Yanyan, and if the teacher wasn't there, someone would probably have gone over to console her. Zhang Yanyan smiled and waved to the group, meaning that she was fine and that everyone didn't need to worry. Compared to Zhang Yanyan's calmness, Zhu Linlin was a different story. She was so angry that she slumped over the desk, covering her ears with her hands, and refused to listen to anything the teacher said. Shame on her. What a disgrace. How could the homeroom teacher announce her name in front of the whole class? Song Jinghao didn't like her much to begin with, and now she's bullying her classmates, so he probably has an even worse impression of her. And she's bullying Zhang Yanyan. Zhu Linlin always thought that Song Jinghao had a crush on Zhang Yanyan. Although this has not been verified, a woman's intuition is often correct. The homeroom teacher lectured for a long time before leaving. As soon as he left, the classmates came over to ask Zhang Yanyan how she was, if she was hurt, and if she wanted to go to the hospital. Even Song Jinghao shot her inquiring glance. Zhang Yanyan smiled and said, it's okay, everyone doesn't need to worry, I'm fine." It wasn't long before the professional course teacher came to class and everyone quieted down. After school at noon, Zhang Yanyan and Han Xiaoxiao walked out of the classroom together. They didn't go far before Song Jinghao shouted from behind, "Zhang Yanyan, wait a minute." Han Xiaoxiao turned her head and said to Zhang Yanyan, "Yanyan, Song Jinghao is calling you, I wonder what it's about." Zhang Yanyan didn't want to pay any attention to him, because people always said that she was chasing after him. It was said that Song Jinghao himself had said that. Ridiculous. She could chase after anyone, why would she chase after someone whose grades were worse than hers? Never mind him, let's go. Zhang Yanyan put her arm around Han Xiaoxiao's and continued walking as if she hadn't heard. Song Jinghao shook his head and didn't chase after her. He felt a little lost, but didn't know why. His intuition told him that Zhu Lilin's beating of Zhang Yanyan was not as simple as the homeroom teacher had said, so he wanted to ask her about it. Obviously, Zhang Yanyan had not given him the chance. Song Jinghao. Zhu Lilin's voice sounded behind him. He turned his head and glanced at her, wanting to quickly leave, but Zhu Linlin had already run up to him. "What is it?" he asked in a low voice. Zhu Linlin said breathlessly, "Song Jinghao, don't believe what the homeroom teacher said. Zhang Yanyan is a white lotus flower, and I'm the one who really got beaten up. She gave me a good beating, and look, my face is still swollen." She pointed at her face, which still had some bruises, and explained to Song Jinghao with great grievance, hoping to gain his sympathy. Song Jinghao was a little shocked. The homeroom teacher clearly said that Zhang Yanyan was the one who got beaten up, but Zhang Yanyan didn't seem to have any injuries at all. It was Zhu Linlin who had a bruise on her face. However, he didn't believe that Zhang Yanyan could beat Zhu Linlin, as the two were so different in build. Zhu Linlin's injuries could have been caused anywhere, and she could have blamed it on Zhang Yanyan. "So why did you fight?" Zhu Linlin said without thinking, "I wanted to ask her why Lu Zixuan had hit you, but she wouldn't say a word and accused me of meddling." "Then you hit her." Song Jinghao finished speaking and turned his head and walked away. "No, Song Jinghao, it's not like that." Zhu Linlin chased after him from behind, tugging at Song Jinghao to continue explaining. Song Jinghao shook her off. Zhu Linlin stumbled back a few steps and almost fell. She almost cried. Song Jinghao, why? Why are you doing this to me? Chapter 36, She Doesn't Deserve It. Song Jinghao looked at her angrily. Zhu Linlin, what do you want me to do to you? Zhu Linlin. Wasn't her meaning obvious enough? She likes him. Song Jinghao took a step back and said angrily, Zhu Linlin, don't do anything pointless anymore, let alone spread rumors. Some things are not something you can do just because you want to. He didn't say it bluntly, and his rejection was very tactful. Zhu Linlin was extremely aggrieved. With tearful eyes, she said, I didn't spread rumors. I just wanted to ask her why Lu Zixuan hit you. Not only did she not answer me, she also beat me up. No rumors? Song Jinghao questioned, who spread the rumor that Zhang Yanyan was after me on campus? Did I really say that? Zhu Linlin. It was really her who said that. At that time, Zhang Yanyan and Song Jinghao's relationship was still quite good, and they often discussed problems together. On a few occasions, she saw Song Jinghao looking at Zhang Yanyan with the wrong kind of eyes, but Zhang Yanyan didn't notice. She was afraid that Song Jinghao would pursue Zhang Yanyan, so she spread the rumor privately that Zhang Yanyan was pursuing Song Jinghao. At first, not many people believed it, but as the story spread, it became common knowledge on campus. Zhang Yanyan was very annoyed and ran to Song Jinghao to ask for confirmation, and even questioned him. At first, Song Jinghao didn't know who was spreading the rumors, and in the face of Zhang Yanyan's questioning, he couldn't refute it. As a man, he couldn't refute it either, so he could only acquiesce. Zhang Yanyan was so angry that she almost broke off her relationship with him as a classmate. Zhu Linlin was very pleased, thinking that she had easily broken off Song Jinghao's thoughts. But she didn't expect that Song Jinghao would later find out everything about it. Now, when faced with his questioning, she could only stutter and stammer. Song Jinghao gave her a glare and walked away without looking back. Zhu Linlin stood there, crying like a tearful person. At that moment, her cousin Song Wanting called. She didn't want to answer, but she was so sad and had nowhere to turn. After the phone rang for a while, she pressed the answer button and said with a crying voice, Hello, Ting Ting, what's up? Song Wanting wanted to ask her about what happened to Lu Yichen's fiancée, but she didn't expect that as soon as the phone was connected, Zhu Linlin burst into tears. She hurriedly asked, Linlin, what's wrong? Who bullied you? It was better for Song Wanting not to ask, but as soon as she asked, Zhu Linlin cried even more. Sister Ting Ting, I'm going to die, I don't want to live anymore. Zhu Linlin cried so hard that her heart was broken and she felt unbearable pain. Song Wanting was shocked. Linlin, what's wrong with you? What's on your mind? Where are you? I'm coming to get you. Zhu Linlin was her aunt's child, and her aunt usually treated her very well. Because of this blood relationship, Song Wanting could not possibly ignore Zhu Linlin. What's more, she also wanted to find out some things about Lu Yichen from her. Sister Ting Ting, don't come, I'm going to die, just let me die. Zhu Linlin felt very aggrieved. In what way was she inferior to Zhang Yanyan? Song Jinghao had actually treated her like this. Linlin, don't say silly things. If you die, what will my aunt do? You're her only daughter. Besides, it's better to live a bad life than to die. You can only get what you want if you live, and if you die, you'll get nothing. Tell me, where are you now? I'll come and get you, and we'll have dinner together. Zhu Linlin felt that her cousin had a point. Only by living could she get what she wanted, and only by living could she get Song Jinghao. Besides, she didn't really want to die. I'm at Nanda University. Okay, go to the gate of Nanda University and wait for me. I'll drive there to pick you up. Song Wanting hung up the phone after she finished speaking. 20 minutes later, a red Lamborghini sports car pulled up at the gate of Nanda University. Song Wanting got out of the sports car, and Zhu Linlin, after calling out to her cousin, rushed over to the sports car. Her voice was loud, and the color of the sports car was bright, so everyone around them turned to look. Zhu Linlin got into the sports car amidst the envious stares of the crowd. After Song Wanting got in, she fastened her seatbelt and asked, Where do you want to eat? Without even thinking, Zhu Linlin said, Let's go to Nanjiang Dilu. Nanjiang Dilu was the most luxurious hotel in Nanjiang City, which she had only heard of but had never been to. Now that her cousin had invited her to dinner, and she had no shortage of money, of course she wanted her to treat her to the most expensive meal. Song Wanting had wanted to take her to a nearby restaurant for dinner, casually ask her what was going on, and find out how her inquiries were going. Unexpectedly, the girl had asked for the moon. The average cost per person at Nanjiang De Lu was at least 1,000 yuan. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it, it was just that she didn't deserve it. But she had already opened her mouth, so Song Wanting had to say, okay. However, Nanjiang No. 1 restaurant is owned by the Lu family. It is said that Louis Chen often entertains clients there, so if she's lucky, she might even bump into him. With such hopes, Song Wanting took Zhu Linlin to Nanjiang No. 1 restaurant. They found a seat by the window and near the door, so that if Louis Chen appeared, she could quickly follow him. The waiter brought the menu, and Zhu Linlin wanted to order the food herself, but Song Wanting didn't give her the chance. She casually ordered 2 or 3 dishes and a soup, and handed the menu to the waiter. Zhu Linlin asked unhappily, Sister Tingting, is there enough to eat? Song Wanting laughed and said, there's enough to eat. The portions of their food are quite large. 3 dishes and a soup already cost almost 3,000 yuan. How much more can I order? The key is whether she is a match? She asked Lu Zixuan about Louis Chen, but she hardly got anything out of him. After the food arrived, Zhu Linlin began to wolf it down. The food at Nanjiang first floor was delicious, and she could hardly lift her head after eating. She didn't even bother answering anything Song Wanting asked her. Finally, when she had almost finished eating, she began to talk about what had happened this morning. Thinking about Song Jinghao's attitude towards her, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Sister Dingding, tell me what I lack compared to Jiang Yanyan. Her family is so poor, and she is as skinny as a beansprout. She is only a little better at studying, but why does Song Jinghao like her and not me? Song Wanting thought about it for a while. Is it that she is also very pretty? Zhu Linlin is big and burly, like a bear, but she can never see her own flaws. She is always blindly confident and thinks she is very pretty. Pretty? Zhu Linlin said in surprise, where is she pretty? I'll show you her picture. She said, opened the photo library on her phone and pulled out a group photo from it. She pointed at the thinnest and most beautiful girl in the group photo and said, Sister Tingting, look, that's her. She's as thin as a monkey, what's so pretty about her? Song Wanting turned her head away, and when she saw Jiang Yanyan's photo, she was taken aback. Isn't this the girl she met at the hospital the other day? At the time, she was with Louis Chen, and they were walking one behind the other, very close together. You have to understand that very few women can get close to Louis Chen, and this was the first time she had seen a girl get that close to him. At the time, she suspected that they were having an affair, but then she heard nothing more about it. Now, Louis Chen suddenly wants to get engaged, and in the past few days, she has been wondering if Louis Chen's fiancé is her. Song Wanting's eyes were wide open, and her heart was pounding. After thinking for a moment, she picked up the menu, and while she was asking the waiter to bring more food, she said, Linlin, can you help your cousin set up a date with this girl? Chapter 37, Apology. Set up a date with who? Jiang Yanyan? Zhu Linlin was taken aback. They had just fought yesterday, and she was asking someone out on a date today. Wasn't that a bit too? Song Wanting handed the menu to Zhu Linlin. Linlin, I saw that you didn't eat much. What else would you like to eat? To be honest, Zhu Linlin really wasn't full. She was tall and had a big appetite, and the food at Nanjiang No. 1 restaurant was really delicious. 2 or 3 dishes were barely enough to fill her up. Song Wanting handed her the menu and told her to order whatever she liked. Her intentions were clear. But how was she supposed to lower her pride and ask Jiang Yanyan out? The menu was already in her hands. Not to mention that the food at Nanjiang No. 1 restaurant was delicious, the pictures alone were exquisitely done and looked delicious. Although she had already eaten a wave, Zhu Linlin suddenly felt that her stomach was empty, and she could still eat for another 2 hours. Linlin, you can order whatever you like, I'll treat you, don't be polite to me, Song Wanting encouraged. As long as she dared to order, she had to agree to ask Jiang Yanyan out. If she could get Jiang Yanyan to go out with her, she would be able to find out who Louis Chen's fiancé really was. At this moment, for Zhu Linlin, whether she could get Jiang Yanyan to go out with her was no longer important. What was important was how many of these delicious dishes she should order. Which ones? Without even hesitating, she waved her hand to summon the waiter, pointed to the most expensive dishes on the menu, and said without hesitation, Waiter, add these dishes. The waiter was stunned and asked in surprise, Are you sure, young lady? Can you finish all that? Zhu Linlin gave her a blank look and said, What did you ask me to do? I can finish it all, I'm sure. Your food is delicious, but the portions are so small. You can finish one dish in just 2 or 3 bites. The waiter gave a wry smile, said nothing, and left with the menu. Zhu Linlin ordered a total of 5 dishes. Abalone, sea cucumber, lobster, shark's fin, and steak from a certain island country. Each dish was outrageously expensive, but also extremely delicious. Song Wanting's eyes darkened as she thought, this bitch didn't crawl out of a tomb, did she? She hasn't eaten in ages, so why did she order so much? Although it hurt a little, the thought that she would be able to ask Jiang Yanyan out made it worth it. Before the food arrived, Song Wanting poured Zhu Linlin a glass of water and said with a smile, Linlin, you're going to ask her out in the next 2 days. I'll be waiting. The dishes had already been added, and they were added according to her wishes, so Zhu Linlin couldn't refuse. She thought for a moment and said, okay, Sister Tingting, I'll ask Jiang Yanyan as soon as I get back, and I'll let you know if I hear anything. Song Wanting's mouth twitched slightly. Okay, I'll be waiting for your good news. Not long after, the food was served, and Zhu Linlin once again devoured it. After eating, she felt so good. The food at Nanjiang first floor was so delicious, when could she come again? But the thought of asking Jiang Yanyan out made her head spin. After returning to school, Zhu Linlin began to rack her brains. Jiang Yanyan was poor, but she was good at her studies and very arrogant. It's not just hard for someone who has fought with her to invite her to dinner, it's even hard for someone who was on good terms with her to invite her to dinner. Zhu Linlin thought in the dormitory, but she just couldn't find a reason to invite Jiang Yanyan to dinner. She was so anxious. She even regretted agreeing to Song Wanting's invitation a little. However, she had eaten at her house, and she had taken advantage of her hospitality. Zhu Linlin angrily slapped her own mouth, who let you be so greedy? But you can't spit out what you've eaten, so she had to go to Jiang Yanyan with a stiff upper lip. There were only 3 days left before the exam, and Jiang Yanyan was still studying in the classroom. In order to study better, Han Xiaoxiao volunteered to be her bodyguard and life assistant. While Jiang Yanyan studied, she helped her fetch water and buy snacks. The two of them worked perfectly together and vowed to continue to be first in the class. After school at noon, the two of them walked out of the classroom. Before they reached the cafeteria, Zhu Linlin suddenly blocked their way. Han Xiaoxiao was furious. She pulled Jiang Yanyan behind her, rolled up her sleeves, narrowed her eyes and shouted, Zhu Linlin, what do you want? You didn't get enough last time, are you here to make up for it? Zhu Linlin hurriedly explained, Han Xiaoxiao, you've got it all wrong, I didn't come here to fight, I came to apologize. Apologize? Han Xiaoxiao was taken aback and almost scared. Zhu Linlin's mouth was famously stubborn and unyielding. She would apologize? No way. There might be something else going on. Without waiting for Jiang Yanyan to speak, Han Xiaoxiao took the initiative and said, you can go, our Yanyan doesn't accept your apology. What's the point of apologizing when you've already hit her? Zhu Linlin stood before them with her head bowed, looking like she had truly repented and was very sad. Jiang Yanyan, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked you about Louis Chen, and I shouldn't have hit you. I've already realized my mistake. Can you forgive me? Jiang Yanyan was confused by her, not knowing what Zhu Linlin was really up to. But the matter is in the past, so what difference does it make whether she forgives her or not? Besides, the two of them are not on the same page, and they have almost no overlap, so whether she forgives her or not doesn't matter. She thought about it for a moment, then stepped forward from behind Han Xiaoxiao and said, fine, I forgive you, you can go now. Zhu Linlin looked up at her, her face full of surprise. What? Jiang Yanyan, you forgive me? You really forgive me? Ah. I'm so touched. Yanyan, can I be your good friend? Jiang Yanyan. Han Xiaoxiao. The two of them agreed that Zhu Linlin was crazy. Even if she wasn't, she was probably going crazy soon. Han Xiaoxiao gave her a cold stare. Zhu Linlin, are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying? You don't even know what kind of person you are, and you want to be friends with Jiang Yanyan. Are you a match? No way. Zhu Linlin was still on the verge of excitement. Yanyan, will you promise me? I want to be your friend, like Han Xiaoxiao, always by your side. Poof. Han Xiaoxiao finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Zhu Linlin, if you have delusions, you'd better go to the hospital and have a look, or the consequences will be very serious. Jiang Yanyan also felt that Zhu Linlin was not normal. When things go against the norm, there must be a demon. She paused for a moment and said, Zhu Linlin, what do you really want? Zhu Linlin finally calmed down, looked at Jiang Yanyan with longing all over her face, and said with utmost sincerity, Jiang Yanyan, I want to invite you to dinner, is that okay? Jiang Yanyan looked her up and down, sneered, and said, Zhu Linlin, what are you really up to? But no matter what you're up to, I won't agree to your request. And I'm telling you, you can go after whoever you want, just leave me out of it. We don't see eye to eye. After saying that, she took Han Xiaoxiao and left. Zhu Linlin was desperate, turned around and rushed over, and fell to her knees in front of Jiang Yanyan with a thud, crying out loudly, Jiang Yanyan, please forgive me, okay? I was wrong, and I will never destroy the friendship between you two again. Chapter 38, The Hongmen Banquet. Zhu Linlin fell to her knees before Jiang Yanyan, crying out, Jiang Yanyan, I was wrong. Will you forgive me? Jiang Yanyan was at a loss for words. Zhu Linlin was not playing by the rules, and was forcing her to achieve a certain goal. It was the peak of the school day, and the streets were full of people. Zhu Linlin's kneeling attracted a lot of attention. Han Xiaoxiao was anxious. She grabbed Zhu Linlin and tried to lift her up, but Zhu Linlin was too heavy and she couldn't lift her. She stamped her feet in a hurry, Zhu Linlin, get up, let's talk about this, what are you kneeling for, everyone will think we've done something to you. Zhu Linlin snickered to herself. Her trick really worked. Before she could even speak, the two little bitches were already flustered. She suddenly started to choke again. Jiang Yanyan, can you give me a chance? I really know I was wrong. I won't dare to mess with you guys anymore. She cried with a runny nose, looking extremely sad, leaving Jiang Yanyan at a loss. She pushed away Han Xiaoxiao and whispered, Zhu Linlin, what do you want? Zhu Linlin's lips curled up, I want to invite you to dinner, promise me. Jiang Yanyan, why do you want to invite me to dinner? No merit, no reward. Zhu Linlin, I don't mean anything, I just want to express my apology. Jiang Yanyan, what if I don't go? Zhu Linlin, then I'll keep kneeling. Jiang Yanyan, aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? Zhu Linlin, I've been embarrassed many times, it's not that bad this time. Jiang Yanyan. Han Xiaoxiao saw the two of them whispering to each other and said anxiously, Yanyan, don't talk to her so much. If she wants to kneel, let her. Let's go. Jiang Yanyan grabbed Han Xiaoxiao and said, Xiaoxiao, don't. If she really keeps kneeling like this, I'll be the headline at school tomorrow. Han Xiaoxiao was so anxious that she cursed, Zhu Linlin, are you threatening people? Do you believe I'll go to the homeroom teacher and report you? Zhu Linlin, I wasn't threatening you, I just wanted to express my apology. Han Xiaoxiao, is this how you express your apology? Get up first. In the meantime, more and more people gathered, and everyone was talking about it. Oh dear, what's going on? Why is she kneeling on the ground? I heard that she was apologizing, but the other person won't forgive her. Really? Is she that arrogant? The other person kneeled for her, but still won't forgive her, that's just too much, isn't it? Yes, no matter what the mistake is, she has knelt down, and you still won't forgive? Yes, they are all classmates, why should classmates make things difficult for each other? Yes, you should leave a way out for later, so that you can meet again. Public opinion was overwhelmingly in Zhu Linlin's favor. Jiang Yanyan couldn't stand it anymore, and once again said to Zhu Linlin, get up, and we'll talk about it. Zhu Linlin, no, I won't get up until you agree to what I want. Jiang Yanyan. More and more people are gathering, and we might attract the school leaders here in a while. Jiang Yanyan really didn't want to become famous again, so she had to grit her teeth and say, okay, I promise, get up. Zhu Linlin's mouth twitched into an imperceptible smile. She slowly got up from the ground, reached out and hugged Jiang Yanyan. Yanyan, you're so good, thank you for forgiving me. Jiang Yanyan lifted her foot, but ultimately let it go. There were so many people, it wouldn't look good if she kicked it away. Han Xiaoxiao's teeth ached with anger. She pushed Zhu Linlin away and said, that's enough. You've done this a lot, and it's getting on people's nerves. Zhu Linlin said, it doesn't matter if it's annoying or not, you still have to promise me. Han Xiaoxiao said, we don't have your thick skin. Jiang Yanyan tried to pull Han Xiaoxiao away, but Zhu Linlin ran over again, beaming, and said, Yanyan, tonight at 6 o'clock, I'll be waiting for you in front of the school. Jiang Yanyan glanced at her and left in a bad mood. After they had gone far away, the crowd gradually dispersed. Zhu Linlin ran to a remote place to call Song Wanting. Sister Tingting, I'd made an appointment with Jiang Yanyan. I'd made an appointment with her to meet at the school gate at 6 p.m. Song Wanting, who was shopping at the mall, was overjoyed to receive Zhu Linlin's call. As long as she could make an appointment with Jiang Yanyan, she might be able to find out who Lui Chen's fiancé was. Even if she can't find out, she can still get to know Jiang Yanyan and find out something about Lui Chen from her. Okay, Lin Lin, you've worked hard. I'll take you to the Nanjiang Hotel tonight. The Nanjiang Hotel is also owned by the Liu family, and the food there is no worse than at the Nanjiang first floor. Zhu Linlin was also very happy. She had heard about the Nanjiang Hotel for a long time. It is said that the interior decoration is luxurious and fantastic, and dining there is like traveling back in time. The most important thing is that the food there is also very delicious. Okay, Ting Ting, I'll see you later. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Linlin felt relieved, having finally helped Song Wenting complete a task. In the future, she will definitely ask her to help her Wu Song Jinghao, otherwise, her kneeling will have been in vain. In the dormitory, Han Xiaoxiao was fuming. Yan Yan, why did you agree to her? Zhu Linlin definitely doesn't have good intentions, she might have some devious thoughts. Jiang Yanyan lifted her water glass and took a sip. Under those circumstances, could I refuse her? If I wait a little longer, I might attract the attention of the school principal. But what should I do now? Are you really going? Jiang Yanyan shook her head helplessly. If I say yes, I'll go. If I don't go, she'll dare to hang my name on the confession wall for a semester, not a day less. Han Xiaoxiao came over and hugged her. No, I won't allow you to go, it's too dangerous, I'm afraid she'll bully you. Jiang Yanyan gave a wry smile. Xiaoxiao, what are you afraid of? Zhu Linlin is indeed tall and strong, but don't you know how useless she is? If there's a real fight, do you think I'll be the one to suffer? Han Xiaoxiao was still not at ease. No, that's not good either. What if she gives you some kind of sleeping drug? When you're unconscious, she can bully you however she likes. Jiang Yanyan was a little surprised. No way, Zhu Linlin can't be that evil, I don't have any deep hatred for her. That's hard to say, Yan. Let me tell you, if you decide that you have to go, I have to go with you, otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Jiang Yanyan laughed, smiling. Even if you didn't say it, I would definitely bring you with me, even though you can't fight, but you can scream, just screaming can scare the hell out of them. Han Xiaoxiao patted her chest and said, that's right, my voice is very loud, and I can scare them to death just by shouting. Ha 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 ha. This is the kind of momentum they want. No matter what kind of ghosts and demons she is, she will never return. After agreeing, the two decided to go to the appointment on time that night. Even if it was a trap, they were not afraid. Chapter 39, Keep Your Mouth Shut. At 6 p.m., Zhu Linlin was waiting for them at the school gate on time. Jiang Yanyan and Han Xiaoxiao did not give up and also appeared on time. Han Xiaoxiao's school bag was full of anti-rape weapons, one of which was pepper spray. She went to the supermarket in the afternoon to buy the pepper powder and made it on the spot in the dormitory. The concentration was particularly high, and a little spray could blind a person's eyes. When they walked to the school gate, they saw Zhu Linlin standing next to a red Bugatti waiting for them. Han Xiaoxiao froze for a moment, turned her head and asked Jiang Yanyan, Yan, isn't Zhu Linlin's family situation quite ordinary? How come she has a Bugatti? Could it be that she is being supported by someone? Jiang Yanyan didn't care about Zhu Linlin, let alone her car. She glanced at it and said, with her figure and looks, would anyone support her? The car could be rented. Puff. Han Xiaoxiao couldn't laugh anymore. Jiang Yanyan, don't be so funny, I'll blow my cover. The two of them came together to Zhu Linlin. Zhu Linlin smiled and opened the back door. Yan, get in the car, my cousin will take us to Nanjiang Dilu for dinner. Cousin? Jiang Yanyan froze for a moment. Song Wanting greeted her from the driver's seat. Hello, Miss Jiang, I'm Zhu Linlin's cousin, Song Wanting, nice to meet you. Jiang Yanyan looked at her and thought she looked familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before, but she couldn't quite remember. I'm very happy to meet you, she said perfunctorily. Zhu Linlin came to the passenger seat and explained with a smile, I wanted to take you to the Nanjiang Hotel, but it's too far from our school, so I had to ask my cousin to take us. She casually explained, without the slightest hint of who was really pulling the strings in this grand banquet. Jiang Yanyan nodded politely and said, thank you, cousin. Song Wanting said while driving, you're welcome. You're classmates, and Linlin is my cousin. We'll see each other a lot in the future. Han Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders and said, who wants to play with her? If she didn't pester us, we wouldn't be here. Jiang Yanyan didn't say anything in return. She had a hunch that it wasn't Zhu Linlin who wanted to invite her to dinner, but Song Wanting. The one with Real insight was Song Wanting, not the simple-minded Zhu Linlin. She didn't even know Song Wanting, so why would she want to invite her? No matter what her purpose was, she wouldn't help. She was just a student, what help could she possibly be? The car stopped in front of the Nanjiang Hotel. Zhu Linlin and Jiang Yanyan got out first, and Song Wanting went to park the car. The three of them walked into the Nanjiang Hotel together. Han Xiaoxiao had been to this hotel before, so she wasn't too shocked by the interior decor. Jiang Yanyan and Lu Yichen had just been here a few days ago, so she didn't find anything special about it either. Zhu Linlin was here for the first time, and she was amazed by the dreamlike scene inside. It was like Lu Luer entering the Grand View Garden, and she was about to cover her mouth and scream. Jiang Yanyan and Han Xiaoxiao smiled at each other and didn't say anything. A moment later, Song Wanting returned from parking the car. They found a window seat and sat down, and the waiter brought the menu and began taking orders. Zhu Linlin was not polite, took the menu and wanted to order. Song Wanting smiled and said, "Linlin, aren't you treating your classmates to dinner? Let them order first, and you can add to it after they're done." Zhu Linlin was taken aback, smiled wryly, and handed the menu to Jiang Yanyan. Jiang Yanyan didn't like ordering food, so she gave the menu directly to Han Xiaoxiao. Han Xiaoxiao would not hold back with them, and ordered as soon as she picked up the menu. She ordered whatever was more expensive and whatever tasted better. After she finished ordering, she handed the menu to Zhu Linlin. Zhu Linlin was shocked when she saw what she had ordered. Goodness! Han Xiaoxiao really dares to order. Almost everything she ordered was expensive. Zhu Linlin knew that although her cousin was not short of money, she was not very generous. Seeing Han Xiaoxiao's rampant ordering, Zhu Linlin didn't dare to add another dish. Song Wanting, on the other hand, handed the menu to the waiter without even looking at what they had ordered. Not long after, the dishes arrived. Since Zhu Linlin had nothing to do with this meal, she didn't say a word and buried her head in her rice. Song Wanting smiled as she served Jiang Yanyan her food, saying, "Ms. Jiang, you look so thin, you must eat more." Jiang Yanyan's mouth twitched, and she politely replied, "Thank you, Miss Song." Song Wanting stared at Jiang Yanyan for a moment, and said, seemingly unintentionally, "Miss Jiang, I feel like I know you well. Haven't we met somewhere before?" Jiang Yanyan also felt that Song Wanting looked familiar, but she couldn't think of where she had met her. Maybe. Song Wanting frowned, pretending to think hard. After a short while, it seemed that she suddenly remembered, and she exclaimed in a low voice, "Oh, I remember, you were the girl who was with President Lu in the hospital that night." When she said this, it seemed that Jiang Yanyan also remembered. "You are the woman who was driven away by Lu Yichen." Before Jiang Yanyan could finish speaking, Song Wanting hurriedly explained, "There was some misunderstanding between me and President Lu those few days, but we have now made up." Jiang Yanyan's brows knitted together. "Oh, that's good." Song Wanting smiled wryly and continued, "Is Ms. Jiang very familiar with Mr. Lu?" Jiang Yanyan was taken aback and asked in return, "What do you mean, Ms. Song?" Song Wanting smiled and said, "Nothing, just a casual question. I heard that Mr. Lu rarely interacts with women. I saw him with you the other day and was a little curious, so I asked." Jiang Yanyan paused, thinking about the fact that Lu Yichen had said that they were keeping their marriage a secret, and she replied, "We are not familiar with each other, our relationship is very average." Song Wanting didn't believe her. If they weren't very close, how could Lu Yichen have picked her up in person when she was hospitalized? She looked up at her and continued, "Yes, Mr. Lu is such a wonderful person that not just anyone can get his attention. I heard that he recently got engaged and even bought a ring. I wonder which girl is so lucky." Now Jiang Yanyan finally understood the reason Song Wanting had asked to see her. It turned out that she wanted to hear news about Lu Yichen from her, especially news about his engagement. Ha! Not only is he engaged, he's even married. Pretending to know nothing, she said in shock, "Really? I wouldn't know. I barely know him." Song Wanting was a little disappointed. She had spent so much money on dinner and she didn't even know Lu Yichen well. But her intuition told her that the two of them were definitely related, and it wasn't just a simple relationship. Song Wanting was a little angry. This brat really doesn't know how to appreciate things. If I don't show her some respect, I won't be able to hold back the anger in my heart. Thinking about this, she stood up, picked up a glass of water, and walked up to Jiang Yanyan. Without saying a word, she poured the water directly in her face. Chapter 40, Spray of Chili Water. Jiang Yanyan was caught off guard. When she reacted, the water had already splashed on her face. She was very annoyed and asked with clenched fists, "Miss Song, what do you mean?" Song Wanting gave her a cold stare and said with no particular meaning, "I just want to tell you to be realistic." Jiang Yen Yen picked up the teapot on the table and was about to smash it on Song Wanting's head. Han Xiaoxiao shouted, "Yen Yen, stop. I'll do it." She had already taken out the pepper spray and, before Song Wanting could react, sprayed it all over her face. As she sprayed, she said, "I haven't wasted my afternoon after all." Song Wanting still didn't know what was going on, but suddenly her face felt burning hot, and then her eyes couldn't open. She covered her face and shouted, You, it hurts so much. It's really unbearable." Han Xiaoxiao pinched her waist and looked at the person who was covering her face in pain, indignant, and said, "Who told you to bully our Yen Yen? You deserve it." Zhu Linlin saw this and jumped up from her chair, reaching out to hit Jiang Yen Yen. Jiang Yen Yen kicked her to the ground with one foot, clapped her hands and said, "Don't look at your size, you can't beat me. If you don't believe it, get up and we'll compare again." Zhu Linlin didn't dare to compete with her. She lay on the ground unable to get up and shouted, "Assault! Murder! Help!" Jiang Yen Yen really wanted to grab a rag and gag Zhu Linlin's mouth. The lobby manager hurried over when she heard the commotion. She looked at the person lying on the ground and then at the person covering their face. When she looked at Jiang Yen Yen, she immediately became agitated. "Isn't this the girl who came with the CEO the other day? President Liu is not interested in women, and almost no one has seen him with a young girl before. That day, he actually brought a young and beautiful girl to the Nanjiang Hotel for dinner, and the employees started talking about it in private. The lobby manager even came over to take a sneaky peek. Therefore, he was particularly impressed by Jiang Yen Yen. After seeing Jiang Yen Yen, his body trembled a little, and without saying a word, he turned his head and left, taking the elevator directly to the top floor of the hotel. He stopped in front of the presidential suite, rang the doorbell, and waited nervously. It wasn't long before Haitao opened the door. He looked outside and asked, "What's wrong, Manager Wang? Is there something wrong?" "Manager Liu is entertaining someone inside." Manager Wang said in a flustered voice, "Manager Liu was with that girl the other day when she got into a fight downstairs." "Haitao? Who are you talking about? Miss Jiang?" "Manager Wang, I don't know her name, but she was here with Manager Liu a few days ago." Haitao knew that the only girl who could have dinner with General Manager Liu was Jiang Yen Yen. Haitao was also taken aback. If Jiang Yen Yen was beaten up in his own hotel, then Manager Wang was probably finished and could start packing up tomorrow. Oh, no, he could start packing up in 5 minutes. He hurried back to the suite, went to Lu Yichen's side, and whispered, "General Manager Liu, Miss Jiang is dining downstairs and has been beaten up." Lu Yichen looked up at him in shock. "Are you sure?" "Haitao, it's absolutely true. Manager Wang came over to tell me." Before he finished speaking, Lu Yichen had disappeared. The clients looked at each other, wondering what had happened. They were about to ask Haitao what was going on and whether Lu would be back, but before they could speak, Haitao had also vanished without a trace. Lu Yichen took the exclusive elevator for the CEO and went straight to the first floor. When he got out of the elevator, he saw Han Xiaoxiao holding a pepper spray and yelling at Zhu Linlin. "Zhu Linlin, let me tell you, if you dare to come over, I will spray you with pepper spray. It hurts a lot. Your cousin has already tried it for you. If you want to try it, I won't be stingy with this pepper spray." "Zhu Linlin, Han Xiaoxiao, you are too unprincipled. I invited you to dinner, and you are still carrying weapons. It turns out that you are ready to fight." "Han Xiaoxiao, Zhu Linlin, don't slander me. It was your cousin who started it. She was the one who splashed water at our Yen Yen. Luckily it wasn't hot water, or else our Yen Yen would have been disfigured. Can you afford to pay for her ravaged beauty? Zhu Linlin, she can't even be called beautiful. You're too optimistic about her. She's as skinny as a monkey. If I were a man, I wouldn't even look at her." Over there, Jiang Yen Yen and Song Wanting were also busy. Song Wanting covered her face and came to Jiang Yen Yen. She thought Jiang Yen Yen was relatively thin and could easily knock her down with a few punches. She pointed at Jiang Yen Yen's nose and said, "I went to a lot of trouble to invite you here, but all I wanted to do was ask you some questions. Instead, you didn't say anything and had your friend splash me with pepper spray." Jiang Yen Yen was not to be outdone. She stepped forward, only a few inches away from Song Wanting, and said menacingly, "Why should I tell you? Who do you think you are?" Song Wanting was so angry that her hands were shaking. No reason. You have to tell me if I ask you. A poor person, but still so stubborn. Has no one told you that you should be grateful to others? As she spoke, she raised her hand to hit Jiang Yanyan. Jiang Yanyan took a step back and reached out to grab Song Wenting's wrist. Song Wenting's pain made her tears flow. At this moment, Louis Chen rushed over. When he saw Song Wenting raise her hand, he quickly ran over and ran up to her, but then things took a turn for the worse. Jiang Yanyan exerted a little force, and Song Wenting screamed in pain. Louis Chen was taken aback. She was so thin, but she was actually so strong. Jiang Yanyan smiled at Louis Chen when she saw him, and didn't let go of his hand. Louis Chen came to the rescue, but ended up rescuing a lonely person. At that moment, Song Wanting also saw Louis Chen. She was so happy. Although she had had a bad day and had been picked on by these two bitches, Louis Chen had come, and she was still the injured party. She suddenly felt that her chance had come. Ichen, Ms. Jiang. Her expression of pain was distorted, and she was about to faint. Jiang Yanyan also felt that it was about time. If she applied more force, Song Wanting's wrist would probably break. She suddenly let go, and Song Wanting staggered back a step and fell towards Louis Chen. Louis Chen's body tilted, and he easily avoided it. Song Wanting threw herself at Louis Chen with all her might, but she didn't expect him to dodge. When she realized what had happened, she had already fallen. Bang! She landed hard on the floor. Louis Chen. Jiang Yanyan. Han Xiaoxiao. Lobby manager. Haito. Almost everyone looked at her with surprised expressions. At that moment, Song Wanting wanted to die.